Okay, here we go. What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing? Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Give everybody a little bit. God, it's hot as hell today. Actually, I have to turn on. I might have to turn on the AC. Either it's hot or I'm hot. One of the two. What up? What up? Saw the MK2 trailer. And feel a little bit optimistic about it, huh? I haven't watched I haven't seen the new trailer yet. I don't know. I don't think I watched the last movie. No, I did. I did see the other movie. Are you going to try Marathon? So I have it downloaded, right? I have to. I have to play it. I think it'd be unbecoming of me to not play Marathon, to at least get a state of the game and whatnot like that. But Resident Evil is like my favorite franchise of all time, or at least one of my favorite franchises of all time. So it's kind of a hard choice, but I'm gonna end up playing tonight at the very least. What did I miss? Everything. Destin. I've been seeing some of this shit you've been saying on Twitter. I actually have no idea how people are being optimistic about the new CEO. I really have no idea. I have no idea how you guys can do it. I don't. I'm sorry, man. It's levels of copium that I can't dive into. I think that you have to really, really love Xbox so much to be like, this one will do it. This one will do it. AI slop. I don't even really think it's that, to be honest. I don't know. I have a lot of I put a video together on it and I talked about it. Like my overall feelings about the whole situation with Xbox are kind of a bit complicated, right? Because I look at somebody like Phil Spencer, and I think it was pretty obvious that the dude really did give a shit about games. Like, he really loved video games. He loved working with developers and things like that. I think that he genuinely did love the games industry. I just don't think that he was the kind of leader that they needed. This might be a weird thing for me to say. I don't think that Phil Spencer necessarily had the best taste in games. And when you're somebody that's a CEO that's running a publisher the size of Xbox, you really have to have the Midas touch when it comes to knowing what's going to be good and what's not, what's going to hit and what's not. And he's a lot like Jeff. He's exactly like Jeff. Jeff reminds me, those two guys remind me of each other, where it's they just really love video games. And that's just the end of the story, which is really wholesome. But the problem is that at least, looking at games as a business, you really have to have a discerning eye between what is actually going to be successful and what's not. And while I think there's a lot of people that look back and will look back on Phil Spencer positively, I can't. Like I said in the video that I made, I like Phil Spencer as a gamer. I never liked him as a CEO. While he did do a great job at recovering the brand's image after the whole Xbox One debacle, the problem is that while maybe the brand from a hardware standpoint, and maybe even as a service ecosystem with Game Pass, while that may have improved the image of the company, their games never did. Their games either stagnated or got worse. And while sure, you can point at some outliers and be like, Psychonauts is really cool. Well, it's and I definitely applaud Xbox for holding on to that studio and letting them just do weird shit, right? But I wonder how long they're going to do that as these games continue to just not perform. And I feel like somebody like Asha Sharma, given her work history and whatnot, she's not going to have the discerning eye of greenlighting projects. And her most senior management for her to lean on is Matt Booty, who has been managing the entire games business side, helping to greenlight these projects and manage them. And he also doesn't have that discerning eye. The difference between Asha Sharma and Matt and say like somebody like Phil Spencer is that where Phil would probably try to do his best to die on the sword and protect the studios that he could, even though they did have a lot of layoffs at Xbox, Asha Sharma is not going to have that same care. She's going to be the kind of one that's going to be able to look at these studios and be like, sorry, your games don't make money. Bye. Phil would go play games, love them, and then axe the entire project. Okay. I don't necessarily... You know what the funny thing is? I think that the Xbox generation did not work out the way that they had probably envisioned. I think that Game Pass has largely not worked out the way that they envisioned. And I think that looking at Phil and how he managed a lot of the studios, I mean, maybe he was a two-faced asshole. I have no idea. But I think there's a really good chance that Microsoft just, over time, their influence over Xbox grew and grew. And one of the things that really bothers me is this weird narrative that's coming up now, talking about how Matt Booty says there's no directives. There's no directives coming from Xbox. And Asha Sharma says there's no directives coming from Microsoft. There's no directives that are coming from Microsoft. There's no directives that are coming from Satya Nadella. Let's say that's the case. Let's say I actually fully believe that. Could you imagine how difficult it would be to run two businesses simultaneously within each other that have entirely different paths for their products, that operate on entirely different frequencies, that are going in quite literally the opposite direction of one another? That, like, even if that ends up being the case and there are no directives, these two companies do not complement each other. They just don't. I'm of the mind that they just like struck it lucky back with like the Xbox and Xbox 360, but Microsoft as a company doesn't really have any business being in the games industry because they fundamentally don't understand the customer. I don't think they really care about the customer experience. And I think the best way to be able to illustrate something like that is just to look at the state of Windows. Right? Like, look at the state of Windows. Everyone thought Phil was great. People seem to think Asha is great. Whoever the fuck is trying to say that they think that she's great are either gaslighting or coping. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. Maybe they're not. Maybe I'm the one that's wrong. Maybe she's the next best thing for gaming. Maybe all we needed was somebody that has no experience, no ties, or anything like that in the games industry whatsoever. That will not have the ability to look at a game and say whether or not that game is good or not because she doesn't have the experience to do so. Maybe that's what we needed. Maybe we need somebody that has no idea what they're looking at. Her first job was at Microsoft? What does that have to do with anything? She was in marketing. Oh, God. That's exactly what we need more in the games industry. Sarah Bond probably tanked Xbox with the Xbox Everything campaign. Here's the thing. I, agree with that. I think it's like one of the worst campaigns in the history of fucking media, period, to be honest. But at the end of the day, all of the problems that plague this company come down to something that is not going to be solved by this recent management change. And it's that their games suck. Xbox games fucking suck. That's it. They all do. I'm not going to try to pull punches. I'm not going to be like, oh, well, Doom the Dark Ages was, pretty good. No, it fucking sucked. It's boring. It's boring. It's same old, repetitive bullshit. Things we've seen 1,000 times. Avowed was hot fucking garbage. Halo's been in a trash can for years. Bethesda's fallen off almost entirely. No, take it back. Entirely. Forza 5 is pretty fun. Nobody gives a fuck about racing games. That they never have an impact in the conversation. While there is an audience that are for them, that is straight up an audience that is like, they exist outside of the normal gaming space. Look at the people that play racing games. These motherfuckers have an entire setup in their house specifically dedicated to just play racing games. I feel like they are they're an enigma. Racing game players are an enigma. Unless we're talking about like Need for Speed or something like that. Now that's a video game. Now that's a video game. The other ones are racing sims. And when you're in simulation, I think is just a completely different like entity within video games. Like somebody that likes to play Flight Simulator all the time is not a fucking gamer. They want to fly airplanes. Forza Horizon's like Need for Speed? Oh, I don't fucking know. I don't play racing games. Let me like my racing games in peace. I'm not saying it's a bad thing that you like racing games. Kofelix or whatever. I can't say her name right now. Thank you for the Prime 10 months. Great to catch you from the start. Usually headed to work. Well, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. What is this? Leo Moon. Leo of Moon. Hey, man. First time I'm catching your stream. Have you covered the marathon reaction? I kinda am lukewarm on it. We'll search it. We'll take a look at it. Thank you for the 10, brother. Appreciate that. I don't know. I'm just gonna like hard to talk over chat. I get it. It's one of those things where it's like, for whatever reason, I feel like maybe I'm the delusional one, but I feel like I'm the only one that's like looking at a lot of the information that Microsoft has put out, and also that like the things that Asha Sharma has said, and I'm just like, and people are like, oh my god, yes. This is the direction. Yes. It looks like they have a plan. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, this is just normal corpo fucking bleh. As I call it, parcel tongue. It's corporate parcel tongue. It's a language. It's a forbidden language. It means absolutely nothing in the eyes of normal people, in the eyes of us muggles. That's what I'm saying. It's like, you know, a return to Xbox being about Xbox. Like the only thing that could mean is that you're ending the everything is an Xbox campaign. But again, and this is what I mean, Destin, this is the part that I really want people to understand. That directly conflicts with Microsoft's business strategy. That directly conflicts with their parents' business strategy. Most of the money that is made from Microsoft is in cloud gaming. Cloud gaming is obviously that is what they, or that, I mean, cloud in general. They're not off of cloud gaming. They're making it off of cloud services. But them saying, "Oh, we're all about the hardware. We're not going to worry about cloud stuff anymore." That is in direct conflict with the overall overarching strategy of Microsoft. That is a company that mostly makes their money off of cloud now. Cloud and AI. So, like, maybe I could see them not necessarily pushing out the creative side of the games industry because they understand the value of it, and they're not going to, like, necessarily go crazy with AI with this new CEO. I don't see them going like, oh, never mind, we're not doing the whole, like, stream and play games from your phone or from your TV or from other devices. You don't even need an Xbox to play Xbox games. I don't see them getting away from that. They might drop the campaign of everything is an Xbox and do it in a different way, but they're not going to stop chasing that same fantasy because it has such a high profit ceiling for that company to have people not only on their services, paying for their services, or having ads on those services. It doesn't make sense. If they do something, I'd guess they drop the PlayStation 5/Nintendo, but they make so much cash share. That's the other thing. Like that, it wouldn't even make sense for Xbox to even pull back any exclusivity. would make no sense. It's been the only way that most of their games within their unit, outside of Activision, Blizzard, and probably, I guess, Bethesda to some extent, it's the only way that they've been able to find profitability. I'd be really curious to find out if they even got a return on investment with a game like Avowed. I'm sure that they had to have kept the development budget relatively low to the floor, but that studio is based in California, so they're spending a lot of money. If you have a game that's being developed for 7 or 8 years and it's being developed out of California, you're spending like $100 to $200 million. Easy. So if PlayStation is going to hunker down and go exclusive, and Nintendo does, Xbox could go, okay, bet, and then just stick to the PC Xbox again. Well, here's the thing. As long as you just, like, I guess, like, I don't know. I guess you'd have to see, I'd have to see the exact numbers to know, like, exactly how much money Microsoft Xbox. Every time, I don't even think of them as Xbox anymore. My brain has literally been recoded to just think of them as Microsoft Gaming. Like, that's what they are to me. They're not Xbox anymore, that's for sure. But if I'm thinking about it, like, I guess it would widely depend on how much money they were making there. The most important thing for all of these platforms for, like, future profitability outside of Nintendo, and this is, it's like a whole other conversation. Like, PlayStation's talking about the same thing about, like, not doing cross-platform releases on PC. You are quite literally cutting off your leg to save your foot. PC has been the most, like, it has been the arena for everything. It has been the arena for everything. You are not reaching these crazy high numbers of players with live service games or with single player games unless you are releasing that game day and date on PC. This, we're going to wait a year bullshit. That's the reason why they haven't been making as much money. Oh, we only made 2 point something. I think it said something around like 2 point. How much did they make? How much has PlayStation made going multi-platform to PC? PlayStation is making a lot of money on other platforms. $2 billion in revenue from multi-platform releases on Xbox and PC. PlayStation is making a lot of money. $2 billion. What's the course of? So that was for his source is fiscal year 2025 quarter 3 earnings report. In it, the report says their earnings from those segments reached a staggering $2.3 billion. That's right. Sony has made billions bringing games to Steam and Xbox. $2.3 billion in multi-platform revenue accounts for approximately 2.4 of PlayStation's total game network and service revenue from fiscal year 2022 to quarter 3. Yeah. And you know what the funny thing, like, so this only makes up like 2%. Like, while it's a good amount of money, and I think to the eyes of the layman and also to the eyes of some of these journalists, they're like, God, Sony made $2.3 billion, and that's $2.3 billion that they didn't have. But the funny thing is, how exactly do you guys think that, like, what would the split of this look like between their revenue if they had released those games on the same day on PC? Right? Like, like it wouldn't even, it'd be like 50-50. And they don't want to see that. They don't want to show that because it would likely force the people above them to change their entire strategy. Ab the Man, thank you for the $5. With how much you know about managing game companies at this point, you should make a video game about managing a game company. No, I know nothing about I don't know anything. I know I know about managing businesses. I don't know anything about managing. Well, I guess like by extension, I understand managing game. Like I understand managing game businesses as like at least from the perspective of somebody that plays them and has been intimate with the industry like basically their entire life. But I just understand just basic like business management. That's pretty much it. PlayStation is doing this because the PlayStation 6 sales are something that they're worried about, so they're going to go back to what they know best, exclusives and money hat games. Bold strategy. I don't know. I think if I had to take a wild guess, what's going on with if I had to take a wild guess, honestly, I think that these guys are tripping for no reason. If anything, like I would actually look at this entire like hardware crisis as kind of a boon for these consoles. You can just continue to drag out this generation. There's literally no, like, just make the games that you currently have on the consoles that you have as tight as they possibly can be. Like, have we actually, like, and here's the thing, like, why would anybody even want to be tripping about a next console generation? Have we even had a single, like, console release, first-party console release that was actually, like, definitive? I think that's why they're going exclusive. Again, hey, Legendary Drops, you look like DSP. You're a fucking retard. What is this? Oh no, it's Alex. What's up, Alex? Thank you for the $5, man. Many ports were half-baked, full price, and no marketing, plus the login fiasco. Yeah, no, I think that Sony's largely, like, kind of just not good at managing their they're just not good at managing their cross-platform stuff. It's weird. I think it's just because they're afraid to go all in on it, because I think they're afraid of how it will. I think it's because they're not sure how it will change their platform in the future. I think that they look at something like Xbox and they see it as like a cautionary tale, where they're like, well, you know, Xbox has done this and look at what it's done to their brand. So they just largely stay away from it. They're like, we don't really want to mess with that. I don't think that that's the case. I think that what it actually is, I think that Sony is misinterpreting why Xbox is failing and completely ignoring the fact that it's literally just the games. PlayStation would be completely fine. They would be completely safe if they were releasing games that were actually worth a shit. Both of these companies would be fine if they were actually releasing games that were worth a shit. And if they went multi-platform and they sold those games day and date, I think that they would just be raking in like insane amounts of money. And the reason why I know that's the case is because look at every multi-platform release from a third-party company that just flat out released a good game. Like, I'm sure that it's going to seem like a bit of a meme for me to say something like this, but like Elden Ring, right? How many copies did Elden Ring sell? Over 30 million. This is 20 million. Elden Ring is sold over 28 million. That was September of 2024. So yeah, it's well, and then does this actually, who's this linking to? Oh, I think I'd covered this a while ago. Yeah, so they're already well over what they need right now. So that kind of just goes to prove, like, it really is just the games being good enough. You're telling a game corporation just to make good games? It's kind of foreign, isn't it? It's like, how are they going to pull that off? How are they going to pull that off? I'm struggling to finish Divinity Original Sin 2. Oh, fuck. What is this? I'm struggling to finish Divinity Original Sin 2. I'm in the last act, and there's just so much to do, and combat here has been getting really stale for me. The biggest problem of Divinity Original Sin 2 is Act 3 and how long it drags. And how, like, by the time that you get to Act 3, you're just fucking exhausted. I like, the crazy thing, like, what it is that I think Larian has this problem where they go and they sit down to go and make a game, and they get so excited in the first half of making the game that they just can't stop making shit before moving on. So they do, like, a really bad job at keeping pace with, like, how much content they add to the game and what they put into it. So everything gets kind of front-loaded. Like, Baldur's Gate 3, like, they're incredible games. Like, Divinity Original Sin 2 and Baldur's Gate 3 are incredible games. But, like, Act 1 in both games is, like, fucking 45 to 70 hours, if not more. And then it gradually gets smaller and smaller as you go through the game. And it's just like, you start feeling aimless after a while, I think. Then again, I mean, like, they end up making narratives and gameplay that feels so damn good that you end up ignoring it. So, it's weird how they pull it off. It's weird how they pull it off. This is coming from somebody that has, like, what, 400 or 500 hours in Baldur's Gate 3, something like that. How many do I have in DOS? Holy shit. Check. $200 in Divinity Original Sin 2. Let's see here. What else we got here? Relevis. Dude, you guys with some of these fucking usernames. Release the Kraken. I think that's what your name is supposed to be. Sony also cancels games before they even get a chance to fail, so they easily ignore the data that they don't have. No, I don't actually disagree with canceling games before they fail. The problem is that, like, we're not inside, so we have no idea what those games are at. Like, you actually just have to trust the leadership, and that they could look at something and realize that it wasn't good enough to go to market. That they had to look at something and realize that that game was not good enough, it was not going to sell, people were not going to be interested in it. Which is hard to do today. It's very hard to do. I'm just going to be straight with you. That's an incredibly difficult thing to be able to like, trust any of the management at any of these companies right now, because with some of the games that they put out there, it's just like, what the fuck were you thinking? What were you thinking? Right? It's like, how did you guys think this is a good idea? Like, looking at Sony, how did you guys, like, what were you guys smoking for y'all to be sitting around calling Concord the next Star Wars and believing that that game was just going to take over the entire games industry? And it was so damn good that you guys had to buy the studio and invest even more money into it. Like, they went all in on that game. And the reason why, and I know a lot of people try to come up with a narrative that that's not the case, everybody's overblowing. No, everybody's not overblowing it. And the reason why I know that it's not overblown is because the minute that Concord failed, Sony went and canceled like 6 games. They went and canceled like 6 games. They're like, oh, fuck. I was drunk. Like, they're sitting there like, I thought this was good. I'm never gonna live this down. I'm never gonna live this down. Let's see here. Rock, thank you for the 20. Holy shit, man. Thank you. Jesus Christ, it's so generous. LD, any thoughts on Crimson Desert? Think if they can pull it off, it looks promised. Or what is this? Think if they can pull off what they are promising, it may very well be a generational release. I am actually really excited for Crimson Desert. I'm excited from it. I'm excited for it just out of like pure curiosity, because like looking at the game, have I looked at any of the more like recent stuff for it? These fucking thumbnails with this dude. I've been playing a lot of shit lately. Let me see here. I've been playing a lot of Deadlock recently. I'm playing a lot of Deadlock recently. So that's kind of been a thing. I need Crimson Desert. Okay. I'm gonna bite. I'm a big I really like gamer ranks. I'm gonna bite. We'll watch this really quick. It's a short video. It's not that long. We can make this work.
Every once in a while, a new game appears that seems too good to be true.
Who's your main? Brother, I just started playing Deadlock, okay? Like, I mean, I just started. Like, I've been playing bot matches for probably, like, 2 days straight because I don't want to walk into a match and look like a fucking idiot, which is going to happen no matter what I do. I like playing Paige because, I mean, it's like a nerdy, like, thick chick with red hair. I don't need to explain myself. I also like playing support. And I've been playing, like, a lot more like a lot of the easier stuff, right?
Sometimes these things turn out to be all-time classics. Sometimes they end up being pretty terrible. I wouldn't blame anyone for being skeptical about any game that's promising everything in the kitchen sink, especially now in 2026, where we've all been burned too many times to count. Developers and publishers alike talk a big game. They don't.
This is like the one thing. So, like, I don't know if you guys have seen this conversation that's popped up more recently, where you've seen a lot of people that were coming out and that are like, we got to give these games a chance. I just saw a clip of like Burnt Peanut that was talking about this, where he was like, you know, we got to give this game a chance, or otherwise all we're ever going to get is like Halo 9 and Call of Duty, which I don't think we're going to get that many Halos, to be honest with you. Not if they can't drag that game out of the dirt. But, and like how we need to like lighten up on these developers. I think that people are over it, man. I think that people are over it. Nobody has to be light on any of this shit. You're a customer. If you don't like something, fucking scream it from the rooftops. That doesn't necessarily mean that you need to go out of your way to like talk shit to people that do like something. If people do like something and people want to keep playing it, let them play it. Let them jam it. People are allowed to like what they like. You're allowed to voice your opinion on what you like on a game, but you don't need to like use that opinion and try to weaponize your opinion against, you know, other players that enjoy something. That's kind of useless, right? But the developers should know like where tastes are at. The developers should know what people are interested in right now. And basically, across the entire games industry, across every single genre, there is a massive problem with these guys just swinging and missing so constantly that it's actually getting to the point where it's offensive. That's what it is. I actually think that like core video game customers, the most vocal customers, are getting to the point where they are offended. Because they're like, you are so blatantly not listening to me. You are so blatantly not making games for us. I hope you fail. You're the one that keeps smashing your head into a wall. I'm telling you to stop doing it, and you just keep doing it anyway. At that point, you are doing it to spite me. So I'm going to spite you. And that's really what it's come down to. That's really what it's come down to. I think that eventually we're going to reach a point where you're going to stack up enough of these failures where these guys are just forced to learn. They're just forced to adapt. They're going, okay, fine, this is what we have to make. We have to go and make this game. We're going to have to go and do this. To Mark Drake, yeah, we're burnt out. We recognize patterns, and we recognize patterns between failures. Anything we can smell, see, taste remotely similar drives us mad. Yeah, well, like, and here's the other thing too, is that like, you know, for all of the oh man, at one point in time, I'm gonna have to go back and revisit Highguard again because as more information has come out about that game, like it just also goes to show that like these games are not getting hate for no reason. Like we are skeptical because one, there's been so many rug pull bullshit like issues that we've seen with games. Whether it was back with No Man's Sky back in the day, which is completely transformed its image through insane hard work and grace and generosity. They have reformed their image into like one of the best companies in the games industry, but they deserved that. They, drug their balls through glass to be able to get there, right? And then Cyberpunk 2077 did the same thing. You look at Bethesda games, they did the same thing with Fallout 76. There was like 3 high-profile essential rug pulls that had happened in like quick succession. And like players were like, wait a minute, we can't trust you motherfuckers. Y'all are trying to do some, the thing is that before those games, players used to make the joke and just like have just the slight complaint about games being shipped unfinished, about games not being like fully developed before being delivered, where we're expected to pay for something that's wasn't finished. And then we had 3 games in succession that just straight up leaned into that, where they were like, yeah, we like selling you things that aren't actually finished. And you're like, we were fucking around. Now you're doing it for real. Like, for real, for real. I don't have anything to do with that. And then these guys just kept doubling down on that. They kept doing that kind of stuff. They kept cutting corners and then increasing monetization and then cutting costs on content, on things that, we actually found enjoyment out of. And then this like new phase came in. And that new phase is, how do I say this? That new phase is fake. It's inauthentic. And I don't know about you guys, but there is something that I just there's nothing I hate more than fake people. There's nothing I hate more than fake people. I can't watch content like that. Like the fucking YouTube videos where you pop it up and they're like, hey guys, are you ready for today's video? This is what's going to happen. And then it's like 5 different cuts, like every 5. No. If you can't genuinely be on a camera and talk to people, I ain't going to watch your ass. I'm sorry, bud. No. So we started getting fake games, fake developers, fake publishers, people that were trying to essentially pull the wool over our eyes. And I think really good examples of that have been in the hero shooting genre, where these guys quite literally saw the success of like Highguard definitely didn't see the success of that. So they saw the success of Overwatch during that, like way back when the first hero shooter war started, right? And they all just like have been trying to reiterate on that same success that Overwatch had seen, that same transformative success that Overwatch has seen. And they've all been trying to recreate it. And they've been trying to act like they're doing something new or something fresh, or this is all an original idea. And it's just like, no, it's not. No, it's not. You guys are like the most like case in point, trend chasing motherfuckers anybody has ever seen. You are here for live service revenue. You're not here to do anything different. You're not here to do anything special. You're not here to deliver anything to the players. You are here to set up a fucking cash register. That's what you're here to do. You're here to set up a cash register. And like after that, once that started and more of those kind of games started coming out, this isn't even just hero shooters. It's just like across the board. Once that happened, everybody just collectively became so much more skeptical about video games. Because they're just like, I ain't doing this shit. Splitgate 2, best example that we've seen to date is quite literally Highguard. Like, that game, like, come to find out, that game had deserved every bit of criticism, every bit of skepticism anybody could have ever given them. These guys came out. Like, I haven't even talked about this. I wanted to make a video about this because I feel like I need to warn people because I think it's going to be happening more and more frequently. These motherfuckers tried to trick you. They tried to deceive you into believing that they were an indie studio, that they were independent, that they were breaking off on their own to go and do the indie thing. They were trying to take advantage of the indie boom, the indie high. All of the love and support and the money and the popularity that these indies, they earned that shit. And then you have these motherfuckers, these ex-EA developers that break off from their company and take fucking 10-cent money and try to pretend like they're one of them. Fuck you. Fuck you. You vile pieces of shit. And then you have the gall to go online and start crying to players about how you don't deserve to hate. Get the fuck out of this industry. Go pick up a job at a data center, bitch. No, I'm not hearing any of this shit anymore about how players are not justified and how much they hate on some of these games. You got hate in your heart? Brother, let that out. Let it out. Sorry, I had to go on a rant there. This set me off. I hear about like, oh, gamers being skeptical. And I'm like, yeah, well, I've seen some people bitching about gamers being skeptical over the past couple of days. And I'm just like, yeah, shut the fuck up.
Don't follow through because they can't follow through. And yet, rarely, sometimes a game comes out that lives up to all of its promises and more. Hi, folks, it's Falcon, and today
I'm gonna let the game 42 seconds in. I've already gone on like a 4-minute rant. What is before we start, no long conversation. What is a game that looked like it was too good to be true and then delivered on all of its expectations? I was going to say Baldur's Gate 3, but I don't think Baldur's Gate 3 really fits there because like I had my hands on that game for like fucking 3 years before it came out. Elden Ring? I think you actually might be right. Black Myth Wukong? I actually think that might be the best example. Holy shit, you're right. Holy shit. It is Black Myth. Black Myth is probably the best example. Because, like, when everybody saw the trailers for that game, everybody had written it off. Palworld? Yeah. Holy shit, it's Eastern Games. It's just Eastern Games that do it. I think that everybody, Black Myth Wukong is the best example to use because everybody I know, I felt this way. I said it multiple times, even in my review. When I saw the trailers for that game, I was like, this is some bullshit. Like, this is some bullshit. These motherfuckers ain't no why. I held the opinion. I was like, there ain't no way some unknown Chinese studio is coming out of left field about to drop a heater like this. Ain't no shot. This is AI, and we saw that like get like teased and everything like that, like right around the whole day before shit. And I was like, there ain't no shot. Ain't no shot. But I will say Palworld is right in that same boat as well. But yeah. So it's happened. It has happened.
Those games. With each
Expedition 33 also? I don't think so. I think that most people looked at Expedition 33, they saw what the game was, and I think while that game just over-delivered on people's expectations. It didn't break people's expectations, right? Like, people had written off a lot of these games. This is a game that, like, Crimson Desert, I have been skeptical on the entire time I've seen it. I think it looks cool. It feels too good to be true. It feels way too good to be true.
Trailer revealed for Crimson Desert, it seems more and more likely that this game might just beat the odds. It's possible, and let me make special emphasis, possible is the word I'm using, not certain, but it's very possible.
Maybe he's going to bring it up here, but the one thing that like it makes it really difficult for me to be like, oh, you know, like we should be really skeptical, or I should be as skeptical as I have been, is that like there's been way too many like content creators and people that have gotten their hands on it that have spoken positively about it. And while that could be paid, it's definitely possible. It doesn't really feel like that.
This could be a great game. Right from the very first reveal, Crimson Desert had a lot going for it, with sharp visuals, visceral combat. As we learned more about the game, the frankly absurd scope of the project became more and more clear.
Acid Creation did the same thing as Highguard.
World fantasy action
Acid Creation did a lot more than that.
Kind of everything game, except for it kind of looks
game
like
did all kinds of stuff. For the great rant, thank you for the 5, man. Appreciate that. Maybe Halo Warzone mode.
Mounts that range from a bear to a horse
was one of the coolest
dragon,
iterations on a mobile style game, but they ruined it by monetization.
And yet Nintendo is not
maybe, I don't know. I've never heard of that game. Thank you for the 5, Smack Panda.
For whatever reason, we figured out the reason. Listen to the Falcon Show, by the way. Click join down.
Seems Sony is
below.
reducing the
That
budget
gives
for
you
single player
exclusive
games. They
access
might. I
every
don't know.
week.
We'll have to
There's
see
an
and
episode
keep up with
called
them.
Lawsuits for Fun. It's episode number 11. If you want to know more about that, it's there. Anyways, there's huge regions that appear completely different visually, and a wide variety of boss encounters that range from human size to Shadow the Colossus style nonsense. But I mean, that sounds like I'm saying, oh, it's sort of like Elden Ring, right? Well, except that there's also a bunch of extremely powerful movement abilities, including some kind of magic grappling hook, a gliding mechanic, the ability to climb on every surface, and 2 other playable characters with their own weapons and combat mechanics and traversal abilities. There is an ultra hand light-ish ability. You can pick up and manipulate objects. There's powerful spells where you can do even crazier stuff like rocket jump straight up in the air, slam down enemies. There's full-on castle assaults and hundreds of enemies, crazy boss encounters, and it doesn't even stop there. There's puzzles, dragons, floating ruins, alternate dimensions, a whole host of mundane activities to get immersed in, like farming and ranching and cooking and gambling. Apparently, there's so much in this game, it's almost impossible to list everything in a timely fashion, and every other new preview they come out with reveals some new facet of the game. There is an onslaught of information, and it really does make Crimson Desert feel like an impossible game.
And there's cooking.
Like there's no way someone could possibly deliver on everything this game is promising. There's got to be a catch somewhere, right? Now, let's just go ahead and say this. It's highly probable that there is a catch somewhere. There's no such thing as a perfect game. Even the best games, the very best, have flaws. Sometimes even significant flaws. Like
there's there's not a single game that's like a perfect game. I'm trying to think if there's any games like off the top of my head where I'm like, that is a perfect game. Terraria. I think Terraria is a perfect game. I really do. That's cheating. I know it's cheating. I know. Perfect game for you? No. If you don't like it, you actually are just there's something wrong with you, probably. That's true, by the way.
This operating on the original Switch is a
Terraria be goated. It really is.
Once you've played it in 60 frames per second on the Switch too, it's like, why weren't we talking about how bad these games run? But I guess relatively speaking, the Switch original.
The funny thing is that like it really does come down to like performance is definitely something that's going to ruin a player's experience. But like I've said this a ton of times, man. Like, performance in some of these games can be dog shit, but if the game is fun enough, a lot of people are going to overlook it. Like, they'll put up. I shouldn't say overlook it. They'll put up with it. The expectation will always be there that you need to fix it. I think a really good example of this is probably actually Monster Hunter Wilds. I think that like people really enjoyed like the first month or 2 of the game, and they were like, "Oh fuck yeah!" And while there were a lot of people that are complaining about the game's performance, most people are kind of just like, they'll get it fixed. And then the longer it went on where they didn't fix it, the more and more irritated people got, where they were like, okay, dude, you know what? I was giving you grace. I was being generous. And now you're taking advantage of me. And then people started going off. Performance only became the focus as of late. Let's be real. We have been too quiet for too long with rose-tinted glasses. I mean, I don't disagree with you. This is, by the way, I'm not making an argument against making sure that your games are. I have entire videos on talking about performance. Okay, so that's not the direction that we're going in. I'm just saying that in a lot of cases, the reason why, like, if we're talking about Zelda, why didn't everybody just write off Breath of the Wild because the performance was bad? Because people had a lot of fun playing the game.
Also had that Pokemon game. That ran worse despite the fact it was a way simpler game. So, I mean, either way, it's a huge accomplishment what they did in the Zelda games, especially on the Switch. But still, I don't think you could cram what they're trying to do with Crimson Desert onto the Switch. But
that game ain't going on Switch
to either. And whatever flaws it does,
I have a very strong belief that this game is not going to perform very well on console either. I bet it's going to do really good on PC, but it's gonna have struggles on console for sure. Super Chat Gohan, thank you for the $5. The fact that Korean devs Pearl Abyss made their own engine called Black Space to make Crimson Desert is an amazing feat. Yeah, And honestly, the thing, like a lot of people have been talking about, like, there's been a lot of skepticism towards this because people don't like Pearl Abyss because of Black Desert Online. I have no problem at all. I've always had I've held this opinion. I've talked about it many times before. It's been a long time since I've talked about it. I have no problem with some of these game companies going out there and absolutely farming whales when it comes to like gacha games and shit like that and all these like crazy overly monetized, video games and whatnot. I have no problem with them doing that if they use that money for good purposes. And by good purposes, I mean, like, I really like the fact that, who is it? I can't remember. The creators of Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. They made all of this money making gacha games. And then they're like, we're going to make a single player slash multiplayer. Kazan is another good example of it too. We're going to go and make a premium game. Does it have any bullshit? No, it doesn't have any bullshit. And you're just like, what? And then you go and you play it and you're like, holy shit, this is fire. Stellar Blade's another one. Yeah, Psy Games, that's what it was. Stellar Blade did it. Nexon with Dave the Diver. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. It's like, I love to see it. I'm like, okay, wait a minute. It almost feels like you're Robin Hood, even though they're making a lot more profit than Robin Hood would. But
because it will have flaws. It doesn't make it a bad game.
Can't wait for the expansion for Relink. I gotta go back and play that game again.
I want to be upfront and just say, I honestly have no idea how this game is going to turn out. It could be absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Could be middling. Could be terrible. I have to say the latter two are seemingly increasingly unlikely as they've provided more and more evidence.
Yeah, I have a really hard time believing it's going to be bad.
Do at least the things that they've shown us it does. And previews from people who have actually gotten a chance to play it were pretty positive. Although I'm not going to say that it's impossible. That's BS. Ever. I mean, we've had people playing games coming back telling us that we're going to think it's amazing, and then we get Anthem. Remember the early previews for Anthem? Remember? I remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers. I think it's fair to say that this is a hype video. I'm trying to acknowledge that doubt exists, but it's hard not to be at least a little hyped about Crimson Desert at this point, because it really shows a lot of promise with all these Life and Pywin previews. But aside from a hype video, I'm really trying to impart a reality check.
This game, if it's good, will essentially like remove the years of pain when it comes to Bethesda putting out Shartfield and with Dragon's Dogma 2 being largely disappointing. Like, it's going to remove years of pain. Because, like, this game essentially delivers on, like, what I think people had expectations-wise when it came to, this generation of RPG, open world RPG like this. Like, this is just, like, this literally just looks like, here's a sandbox, do what you want. And it's just, like, people are going to go, if this is good, people are going to go nuts.
This video is...
Avalon was good. I still need to finish that game. I've been playing it a little bit here and there.
Just as much about what Crimson Desert is as it isn't. The developers may be setting
Dragon Age.
Up to some
That's what I'm talking about. It was Dragon Age. It was fucking Shartfield, Sharted Space, and then Dragon's Dogma 2. Like KCD did that for me already. I mean, don't get me wrong. KCD definitely healed me quite a lot. It was a very good game.
Possible standards with the kinds of promises they're making. Although they do keep showing us stuff that looks like it probably will at least fulfill a lot of it. Still, it's important to keep stuff in perspective. And yeah, I understand. I'm waffling between two positions. You don't have to write the comment. I just like acknowledging the potential for both good and bad. I think that it's important, and I think it's a lot easier not to be disappointed, but also I don't want to be overly cynical. I like enjoying enjoying things, and I like looking forward to things. And it's important to understand this. I mean, it's not The Witcher 3. It's not Skyrim. It's not an open world RPG. It's got RPG elements, certainly, but what open world game does not? There is no dialogue system here. There are not branching story paths. There are not alternative ways to complete quests. The developers have been very clear about this. This is an action game, and it is not an RPG. There are progression systems, but they're mostly tied to upgrades that you find the equipment which you can craft or buy or unlock, which of course does not mean there is not a ton of extra stuff to do.
See, I think that's probably the only thing that I'm the most skeptical on when it comes to this game is like how progression in the game feels, because like that's going to be the one thing that's going to keep you either stuck to the game or turn you off of the game. If it's too good to be true, they're awfully brave for how often they've been showing lately. Yeah, and they've shown like basically everything, right? So like every other action game, I don't know what that means. So much of the skepticism is there's no way this combat system is that robust. And I'm just thinking that combat system is the most believable part. Yeah, I think the combat system is pretty believable. There we go. This is backgrounds game? What?
Surprising amount.
The story's the biggest question. It's probably the one thing that it's the other thing that I'm really skeptical about. It's going to be the storytelling and voice acting. The one thing that I've seen, and this is not true. I don't think this. I think that one of the areas that Eastern games, I'm not counting Japan in this, I'm just talking about Korean and Chinese games for the most part. The one area that I've noticed that they are the weakest is usually with storytelling. There are some good ones. There are some good ones. I'm not saying that they're all bad. I'm just saying that there is a trend when it comes to like weaker storytelling, which like it's just as long as it's not bad, you're going to be fine. Content. But with a game that has as much content as this, which has as much shit that you have to do in this, for a game that you have to be inside of this long, that would be a problem.
That we have seen thus far in, I mean, demo videos, more or less. Like, you can wrestle and go fishing and decorate your house and upgrade your camp. You can cut down trees. There's alchemy and cooking and weapon crafting, recipes to find out in the world, construction materials that you're going to need, manuals to read about. There's a lot of stuff going on. And the world's not just static like in other games. There's a law and order system at play where if you attack villagers or get caught stealing,
yeah. Oh my God.
Get pursued and guards will lock you up in prison. The more I see of the game, the more I see it as kind of a combo of Dragon's Dogma without the pawns and Tears of the Kingdom without the craziest of the powers. But man, a lot of stuff fills in the blanks. And I get that kind of undersells it a bit. There's so much.
Actually, you know what this game reminds me of the most? It reminds me of Where the Winds Meet. Single player Where the Winds Meet. That's what it reminds me of. Where they just sat down and they were like, so what if we just put everything into the game? That's really what I'm seeing right now. I need to go back playing more of that game too. They have a big update that's coming. They just offered me to do another sponsored video. But I don't know.
On here, the game has a flying dragon mount again to Nintendo.
I really like their game, but yeah,
11 of the Falcon Show, and a mech for war, a mech that you can pilot, and is just listed alongside one of a dozen features. Like, it's safe to say there's a lot in this game. Apparently, there's more that has not been revealed. That's what the developers claim, anyhow, saying
couldn't play Where the Winds Meet.
Spoiled too much about the game, and there's a lot left to be discovered.
Kept crashing.
I'm sure they mean in terms of bosses and dungeons and stories, right? I there's no way there's more unexpected features. And even if that's exactly the case and everything is there, I'm not gonna be disappointed. I mean, there's an entire dispatch system where you can recruit soldiers and send them out to do little missions on behalf of yourself, like Assassin's Creed 4 or Metal Gear Solid 5. They can also be sent out to attack enemy bases to whittle down resistance for you while you're out busy doing something else.
What?
Like, it's offhand revealed in third preview video. You can just do that. Just another feature to add to the pile. And it'd be one thing if they were on a stage without a game telling you, oh, we're gonna make a game that does all this stuff.
What the fuck? This is like, I just learned like 3 new things that the game has just in this video, and I feel like I've watched like quite a lot of their like previews. So there's also a system for me to like build an army and raid enemy. What is this game, dude?
They're showing you a game. Now, again, to temper that, these features are just stuff. They don't necessarily have depth to them. They don't have to. Not everything needs to be complex either. Just having this stuff available certainly adds plenty to the experience. But again, until we're playing it, we really don't know. It is good to know that all the side quests aren't just going to be go here, kill something, report back bullshit. Like, there seems like there's going to be plenty of variety to stuff you can do, but in the grand scheme of things, it may not be that a lot of this is more than just something different, which again has its value.
Yeah.
The world looks like a lot of fun, but the meat of the experience looks to be the combat. It's an action game, keep in mind. Looks pretty impressive too. Most previewers have walked away impressed, but there are some concerns where some have gotten hands-on time with the game, and the most substantial criticism I've been able to find is that the combat system might be a little overly complicated and fiddly. Now keep in mind,
This is a really difficult thing for, like, I don't exactly know how you cross this bridge. So another thing that I've noticed with some of these Eastern games is that these guys are like super ambitious when it comes to like really in-depth combat. I'm talking like tons and tons of different systems and stuff like that. A really good game, Neo. Yep, somebody brought it up in chat immediately. Neo. Technically, if you want to play Neo the right way, you're supposed to be balancing and managing both your samurai and your ninja shit, not just using one. And you're supposed to be switching between both. And not only switching between both, but then if you switch to samurai, you have multiple stances for different combos and then different moves that you can attach to each button and each button press, and also like different like contextual attacks and stuff like that, right? So like it's really difficult to be able to build up the muscle memory necessary to be able to understand those kind of games, right? It takes a very special kind of autism to be able to figure out how to play those games. Me, you want to know how I play Neo? I'm a ninja. I don't switch out of anything. I turn the contextual like class switching button off, so it's literally just my parry, and I play ninja Tonfa the whole game. That's all I do. That's all I do. I don't do anything else. Yeah. So I think it's really important for these guys to actually kind of maybe learn something from, and I think Neo is probably the game that does it the best, where like Neo does have that insane, like crazy in-depth combat where if you just but it also at the same time, not only does it give you all these options where you can do all these different things and be this person that's all over that controller, switching stances, switching modes, all that kind of switching weapons and everything like that. You could be that player, or the game still gives you the option just to be like, I am single lane Andy. This is how I play the game. I play the game light attack, heavy attack, special attack, and range. I don't do anything else. I parry or I dodge. I don't do both. It's like, you have to give the option. You have to somehow be able to make not only a very diverse combat system where people can get a lot of fulfillment out of playing something that's incredibly complex and takes a lot of skills, something that has a really high skill ceiling, but you also have to create something that still works, even if something that has like a relatively low skill floor, if that makes any sense. Skill expression without high floor. Yeah, because like, you still want to feel really good too.
This is from somebody who was asked to play the game ahead of time and therefore was a games journalist. In the previews, to me, the combat looks awesome. In
Yeah.
practice, I mean, you can't really tell until you've played it. And while it does seem to be like a definite minority opinion, it's been said by somebody who has actually played it, somebody who has actually put their hands on the game and played the game. I have not.
Yeah.
I've also...
I'm going to say that it is one of my big concerns, because the thing is, it does go to, it really looks like there's just like way too much shit that I can do to, like, you know, oh, here's me doing all these like wrestling moves and all these dives and then flips and jumps and then magic attacks and range attacks. It's like, how many, like, there's only a few buttons, right? I mean, like, if you're unless you're playing on PC, I guess you have access to a lot more, but still.
Found some criticism that the boss fights were not that inspired. Maybe you have some awkward, unfun phases that are gimmicky. For me personally, my concern is that the grapple-based combat we see when fighting normal human enemies is going to go out the window when fighting bosses. One of the great strengths of the game appears to be, again, the system of grapples and special moves, which may be a lot of fun when fighting enemies your size, but you may not be able to do it a lot against bosses, which would force the player to default to sticking with the standard Souls-like two-hit string, dodge, that sort of thing, you know? That concern is backed up by some previews I've read, but it's also possible the developers of Pearl Abyss could alter things before release. And to be clear here, there has been a lot of praise from the live demos. It's just not absolutely...
A lot of people are really high on it.
Of course, they're going to be critics. There may be people who are just looking for something to criticize so that...
I think the only game that really does a good balance between fighting like regular sized enemies and bosses, like the only game that I know of, at least off the top of my head, where it's a straight through line, the same combat that you experience fighting normal enemies is the same combat that you'd experience when fighting bosses. I think that's only like Devil May Cry. I really think it's only DMC. Warframe doesn't really have bosses like that. It's not the same. I thought Vindictus did it all right, but it's been a while. Is that game out? Am I thinking of a different game? Ninja Gaiden? Well, I mean, like, I like how I say DMC, and then everybody's like, Ninja Gaiden, Bayonetta. Okay, like, that's like the same kind of genre. Like, those games are all like essentially like the same thing in my eyes. Sekiro is a really good example of that. Also, which, again, it's like the flip side of those kind of games. So, like, Sekiro is really good at that. So is, like, Ghost of Tsushima, right? Nier? Yeah, again, but those are same genre, right? It's same kind of style. Same kind of style. God of War? That largely depends on the boss fight, but yeah.
They can stand out amongst a crowd of praise. Believe me, people do that. I'm just trying to convey that it may be possible that the combat might not be excellent in all aspects. It is, to be fair, not the only game these developers have made, though. Before Crimson Desert, there was Black Desert Online, which, yes, does have all the negative connotations that entail a predatory MMO monetization, but one thing that game has is shockingly good combat in terms of, you know...
True, it's like the one thing that game gets absolutely
really
celebrated for.
Nothing combat. It also has a hell of a lot of features that players do seem to like. The more you look into Black Desert, the more obvious that Crimson Desert is in many ways an offline version of that game. And to be clear, Crimson Desert is an offline game.
The only problem that I actually have so far with everything that I've seen from Black Desert or from Crimson Desert is that I don't have the opportunity to play as like super fucking scantily clad hot chicks. I basically have like Jon Snow, a decently attractive chick, and then there's like that bald guy, right? And it's like, I mean, I can deal with it, right?
The developers have stated it's a premium experience.
But when I heard that it was being made by the people that made Black Desert, I was like, I have expectations. I have expectations.
And play.
Goon Desert? I was expecting that. I was expecting that, and that's not what I got.
Now, to be fair, launch lasts a day. There is an
DLC maybe
time after launch that they could add microtransactions later. But I mean, could it become a cash shop hellscape a month after launch? Full of progression,
that's kind of
resource
weird.
packs? Yes, sure. Could it be costume DLC that can be safely ignored? Also, yes. Who knows? I don't.
I don't really think that that's going to be the case, to be honest, because like you can largely ignore a lot of that stuff. And like, I just don't see like that you have to build. Okay. To do that in a game, it has to be built like intrinsically into the game, which then ruins the single player experience. Best example of that, Assassin's Creed. Like the whole being able to buy a bunch of shit just kind of completely ruins the whole idea of you like finding gear in the game, right? Like I don't want to worry about that. So at least, yeah, they haven't taught. No, actually, last time I checked, that Crimson Desert people literally came out and said there is no microtransactions. So like I guess they could flip that story later if they wanted to and be like, well, we said there was no microtransactions at launch, but I don't see that being the case. Like what I don't think a lot of people understand, you know what this game is? If this game bangs, if it bangs, it is a massive, massive advertisement for Black Desert Online. Or if they end up making a Black Desert 2 or something like that. It is a huge, huge advertisement for their other games. Because if you like this, well, you're probably gonna like this. They don't need to do that. Larian said the same thing with Baldur's Gate 3. And it's still the same. Yeah, I mean, they literally put it in the Q&A on Baldur's Gate 3's website, right? And again, same thing for them. Really good game. Massive, massive advertisement for their next one.
And you can't really complain until they actually do it, if they actually do it.
Okay, you know what? She's actually not bad. She's actually not bad. Never mind. I think I got a little carried away there. Tali Zora, holy shit, brother. Holy shit. Thank you. I wish everyone a blessed Ramadan to everyone. May God bless you and your loved ones. Thank you for always having the top content, brother. Thank you, man. Insanely fucking I don't know how much that is, but YouTube goes fucking crazy when people spend a lot of money. That's a lot of money. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't fucking deserve it, but I really appreciate the donation, brother. Thank you so much, man. I wish you a safe and happy Ramadan, man. Enjoy your family and be safe. It's like $300. That's fucking crazy. You're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. You deserve it, LD. I don't need people to give me their money, brother. All I need you to give me is your eyeballs. I do appreciate it, though. I do appreciate it. It still goes a long way. It's not like I don't like money. I just don't expect it or ask for it. That's all it is. That is. Arcos Raid, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Jesus Christ, Chad. Chad move indeed. Chad move indeed. Make sure you guys take it from the Get Them subs over on Twitch. Thank you, guys. Holy shit. Holy shit. I deserve it. You can toss it my way. Nah, it's all good, man. It's all good. It's all good.
So, I would say
I'm so stoked for this game, though. I really hope this game is good. If this game is good, I need you guys to understand something. If this game is good, it is going to rock the fucking industry. Because I have a sinking suspicion that, one, they probably didn't spend as much money as most AAA games spend. Two, it's going to be far more ambitious, containing far more content than any Western company could ever realistically deliver. And three, it is going to essentially dirt nap every single Western RPG maker. Even though I know it's an action game, not necessarily an RPG, but let's be honest, it's a fucking open world game. Like, it's going to have RPG elements regardless. Like, this is going to... A game like this, you know, like I've talked about it a few times where I've talked about how in a lot of cases, a lot of like the industry seems like it's migrating. It's leaving the West, and the popularity and the money and the investment and all that shit is just moving overseas. It's moving to the East. It's going to you know, it's going back to Japan. It's going to Korea. It's going to China, and it's probably going to go to some other places as well. If this game does well, this is going to kick off this is probably going to really tilt things in their direction far more than I think a lot of people realize. Like, this is something that could Oh, man. It's going to be interesting to see. This is the kind of game that a lot of the industry will cut. Like, if this is good, again, this is the game where all of a sudden we see a Baldur's Gate 3 moment again, where they come out and say, we can't make this. And then we all go, we know. We know. We know you can't. We know you can't. Rock the industry, my boy. Thank you for the 10, brother. Appreciate that. No ames? No mames? No ames. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Eastern developers just make games that they want to play. It's literally like, I think the thing that like frustrates me the most, and I don't even really know how to like approach the topic, because like some of it's definitely influenced by like some of it's politics and social politics and things like that. But like these guys quite literally just sit down and it's like one of two modes. They go, what do people say that they want? Okay, we'll make it. What do we know? It's like, what do people say they want? What do we know that they want? Okay, we'll make it. Or instead, it's, I want to make something that I really want to make, because these are the kind of games that I like. There is no modern audience in the East. It's just money audience. Yeah, that's literally what it comes down to. They have a very grounded look at like what, like they are on the ground level of what it looks like to look at the consumer audience. They're standing right in front of them. Instead, we're out here, you know, in California, where all the developers are. These guys are way fucking above the audience, and they can't even see what they look like because they don't really give a shit. They just don't care.
This game looks spectacular from everything we've seen, but we have absolutely no way to know if there will be
ideology. Call it what it is. It's multiple factors. And by the way, I'm not like hedging my bets to say it. I've called out. I've done my part when it comes to calling out a lot of like the fucking social justice bullshit that you'll see in some of these games. Like when it's blatant and it's obvious, I will call it out and say it what it is. And in some cases, I won't call it out or say what it is, because it doesn't really look like that's what it ends up being. It looks like it was actually just a creative decision. It just looks like somebody that made something based on taste. There's certain games that I think a lot of people will chase down and try to smash into the fucking ground and be like, woke bullshit. But then chances are that's probably actually not really what the case is. I don't know. We'll see. With some of them, we'll see. But yeah.
Surprisingly low for what we're looking at, which means hopefully the game scales well and is optimized good, but it's also
Crimson Desert? Yeah, that's what the game is. Has this been out for a while now? It's not even out yet, no.
Except, I mean, we'll see, of course, when people play the game, but right now all we have to go on are the game's extremely long list of features.
I think it's really crazy that it only requires this is, I can't even say this. I think it's crazy that it only requires, what does it say, 2060 or 2080? Recommended minimum requirement GTX 1060. Recommended 2080. I would not play this game on a 1060. I would not play this game on a 1060. You're out of your fucking mind. 135 gigabytes. This is the first game where I look at it and I go, yeah, I believe it. Like, this is a game that it probably literally is 135 gigs. And they did their best to get it down that low.
Which means hopefully the game scales well and is optimized good, but it's also something like to scrutinize as opposed to just like accept. I mean, we'll see, of course, when people play the game, but right now all we have to go on are the game's extremely long list of features.
A lot of stuff, man.
Massive battles, sprawling open world, tons of things to do, full base building mechanic, 3 playable characters with their own unique playstyles, weapons, traversal mechanics, customization. The main guy is
the orc guy actually looks pretty sick.
Story missions, but the 2 other characters can be used for side quests and the open world, and are implied to have their own unique quest chains as well.
Okay.
Like, there's a lot going on, and it could easily, not work great. Speaking of characters, the main character looks kind of generic. His name's Cliff, but there are at least some options when you're out in the world. He might look forgettable, but his power set is pretty standout, I'd say. The level of aerial action in Crimson Desert has that, the Tears of the Kingdom style falling from the sky, the floating islands puzzles, a full-on dragon mount, again, to much to Nintendo's chagrin. There's a Divinity tank, a a flying machine out of Ace Combat, a giant crab that looks like Shadow of Colossus. According to the developers, there's just going to be a lot of secrets and unmarked locations as well. They haven't confirmed caves, but there's a possibility of dungeons and interesting interiors. We know there are ancient contraptions that can be repaired and generally more puzzle-focused sections of the game as well, where you enter the void in the sky, and it seems like shrines from Breath of the Wild, but how they play out could be different, who knows? And keep in mind there's also all this and massive war battles. Another aspect that we should be concerned about. Could be all very brainless. You're spamming arrows, support powers against hordes of enemies, who knows? It's possible.
Yeah, it's like you see these like mixes of like essentially like Dynasty Warriors or something like that, and like that can feel really good, right? Like that could feel I kind of like that. I kind of like that mix between the two, where you're gonna be like, oh, here I am like throwing down with a boss or like an elite enemy, something that's a little bit tougher. And then like here's these sections of the game where I'm essentially just like mowing down waves of enemies like they're nothing.
Of feeling like a shallow activity among dozens of others. But again, I don't know. Is it impossible? Is it real? Is it the real life, or is it just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, you know? No escape from reality? Obviously, the biggest concern, other than a possible invasive cash shop, is that Crimson Desert could have an ocean of content that is an inch deep. We already know that's not the case with the combat system, though, if there are people that are complaining about it being too complex. So, combat could be good, everything else could be shallow, or it may not be the case at all. Or it may be the case, and that's actually something that works in the game's favor. I don't know. I think you could hardly call all the crap you can do in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth shallow, but is it good that you can do that much stuff? I don't know. I didn't dislike it. I liked it. But could I have spent that time doing something that I liked more? I don't know. There's no way to find out either. Honestly, like we've seen so much of this game, and yet it's really hard to say exactly what it's going to be. I think they've intentionally done that too. They've left the door wide open for speculation. If you just look at what they're showing you without reading between the lines, it seems too good to be true. Sounds fantastical. Same time, the more they reveal, the more that it looks like a real game, not just a pie-in-the-sky investor pitch. This is a real game that is launching in less than a month, and despite some cautious previews, and I stress some cautious previews amongst many very positive ones, it appears to be the real deal. Even with all that enthusiasm, though, they could still add that cash shop. That's distinctly possible. It's not like Pearl Abyss has pulled no sketchy things with their Black Desert Online, which is a live service game.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't really know if you necessarily call it pulling sketchy shit. I mean, they were pretty blatant with what they had said right from the get-go, right? Like they're pretty like on the money with what they had said and what they were planning on doing. Like, you know, it's a live service game, right? Like it's not like people got into the game and were like, oh, you know, there's crazy fucking predatory monetization. Who would have guessed that was the case? I don't really see these guys like rug pulling and then all of a sudden, oh, by the way, you know, here's a cash shop and the game is actually ass, and if you don't spend money, then you're not going to be able to enjoy a single player game that you spent $70 for. I don't see that being the case. No, they definitely were sketchy. Oh, were they? What did they do that was sketchy? I don't have any history with Pearl Abyss, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. Hey, look, new cash shop item that raises your gathering and fishing, which translates into better money. Yeah, but like the problem is that like the one thing that I just don't really get if they were gonna do something. Search their history and you'll deflate the hype. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. This is just one of those games. I'm just gonna wait for it to hit, and if it hits, it hits.
Do sketchy things with that type of a thing. Like, is there an honest business model that works with live service? Certainly not to the extent that it needs to operate. But this is not a free-to-play game. You pay $70 and that's it. Crimson Desert looks fantastic. Graphically, it's an absolute powerhouse, and the combat looks more fluid and hard-hitting. Gives you lots of options to maim, body slam, blah, blah. You can customize the mech in the fantasy games. There's machine guns and jetpacks and missiles in the fantasy game. I mean, there's so much stuff in this game. Even if it ends up being kind of a No Man's Sky, lots of stuff, not a lot of depth type thing, I can't imagine being that disappointed by it. It looks like it could be the game to beat this year, at least until we learn more about GTA 6. I'm sure that game will be mind-blowing in its own way, but Rockstar actually tells us what to do in the game, and maybe that might be the reason.
What a fucking wild year for games we're about to have.
Crimson Desert isn't. They don't want to be held to that Grand Theft Auto.
I feel like there's a really good chance that, like, man, I can already look and tell that there's probably going to be a good, like, month straight, at least, of me probably just literally talking about Grand Theft Auto 6. Do you guys realize that? Like, if Grand Theft Auto 6 actually comes out this year, it is going to be so fucking disruptive and so huge that there's just going to be so many things that are going to happen as a result of it. Like, there's been data and research done to show that, like, Grand Theft Auto 6 will quite literally close game studios. Like, it is going to sap so much money out of the industry and so much attention from players that, like, and I realize not everybody's into Grand Theft Auto. I get that. And I'm sure there's people here that are like, I'm not interested. That's cool. I get it. Most of the world is. Historically speaking, every Grand Theft Auto that's ever been released, most of the world is. To an unreal amount. To the point that, like, Grand Theft Auto is quite literally a game that will get people that do not play video games to come back and play video games again. Like people like, oh, I haven't played video games in, like, you know, like, all I've ever played is Grand Theft Auto, and then all the new Grand Theft Auto comes out and you have a bunch of people that'll come back. Except 1 and 2. Well, yeah, those are the top downs. That doesn't really count. Grand Theft Auto, since it went third person. If most of the world can play it, yeah, the brainless posers. I don't think it's really brainless posers. I like Grand Theft Auto. I mean, I don't play, like, the live service or anything like that, but, like, fucking GTA 3, San Andreas, Vice City, GTA 5. I've been playing, like, on my off time here and there a little bit. Like, I've always liked GTA. It's a fun game. Dude, we grew up with GTA. That's what the fuck I'm saying. Like, it's like, only the posers play GTA, brother. That's like every video game player. Like, I mean, depending on how, like when you grew up. Like, actually, it's not even when you grew up. I feel like there's a GTA for every generation almost, except for the last one, right? Because it's been like 15 years between the last two, right? Between 5 and 6. It's weird how nobody talks about GTA 4. I mean, GTA 4 was good as well. That was the one with Nico, right? Right? I think so. That was Liberty City with Nico. And then they went back, to Nico, yeah. I really like the story for that one. The narrative was really good. But yeah, like, I mean, I didn't, like, play it as much as the other ones.
6 standard. Or maybe they do. I don't know. Till we can actually play.
I'm a huge gamer and I haven't played since 3. That's kind of the point that I'm making, though, is that, like, Grand Theft Auto is one of those series that I think regardless of whoever you are, it's touched you at one point. Or you've touched it. Like, it's all encompassing. Even if you haven't played it in years, it's still got you once.
the damn thing, I really can't tell you. It might sound like an impossible game, but the expectations could be just impossibly high. There's a very real possibility.
Do you think Grand Theft Auto 6 will be $100? I don't think so, because Take-Two has made a few comments a couple of times where they said, no, it's just going to be a standard priced game. Like, there's been a couple of different times that, like, they've said, you know, it's just going to be a standard price game. And honestly, like, I hate to say this. If Grand Theft Auto released at a higher price, it's still going to be one of the most successful games of all time. Gamers are not, like, unified against pricing enough to be able to withstand something that is that influential of a title that reaches audiences that don't even buy video games, right? Like, we're talking about something that it's a fucking kill bullet. Like, we can't get around that. Like, if it's GTA and Grand Theft Auto is good, if it's $100, people are gonna buy it and it's gonna make a shitload of money. It's gonna sell more copies than anything on earth, and it just is what it is. What happens after that is a completely different story. Because I've said multiple times, while GTA can probably get away with it, nobody else can. Not a single other game can. Could you guys imagine, like, EA goes to put out their next sports game and they try to charge $100? Could you imagine Xbox comes out with the next Halo and tries to charge $100? Bruh. From Software could, again, it widely depends on who that game is, who's making that game. And the funny thing is, this is the point that I need to make. There are companies that could definitely get away with increasing their prices and charging $80 to $100 on a video game, without a doubt. But the companies that could do it and the companies that could get away with it don't need to. Think about that. The companies that could do it don't need to do it. FromSoft doesn't need to do it. Fuck, all their games come out for $60. Elden Ring was $60. They could have charged $70 like everybody else. They didn't. Baldur's Gate 3, same thing. $60. Take-Two/Rockstar would make billions even if they sell it at $60. Yeah, but they're going to sell it at $70. They're going to sell it at $70. That's going to happen no matter what. But yeah, they're not going to leave money on the table when it comes to something like that, especially with how much money they've spent in development of it. It's also likely going to make, I think they already are, no, they're not. They're not. I think that Grand Theft Auto 6 will probably make Take-Two the most wealthy game publisher in the world. If I had to take a guess, if it lands, which it's probably going to, because it's going to be like next to impossible. Like, you'd really have to fuck it up to fuck that game up. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, you would really have to, and it doesn't really seem like that's the case. The reason why I'm saying that is because, like, literally the entire ad for, like, both Grand Theft Auto trailers they've shown is, like, big booty bitches and just, like, debauchery and craziness, and it's just like, that's all you got to do.
However, that the game will actually live up to the hype. It's also possible it won't. Even if you accept the most negative of the previews, though, at worst, this is an extremely ambitious game that is just not the best game ever made. Wow, terrible, right? There's just so much we don't know, though. I do want to know more, and it will not be long until we finally play it. It launches on the 19th of March.
What is it? What is this? We need another 4 years of to perfect the jiggle physics.
PS5, Xbox Series, and Steam. I cannot wait to jump into a mech and machine gun some Vikings. It looks insane, and of course, I am here for that. What about you, though?
Pre-orders for that game are actually going to go crazy, which is sad. That's the only part that I don't like.
So we upload brand new videos every day of the week. Best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription. So click subscribe. Don't forget to enable notifications.
This is like the ultimate. We're going to have to see what the game is when it comes out. Like it's the more that you watch, the more confidence you get, because it's kind of impossible not to be confident about it because they just keep showing off more and more content. It would be different if this is a game where they just didn't really show off any gameplay and there was like maybe like one gameplay trailer, but like 90% of it was cinematic. This has just been like they just constantly have been hammering the market with more and more gameplay. Oh, here's another gameplay video. Oh, here's some more hands-on videos. Oh, here's some more gameplay video. Oh, we're going to invite some more people in to come and play the game. Like, the only person that they haven't invited to play the game yet is me. Which... that likely means this game is fake. So never mind. Skepticism is back on the table. Skepticism is back on the table. I'll show you guys the link. I love Gamer Ranks. It's like probably the second most channel I watch on YouTube. I agree, but I'm pretty sure the comment about GTA launching at a standard price came from an ex-Rockstar developer. Google says Mike York. I'd have to look into it. Not so friendly. Thank you for the $10. I really hope Grand Theft Auto 6 is good, but I am worried about no Dan Houser, and 1 year later for PC sucks. I have no, like, it's actually, I from what it looks like maybe is 2K trying to save the like console space, the premium console space. Like 2K is literally going to sell PlayStations. Like Grand Theft Auto, do you have any idea how much money PlayStation is about to make because of Grand Theft Auto? Fuck, even Xbox by extension is going to like do far better than they ever have. It's like, it's going to be absurd. It's going to be absurd. Dan left GTA makes me worry a bit. Don't get me wrong. I like it when you lose like your main narrative or creative director, like that is going to have an impact. The other thing to keep in mind though is, and this is all just kind of like the nature of like good business management. It largely depends on like how well that studio has been managed and how much knowledge has been transferred. You can't transfer talent, but you can hire for talent. And I can't imagine a company that makes as much money as they do, that has had as much success as they have had doing that. But then again, we've seen it with other companies, so who knows? I don't know. I'm not saying, by the way, I'm not saying that I'm not skeptical over the game. The only thing that I'm not skeptical about is that it's going to sell. Like, it's just going to. Whether people like it, that's something that's going to be after the fact. People are going to buy it regardless. It's just going to get bought. How it does and what it does to their reputation, that's a completely different story. They have already built enough success and enough hype over the years that regardless of whatever the game is, it's selling at launch. How it does after that is a whole different story. That's a whole different story. Have you played Marathon? If you have, do you like it? I think that it's better than I thought it would be. Love the channel, bro. Love watching you blow up. Appreciate it, brother. Thank you for the 5. I have not played I played Marathon during its first like alpha over the summer or something like that. I haven't played I have it downloaded for me to play during the server slam. But yeah, good video. Good video. I'm looking forward to it at the very least, to at least see what it ends up doing. How's Marathon doing, by the way? So, okay. Apparently we need to look to see what the fuck is going on right now. Okay. Marathon review. We'll see what Marathon review. We'll see if people are posting their Marathon reviews. Marathon 10 out of 10. What is it? My review of Marathon after my gaming session. Hit play, asked to install kernel level anti-cheat. I declined. Game closed. Uninstalled. 10 out of 10. Yep. The burnt peanut review of Marathon. Okay, let's see here. What does Peanut have to say?
Telling you,
I'll shrink him back down. I'll also do this. There you go.
That game is snappy like Apex. It's an extraction with the snappiness. I know I'm in like an ad. Well, I guess I'm not in the ad anymore. But I actually enjoyed it. I'm not.
This is back in February 12th, so that was earlier. They did like an ad.
Joking, boys. I actually am enjoying it. I'm actually enjoying it. I love the snappiness of it, especially after so much awkwardness where you die like 14 seconds behind a wall. I love it. I love it. Do not. I know you're gonna say, "Oh, it's an ad." Fuck you. I had a good time. That's my final statement. I had a good time. Fuck you. Fuck you. I had a good time. No, fuck you, said no.
So I don't know. He was during an ad, so I can't really. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'll take that with a grain of salt. It's just over for Marathon. That was back in May. I'm looking for right now. Where's right now? Let's see here. Marathon, very early short Marathon review. Prose, atmosphere, sound design, music, gunplay, art style, narration. I'm not really worried about that. Marathon, Pyre probably has a bunch of clips that he's sharing. I wonder if there's anybody else. I was seeing clips earlier, but now all of a sudden it's not showing me anything like worthwhile. What do I gotta go? I gotta go latest. Would it be top maybe? I don't know how to actually like search this. This is all just gonna bring me up like older shit, right? Oh, this is 9 hours ago. What did he say here?
If we keep dogging on new games,
this is what I saw earlier.
What you're gonna have until you are 90 is Call of Duty 56, Halo 72. Okay, that's what you're gonna get. If you know what I'm talking about, everybody's like, "Oh, dude, it's the same game every year." Then don't shit on it day one when they try something new. Even if you don't like it, shut up! Shut the hell up! Let them work, let them cook! Let them cook or you're gonna get Call of Duty 96!
They're gonna do it anyway, brother. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, let them cook. I mean, like, if the game doesn't deliver on day one, you can't have the expectation that people are gonna sit around and wait for the game to be good. They're just gonna leave it. And the minute that they leave it, the game fucking dies because it's live service. And none of these games are built sustainably enough for these guys to be able to have any runway for them to be able to make the game any better. Case in point, look at Highguard, right? Highguard is a great example of this because if we go and we look and like, yeah, people shit on the game, but also at the same time, like they could have recovered. They could have done something, right? They could have done something, but instead they done nothing. And I'm like, I get it that the game really hasn't been out for all that long, but it only took 2 weeks before they fired half the fucking staff. Actually, like 90% of the studio. From what I understand, there's only like 20 people that are working on Highguard now. So that has nothing to do with like letting people cook. And even if we all sat around on our hands and we're like, oh, okay, well, I don't like the game, but I'm not going to say anything bad about it. But you're not going to play it. So if you don't play it, then they're not making money because most of these games are free to play. And you also, and here's the thing, if people don't like it or people aren't really interested in something like Marathon as an example, we can't have the expectation that people are going to like, what, donate $40 to Bungie? Like, I get where he's coming from. I do. I get where he's coming from. To be fair, you don't have to say anything about it. The numbers tell the story. Yeah. IGN, Highguard has potential, 7 out of 10 after they laid off people. I know. I know. Peanut is biased because he wants a true PvP game that takes the PvP seriously. Actually, I think it's different than that. I think when it comes to content creators, especially guys that are like single lane Andes, where it's like, I play shooters. That's what I do. I play shooters all day. The problem is that like that kind of forces these guys into the lane of they have to play like whatever's, you know, the most current, recent, hottest games that are like right then and right there. And it's like if all the normies are playing Arc Raiders, motherfucker, you're playing Arc Raiders. Unless you're like the funny thing is, I think somebody like Peanut, like he can get away with probably playing anything he wants to because the guy's funny and he's entertaining, but he does usually have people to play off of, right? Like he likes to play in squads. It gives you the opportunity to joke around and have those clippable moments and stuff like that. Those guys that he's playing with, I don't think they have that same option. Not they don't have as much freedom as he has because of how popular he is. You know, you take somebody like Cloaksy or you take somebody else, there's a really good chance that like he can't migrate to go play some like random ass game that nobody's playing. Maybe for a little bit. I guess it widely depends, but yeah. Peanut has an hashtag ad tomorrow, so he can't dogpile on the game. It's just business at the end of the day. This is not an accusation towards Peanut. I want to make that clear, okay? I want to make that very, very clear. Very clear. I'm just going to tell you the reality of the games industry, okay? People don't say this. I'm going to tell you guys something that I don't think a lot of people ever talk about or probably even know about. When you take a sponsorship, part of that sponsorship has a non-disparagement agreement in it. You are not allowed, legally, it is a binding contract. You are not allowed to talk bad about their game for X amount of days. And it's usually like 90 days or more. So when you sign up to take that sponsorship and take that money, you are also signing over your ability to talk shit about that game. Now, some guys break it and they don't give a fuck. Not a lot of people do. Not a lot of people do. Some do, yeah. Some do. But I'm going to be real with you, like, some guys completely ignore it because they can, honestly, because they make so much money that it doesn't even really matter, right? S-tier information. Yeah, it's something like it's not something a lot of content creators discuss, but it's also the reason why, like, largely now, this is something that I learned later, right? Like, I didn't do this when I first started because I really didn't understand the whole like ins and outs of a lot of this stuff. I try not to take any sponsorships on games that I know that I'm not going to be, that I'm not either A, not interested in, or games that, or B, games that I really like, I don't like, right? So, yeah. Yeah. But you can be constructive, and people are too afraid to walk that line. I do think that there is some of that, right? Like, there's a you'll see the clear difference between people. Like, I mean, obviously, you know when somebody's sponsored because they'll tell you they're sponsored, right? They'll straight up just tell you, "Hi, I'm sponsored." So you're already gonna know what the take is gonna be, and they're not gonna like. There's also like, I want to be honest, like the one thing that I've noticed, like when I take sponsored content, it's really hard. It's hard to be super judgmental when you're getting paid. It's just in the back of your mind. Like, you're not even trying to purposely be a shill or something like that. You're just like not like, you realize you're here to help like promote the game in some way, right? But yeah, it's hard to make an objective, or like nothing's objective because you're making subjective content, but like it's hard to be authentic in some of those cases. That's why I'm like very careful when I take like fully sponsored videos, and I only do it and I try to do it as rarely as possible. And then I also do it under the agreement that, one, I don't sign a disparagement. I'm not going to do it. I'm sorry. Like, you cannot, out of any content creator in the gaming space, you cannot expect me to not be able to talk shit about your game. I mean, it would be a 5-headed decision to be like, okay, this guy seems like a fucking world-class hater. We need to get him we need to get him sponsored so he can't talk shit about our game when it releases. That would be smart. And depending on the price, I mean, maybe we can work something out. But no, one, I don't do that. And then two, the other thing is that I just say, I need to be able to say whatever I want. You can give me information that you know that you want me to make sure that I convey. That's fine. But I have to be able to say what I want. So yeah. Everybody has a number. I ain't gonna pretend like I'm special, baby. Motherfucker, I'm trying to make like the one thing that I would want out of this, and like the one goal that I'm trying to achieve financially within the creator space is getting to the point where I don't give a shit. And that if anything ever starts to fall or whatever, that's fine. It just becomes the hobby, not the job, right? Right now it's both. Right now it's the hobby and the job. So it's like my life depends on this, and also I have fun, right? So Asmon levels of money? No, that's fucking ridiculous. I don't need that much money. I don't need that much money, baby. I don't need that much. Okay, I ain't that greedy. I ain't that greedy. You know what I want? I just want a nice, like, retirement fund and a house. That's it. That's it. That's it. I don't spend a lot of money. I don't do a lot of shit. Like, the only things that I do is I play video games. I play Magic the Gathering. That's it. That's it. That's that. End of story. That'll do. I go to the gym. Yeah, I go to the gym. Oh, man. Let's see here. New assassin in Marathon snuck up behind me. Okay. This is why constructive criticism is good, and that BS engagement bait of bad game me no like is just pointless. Marathon devs are listening to valid criticism, and if it makes fast changes based off, you can't. You're not going to be able to like shame the internet into not posting fucking hater comments. People are going to do what they do. Like the funny thing is that like we call like people want to call it out. Where like. People want to call it out about how people will post online talking shit about like, what is it? Art raiders or shit like that, right? Garbage game, woke game, whatever. Then fucking throw it to the side. But like people do that positively just the same. Best game. You're wrong. Yeah. What is this? We've heard player feedback about early runs in Tau Ceti feeling too empty with other players. We've issued a change to ensure that perimeter beginners fill in more crews than it did previously. This change is now live. Let us know if you're feeling like you're getting into more fights than usual. Yeah, I mean this is just basic feedback and updating. They're still in beta. Aesthetics and art. I like how like people draw art of characters and then they make them hotter than they actually are in the game. Subconsciously, they do it to themselves. What does this say? That's back in May. I was trying to look for like more recent stuff. This is 4 hours ago. Who is this?
The main complaints I see on this game is like about the UI or whatever, but to me, for like all of the extraction shooters that have like a backpack system, I feel like the UI always looks this bad, like all the time. Like I just feel like they always look this way. Yeah, there's like a bunch of style and it's like style over accessibility or whatever, but I'd argue like almost any and every single looting system I have seen with a backpack, like that big open menu, it all looks terrible. Every single one of the games, it looks really bad. I hate inventory management. I hate how it looks. I hate how convoluted it is. I hate the pictures of all of the items and the different item visually things.
I mean, but that's all just like normal shit for extraction shooters, right? There's not really anything to like talk about there. And also, if I'm not mistaken, like what people are actually upset about isn't what he's talking about.
Oh, gun.
It's the fact that it's like look at all the shit on the screen. You have your like your party's health bars, your health bar, your weapon down here. He has you can't see it because he put the text over it. You have skill buttons that are down at the bottom. You have quest shit that's up at the top right. There's a time thing up in the top left. Then your gun has like its own UI elements as well. There's also something right here on the screen. It's showing like text on the bottom and XP, and then you also have these dots that are showing like this is. I'm not bullshitting you. This is literally that meme of modern game UI. This is literally if Elden Ring was made by Ubisoft. That's what this is. This is if Elden Ring was made by Ubisoft. Let me move the chat so you guys can see. Like, the guns are also in the bottom corner. Like every bit of visual space is filled. Every corner is filled. Like, the only space that you have that's relatively uncluttered would be the strip across the middle, but then that's also filled by, like, random quest dots and stuff like that. Draymar, thank you for the 5, man. I think that's how I say your name, Draymar. Yeah. You're doing a good job, man. Cheers. Cheers from Italy. Have fun. Have fun. Have fun is a priority in gaming chat. Cheers. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it, man. Thanks so much. What is this? PBS Gaming? This? What do you mean this? What are you posting random links? Can a mod check that? I don't know what the fuck it is. I ain't clicking random shit in chat. I don't know what the fuck that. Yeah, porn 100%. Yeah, it's just. I mean, depending on what kind. No, I'm kidding. It's safe. Okay. I swear to God, if this just ends up being a pair of big jugs, I'm not gonna say thank you. But I will think it. I can't click it. Sorry. Let me check really quick. What if I need to look at my chat? I have to pull up the chat. Hold on a second. It's because for whatever reason, like, I can't click on links in my other display. I have to go here. What is it? Oh, yes. Here it is. This. I'm not kidding you. This is actually pretty fucking accurate. Like, quest markers, here's all your fucking quest information, your health bars, items. There's something in the other corner. You have your fucking skills and other shit here at the bottom. You go and look here. This is not that different. This isn't different. This is game of the year. This is game of the year material. This is game of the year material right here. How is Marathon more cluttered than that? I don't know. I also, like, there just has to be you know what it is. Wait a minute.
It's medium to hard.
Why are you displaying the gun information in the corner when you display it on the gun? That's the whole point of having the visual cue on the gun, is so that you don't need the UI element because you've built it onto the character. Bro, I thought you played Destiny. I did play Destiny. They do it. I know they do it the same in Destiny and Halo. They don't need to do it here. It defeats the purpose. This is one of the reasons why Dead Space was one of the most immersive games ever, because they got rid of that entire element and they just used it on the character because you're always looking at the fucking character. It doesn't need, I get that you guys are saying that Destiny does it and so did Halo, but they didn't need to do it. It's not necessary. They don't know how to let go at all. I guess that's what it has to be. Dead Space was perfect. Yeah. Reaching hard. Reaching hard for my balls to say I'm right. Sup? What are you talking about? The information is dead center on the screen. It is in the perfect spot for you to have as much information as possible. It's quite literally not it's not even that it's not necessary. It's actually completely fucking useless for it to be there because I'm never going to look there. It's just taking up more space for no reason. It's taking up it's taking up more space for no reason. It's just clutter. Yes. It's literally because of accessibility. Accessible for who? Can you not see the numbers dead center on the screen? Is it made for people with a fucking lazy eye that's looking in the corner of their head? What accessibility? Now I just think you're just saying it you're just saying shit to say shit. What do you mean accessibility? How is that accessible? It's not a big deal and you're going crazy over a number on a gun? Well, it's because it's already in the game. And we're specifically talking about we're talking about a UI that's busy. But are you tone policing me for that? Tone policing me over this. We're literally talking about the UI. Like, this is completely useless being here because this is already here. This here, I just feel like there's so many better ways for them to have been able to do this, man. There's so many better ways for them to be able to do this. I understand the hero health to see like where your party members' health and shit is at. Like that makes sense. Quest stuff, I don't know. I don't know about all that, to be honest with you. I feel like that's a little extra too. It's a busy screen for an FPS. It is. It's very distracting. Oh, Kelsey, this is my boy right here. I watched him play a little bit last night. Marathon got to be the first ever font slop game. That's my boy right there. There's got to be like 20 different combinations of fonts, boldness levels, sizes, spacing, all caps versus regular caps on one menu page. And yet it is just an absolute eyesore. They really need to pull back on the whole abstract thing for their UI. Oh yeah, no, this is fucking annoying. It's like I get that this is insanely nitpicky. But it's also like it's visual slop. It would be different if something like this was like a lot more like aesthetic, but it's not even really aesthetic. He's right though. This is a different font than this, than this, than this, than this, than this. It's actually kind of fucking crazy. That is actually crazy. It's not anything to have. That's not any like. I'll be like, as it's something that's a annoyance. I'm not gonna say it's like, oh man, we need to shit on this game for its uses of font. I mean, that's like, that's a little bit much. That's a little bit much. It's a competitive game. Supposed to replace CS:GO and Fortnite. Come on, I don't know about all that now. The art style is awful. I don't know. I like parts of it I really like. Other parts of it I don't really like. I was trying to look for more people that were talking about the game specifically is what I wanted to see. Fuck, they're bringing it back. I'd say, like, other than that, I'd pretty much only... Oh, here we go.
Visually,
This is yesterday? Okay.
visually, the game looks beautiful. Chat's just crying for no reason. Dude, the expectations are just higher nowadays, especially after there's a lot of extraction shooters. Expectations go up each time.
Do you have a secondary?
Arc Raiders came out. They have a pretty good product. People really like that game, so they're going to be harsh when they're judging competitors.
Autumn, either one of you. If you haven't used this
That's how it goes.
I think he's right. No, he's absolutely right. I think that like two things that are happening simultaneously is that like people's expectation for these games are like going people's expectations are going up because better games are coming out. And when you have a game that comes out that's just like a clear cut above the rest, well, like people are not just going to lower their expectations for the next release just to be like, hold on. there's like retards in chat that are somehow slipping through. I don't actually think we must not have like a mod on in YouTube chat. So these guys are going fucking crazy. It's just like some fucking weirdo that was like literally just like screaming random ass shit. Should I look at YouTube? You just take like a peek, you know, you see some naughty boys, you just two on the dome, you know what I mean? No, I think that he's absolutely right because like the problem is, so I'm gonna listen to this again.
Visually, the game looks beautiful. Chat's just crying for no reason. Dude, the expectations are just higher nowadays, especially.
I'll be real. What I'm seeing on screen is not beautiful, and I'm not even talking about the bit rate. Like, even if this is cleaned up, this looks like ass. Like, this is like color drained and weird and gross looking. It looks like visual vomit. I'm just being real. That's just like that's my opinion. That's not me trying to. I'm not trying to reach here to try to like pretend like I hate the game so much or anything. Like, literally, this just looks gross. I'm sorry.
There's a lot of extraction shooters. Expectations go up each time.
Do you have a secondary?
I am also so.
The expectations are just high.
I am going to say this before I move on from the point that he was making, like the visuals. I have seen plenty of like internal environments, and the internal environments look like really fucking good. There's like some of these like areas and these like laboratories and shit that they go in that genuinely look solid. Like the lighting is really cool, and the visuals and the color and all that stuff looks great. It really does. Outside, their outside environments are rough, very rough.
For no reason. Dude, the expectations are just higher nowadays, especially after there's a lot of extraction shooters. Expectations go up each time.
Do you have a secondary?
Arc Raiders came out. They have a pretty good product. People really like that game, so they're going to be harsh when they're judging competitors.
I think the one thing that a lot of people probably don't pay too much mind to is that like normies run the industry. Like regular, everyday, average Joes are the ones that like the dudes working 40-hour work weeks that come home and play over the weekend. The the kids in high school and shit like that. The fucking boys in college. Those are the people that rule this industry. It's not the everyday game. It's not the no life gamer that's running these games for 16 hours a day and shit like that, right? Like they're not the ones that are they're not the taste makers of the industry. They're not the ones that are paying all the money. They're not the ones that are buying all of these games. In this case, when you have, and he's absolutely right with what he's saying, because he's like, expectations go up. Arc Raiders is like the most casual friendly game, period. You could play that game however you wanted to. And while that pissed off a lot of the incredibly competitive people that are like, this is a hardcore extraction shooter, you come in, I'm going to kill you. And it's like, okay. And then the devs are like, well, that's the people that you're going to get matched with because that's how you want to play the game. And they're like, no, wait, I want to ruin people's days that are just trying to be friendly. And they're like, no, you're not going to do that. That's not going to happen. The casual audiences, the ones that run the industry, they liked that. They vibed with that. And they obviously resonated with that game more than enough to the point that it made it incredibly successful. It's still successful. It's still doing well. While it has dropped off a little bit, that's just natural decay that you see for a lot of these live service games. It's going to find whatever its normal base is. I'm going to be real with you. The fact that that game has held out for like 4+ months at like over 200,000, maybe even 300,000 sometimes, like that's just holy. But essentially when you see games like that come out that resonate that hard, that are like, it's literally the game that people were looking for. It's what people wanted. It played how they wanted. It looked how they wanted. It gave them an experience that they hadn't had in another game before. Their expectations are now much higher. So when a game like this comes out that is much more aimed at a different audience, at a much more niche audience, in my opinion, something a lot more competitive, something that's also like visually going to be a lot more niche. Like, this might be a hot take for me to say, but I just don't think that there's going to be a lot of people that are going to vibe with the visuals of this game, whether it's just the aesthetics of the characters or the world or whatever it might be. When you have something like that come out, these guys are going to look at this and they're not even going to pay attention to it. Or, and this is something else that I think that we've seen a lot more recently, is that I think we're getting to the point now where like the players that like something like Arc Raiders, they want to see that happen again. They want to see more games like that in the future. So what they choose to do is they choose to shit all over this game as hard as they can so that the games industry learns that it's their game that is the game that they should make, not that game. And that's becoming more and more prevalent. Well, that's always been like here's the WoW killer and all that shit. We've had that kind of stuff like in the past, right? This is a completely different story. This is something else. This is a new beast where it's almost like people are trying to be as loud as they possibly can to show like what actually is going to make these companies money in hopes that they actually continue to make it. I'm getting a little tired though. I keep hearing a lot of criticisms against games like Highguard and Concord, etc., but almost every reason people claim is why they don't like it all can be applied to games like Fortnite and Ark as well. People are just saying meaningless words just to say something. I mean, if you're talking about like your average everyday player, they're not necessarily going to be running around with the most like thoughtful, heartfelt critiques, okay? Like if you want to know like what is the reason why Highguard and Concord failed, their character designs were ugly. They made non-aspirational characters for a hero shooter. That's it. That's really it. I hate to boil it down that simply, but when your game is quite literally just about the heroes that you play, and you have to resonate and like them enough and want to play them, GG. Like, gameplay does matter, but when we're talking about a hero shooter, that's just a completely different story. Concord also looks slow as fuck. I do kind of agree with that. A lot of the trailers also made the game very, very, very slow. Hero shooters are like fighting games in Dota 2. You got to vibe with the characters. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Look at every single fighting game. Every popular fighting game either has memorable characters that are something that you are familiar with from something else. So something like, I don't know if you count like Super Smash Brothers as a fighting game or not, but like that's an example of that. But every other successful hero-based game is always backed by very aspirational looking characters, whether that's super attractive characters, whether that's characters from another IP, and that's the reason why people come to it. Sometimes it's a combination of that. If you look at something like Marvel Rivals, right? That's both aspirational and something recognizable. But it really does come down to the fact that like it's in the fucking name. Hero. When I think of a hero, I don't think of a 400-pound woman that's missing a leg. Call me crazy. That's not the first thing that comes to mind. It's not the first thing that comes to mind. What is this? Dude, I'm going to have having to do pop-up chat for fucking Twitch, I swear. I think the average gamer doesn't advocate for the game. They just vote with their wallets. The average gamer doesn't even talk about it. They just ignore it. They don't play it. They don't log in. They don't buy it. They just walk away from it, and it just doesn't get their support. And because it doesn't get their support, it just dies. The funny thing is that like a lot of the negative, like this is a really, really good example of this. This is such a good example of this. For all of the fucking absolute, like all the meltdowns that I saw over Ghost of Yotei. Not, I keep saying Thai. It's not T-A-I, it's T-E-I. Ghost of Yotei. For everything that I saw, for all the hate that game got, it still turned a profit. It still ended up being financially successful. Which goes to prove that, like, even if these conversations can rip and tear online and get a bunch of updates and shit like that, at the end of the day, the people that really rule this industry are often the ones that just buy shit and don't even talk about it. That's really what it comes down to. That's mainly because they had a good budget, though, which is fine. And, like, here's my whole thing. it's fine for you to go and do this shit, right? If you want to change and switch to a female protagonist, you want to do these things that are likely going to limit your the things that are likely going to limit the size of your potential audience, you can go and do that shit. Absolutely, you can do that. But if you do, you better be making that game for a fucking realistic budget, right? I can't be Dragon Age the Veilguard and stuff a game with like very controversial social politics and then spend like $300 or $400 million developing it and then release it and expect it to be popular. Like, you got, like, there's lines you can cross and lines you can't cross, and there's some of these games that cross way too many lines and others that don't. For all intents and purposes, from a lot of the feedback that I saw when it comes to, like, Ghost of Yotei, it really didn't lean that hard into a lot of the shit that people, like, really don't like. It was really just the main character that was, like, the one thing that people are kind of turned off from. Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 was made on a, like, on a realistic budget. They invested back what they had made off of like early access and things like that. It was made for over $100 million, but it wasn't made for like $400 million or anything crazy like that. I missed a couple super chats, so let me grab these real quick. Wolf and Curse, thank you for the $10. Thank you for the commentary over the years. The opinion of the common gamer. The video on Sony was great, and more reason why I believe that Electronic Arts is going private might be the best thing for them. I really do think it's going to be good for them. I hope that it ends up working out. I hope the sale goes through. I hope that everything ends up just being like. Imagine if we see would that not be the craziest outcome of the games industry to see, like, out of all the major publishers, the first one to really turn things around be EA? Like, what the fuck? Inked Blessing, there for the $10. Big fan, have been since the get-go. The DSP jab didn't get you. But anyway, do you or do you not believe that the core issues of the commodification of art is inspired? Do you not believe that the core issue is the commodification of art? This is the thing that's like really difficult when it comes to like any type of media, whether that's music, whether that's movies, whether that's video games being the worst because they're a combination of all of them, right? Is that like art is subjective, but you are making objective consumer products. So like if you're choosing to enter that arena, you just kind of have to be prepared for like what direction it goes in. Like you have to be like there's no such thing as being like, you know, dicks out when it comes to like making your video game, unless you are going in with the understanding. And this is like something I brought up at the end of the last video that I made. It's fine if you want to do something that's crazy, ambitious, and nuts. Do not expect to turn a profit, and if you do, expect it to be very modest. All this bullshit about, we invested $400 million into this project because we thought that it was going to make, you know, it was going to get 30 million copies sold. What were you fucking thinking? Who does that? Who thinks that? Why would you do that? Don't do that. No. Look at these indie guys. Most of these guys go out there and they know that they are likely burning their money and their life force making something that people won't even find on Steam. It's really just like these guys gotta fucking tone it back. And let me finish this clip. I keep going off on fucking everything fucking sets me off.
You have a secondary?
Arc Raiders came out. They have a pretty good product. People really like that game, so they're gonna be harsh when they're you know, judging competitors.
Yeah.
Autumn, either one of you, if you haven't used this
Yeah, like I said, normie set the market. I don't know if there's anything else he
Why,
says.
You know, when you make an MMO nowadays, if it's not as good as World of Warcraft, like, you know, you're not hitting baseline. Gotta hit that baseline.
He is fucking right on the money. Holy shit. Yeah. No. Summit fucking absolute. I mean, the vast majority of the games that are coming out don't even hit the baseline of their competition. Can barely hear him. It's just Twitter, man. Like, it's all the volumes are maxed. There's nothing I can really do about it. What he says is essentially that these games are coming out and they're not hitting a baseline. And that's essentially what just keeps happening over and over again. So you have these games that come out where it's like, oh, here's my game Marathon that's not as good as, you know, Titanfall, which is a game that we worked on. It's not as good as Apex Legends. It's not as good as the other hero shooters that are out there. It's honestly not as good as anything else right now. Why would you expect support for that? If you are not hitting the baseline, if you are not releasing games that are just like fucking at least meeting your competition where they are, why would you expect to find success? Especially in live service. Again, going back to that conversation from the video that I'd made, I think today, or that I came out today, it's oxygen in a space station. The more people you add to it, the less oxygen there is for you and everybody else. And if you're not carrying your weight, you're going to be the first one kicked off the space station. Simple as that. Hey, okay, little bro, chill. You're getting banned. Like, now you're banned. God damn. That's crazy. I just time them out. No, if somebody comes in, they start spamming, you're fucking gone, dog. What? Dude, we don't. No. We don't make time for people like that. Absolutely fucking not. I don't put up with that shit. Like, I literally sit here and just like, I answer like the most people I possibly can. And like 90% of my stream is literally me chatting with you guys, not necessarily me going off on my own tangents, right? Like, most of the time that I spend is literally me responding to you guys. So it's like when people hop in and they just like, this retard comes in and goes, the pussification of games! The pussification of games! It's like, oh my God, dude, you got fucking... fuck is wrong with you? Are you okay? You okay? Concord had the most hideous characters that I ever seen. It was so obvious. Highguard's characters are far too safe. They don't stand out at all. No, actually, it's really funny. Like, Highguard didn't go in the direction of making these like HR approved like characters. Highguard just said like, okay, well, we're gonna make them like, you know, like closer to conventionally attractive, but still safe. And they just all came out bland and just like zero impact. It's just like literally the guy, like the one dude, I think everybody calls the main dude John Highguard. If they don't, I do. That's for fucking sure. Cause it's just like, this is the most like generic ass looking video game character. I think one of the top comments on Highguard's trailer literally was, this looks like one of those games that you see played in the background of a TV show. So like one of those fake video games that some kid is playing on a TV show or something in the background. That's what it is. Pinkie Pie, thank you for the 10. Hey, Scooter's sister was pretty attractive. Thank you. Let's see here. 500 players now for Failguard. Oh yeah, I mean that game was fucking dead in the water before it even came out. I mean, I'd held out hope that like these guys were. There is part of me that like wants to look at some of the like one chance somebody's gonna have to do it. I was hoping Marathon was gonna do it. I really was. I was hoping that Marathon was gonna be that game that was going to get absolutely ran through the mud, just pile drived deservedly into the ground, listen to feedback, lock the fuck in, and fix all the problems, and then find success by doing it. I've been waiting for one of those times to happen. where somebody just they just took the blows and then they just made it happen. And the only time, you mean the next No Man's Sky? Yeah, but the difference with No Man's Sky, I'm talking about something different. I'm talking about a game that people write off before it's even out, where everybody hates it immediately when they see it, right? So, Highguard. I actually, you know what I think another one is? I haven't checked. I saw this the other day. I don't think anybody else has seen this. Are you guys ready for this? Whoa! That's a yikes. That ain't good, bud. I'm gonna tell you that right now. This is Highguard. This is Concord. This is Fair Games. This is basically this is Dragon Age the Veilguard. This is Avowed. This is this is Call of Duty Modern Warfare, or Modern Warfare, Call of Duty Black Ops 7, right? Every single game that everybody sees the trailer and they go, no. When that game comes out, they go, no. That's just how it ends every single time. And the one thing that I have yet to see yet is for any of these companies to respond to this. This is not just social media being social media. This is a flashing alarm telling you that something is very, very wrong. Very wrong. And if you don't stop what you're doing right now and fix it, it's over. I'm sorry, but there is no such thing as this train can't stop. Your company has to make the choice of either A, it's less expensive for us to just cancel this now and save the money. Abort. Or two, we need to push our release date and we need to fix some things. And there just hasn't been a single one to do it. And it's not just YouTube, by the way. This is just a single indicator. There are multiple indicators. This is just one of them, but I've not seen a single game respond to this yet. I've never seen a single game respond to this yet. It's probably the most aggravating thing that I've seen. Tunic, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Look at the beta numbers on SteamDB. The beta numbers. Oh, didn't they also have, like, during the server slam for Highguard? They also did it on here too. Man. Horizon Hunters close test. How many did they get? Oh, that's not good. That's not good. And Guerrilla Games has been working on this for like... Oh my God. How much money is Sony going to lose? How much money are they going to lose? They are quite literally going to go 2-10. I don't know why I have this opinion, but I do feel that, like, while I don't think that Marathon is not going to be Arc Raiders, but I could see Marathon being that game that averages like 40 to 50,000 concurrent players. Like, I could see it having an audience. I could. There's some people that are gonna like it. I think it's not gonna be like super popular. It's just gonna be kind of like somewhat obscure, maybe even less than 40,000. Will it be enough for them to justify like updating it and stuff? Well, I don't know. They still do the same thing with Destiny, so but I don't know. But like, oh my god, dude, this is gonna hit the market and sink like a fucking brick. I get that this is a closed alpha. You have to get access. I don't know if it's open access for everyone. I don't think it is. Maybe it is. Is it? What is it called? Hunters. What is it called? Popular searches, marathon, super golf battle, Aisha's food diaries. Fucking Steam is wild, dude. Steam is a wild place. Wild west of video games. It really is. Horizon. Hunters Gathering. Yeah, I don't even know how you even get in. First place test announcement. Join the hunt. Hunters Gathering. Stay up to date. We're doing a test. PS5 and Steam closed test 1. March. Okay, how do you get in? No, I don't want the screenshot. Show me. How do you get in? Here's what to expect. Most regions. Oh, you have to sign up for the PlayStation beta program. I ain't doing all that. I ain't doing all that. So if I don't feel like doing all that, I mean, maybe it's just not a lot of people like to do the PlayStation beta program. I don't know. For most closed tests, the devs have to Deadlock completely destroys any excuse though. Deadlock is crazy. This is fucking nutty. Like, this game is invite only. The only way that you can get access to this game is by getting an invite from somebody that's already in the game. It's still in closed beta. I don't even think it's closed beta. It's just closed testing. I don't think they actually even called a beta. It's not a beta. It's a good freaking game, too. It's pretty easy to get into Deadlock, to be fair, but you have to want to. You understand that? You have to want to. You have to actually go and fucking either hop into somebody's Discord or know somebody that already has it and then get access to it. And the benefit to that is that one, if you're seeking access to the game, it's because you want to play it. That's the first one. Two, in most cases, if you're getting a request, it's probably coming from a friend that you're likely going to play the game with, which now means that you're probably playing with somebody, which means that you're likely going to stick to the game a little bit longer. Like, it's a genius way to be able to, like, one, test the game, but also start to build, like, a crowd, like, build an audience of, like, people that resonate with the game. If I'm not mistaken, you don't even, it's not, is it a code or is it like, I think they actually have to set it to you on your friends list on Steam, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember how it works. But either way, it's, I've watched a few people talk about it. I actually brought up, I was going to watch Asdacross's review of it because he had played it recently and he'd gotten into it. Like, literally every content creator friend that I have that I know of has been playing it. Everybody has. And everybody's effectively said the exact same thing, which is like, this is going to be the next thing. It just is. Like, hands down it is. Do you not have an invite? No, I've been playing it. I've only played one real match. No, I take it back. I played 3 real matches. I did matchmaking with friends, but they've already been playing the game for like fucking 100 plus hours, 200 hours. So I got absolutely fucking dicked down when it came to like hopping in their lobbies. Then I retreated to bot matches, stayed in bot matches, And while I stayed in those bot matches, I finally today, I think it was today. I actually played. I played a real match and I did pretty good. I still, my understanding of the game is very low, and there's a lot of shit going on in Deadlock. Holy fuck! Like, you need to know how to play. You need to know how to play your character. You need to figure out the movement system and understand that. Then there's like jungling and the different events that go off at certain times in the game, and when to go get boxes and when to go get weapons and what power-ups and items and blah, 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 blah. It's a lot, dude. It's a lot of depth. Like, you have to be a very special, certain kind of player to play those kind of games. But to the benefit of Valve, there are a lot of people that like MOBAs. There's a lot of people that like MOBAs. And this is much more in the MOBA category than it is in the hero shooter category, where all the other all the other games that have been made that are like hero shooters much more leaned into the more casual aspect, because they thought that was like the best way for them to reach the masses and get mass popularity. Valve is like, we go for autists. We go for social rejects. We go for people that are gonna like literally ruin their life for this game. And they win every time. Like, they keep getting away with it. They keep getting away with it. It's unreal. Like, they like prove the industry wrong and do shit that like nobody else in the industry can do. And it's so fucking wild how these dudes do it. And on top of that, this is something that is so crazy. So I don't know if you guys know this. They went and got the like, you guys know that Valve hired Hopoo Games, right? One of my favorite games of all time is Risk of Rain, okay? They hired Hopoo Games to come in and design their characters, which originally I was like, Hopoo? Hopoo Games? Like, don't get me wrong. I think that Risk of Rain 2, like Risk of Rain 2's art style, I think their art style is dope as fuck, okay? But it's not like, it's unique and it's weird and it's odd, right? Like, there's no other game that looks like it. That's all you can say, right? So I'm like, I saw that saying like, well, we're bringing in these guys for character artists, and I'm like, one thing I will say is that like their art style is distinct. Then these guys come in and they start cooking. They start coming in and they're like, we're adding hot chicks. We're adding like badass looking dudes. I Warden. I can't spell. I like the fucking police guy. I like Warden. I think this dude is dope as fuck. I've also been playing Paige. Like, and this is like distinct too, right? Like, their art style with this is like, this is, you're not seeing, this is, they got their own flair to this. Venator, that's the other dude. He looks sick as fuck too. Yeah, this dude's a G. That's his old one. So he looks like right there. And what I really like when it comes to this game, I'm trying to think of like, so like the art style really leans into noir. It's very noir, right? Like, it has that like really like steampunk noir, like mystery series kind of look to it, and it's very distinct. It's very unique. It's not like anything anybody else is doing right now. I think Billy looks sick as fuck. He actually has this, like, it doesn't show it right here, but like when he gets all powered up, he actually has like comic, like flat comic colors like around his horns and shit like that. Eldritch noir. That is the best way to say it. Eldritch noir. Like, it's so cool looking. Like, they also have like the like this is your boss on one side, the Hidden King. Like, this art style is so sick, dude. It's sick. This shit is fucking cool. It kind of reminds me of what is it called? What's the anime that has a fucking dude that looks like this? He wears like a skull face with horns. And he's like a magic teacher that's teaching like this like redhead girl. No, not Soul Eater. It's more slice of lifey. Ancient Magus Bride. Thank you. That's what it's called. Ancient Magus Bride. It has like some of those same type of themes that kind of like, it's this weird mix of like so many different genres with their art style and with their world and stuff. It's really cool what they've done and how they've been building this. And it looks like it's night and day from what it was when I first had played the playtest, like way back when it first came out. And it's crazy to see like just how far these guys have already come. And the fact that they're still going to be probably in development for like another year plus is just crazy. This actually kind of looks like the first big antagonist enemy. What's the... I'm trying to think... Archmother. The Archmother literally looks like she's from fucking... Solo Leveling. You can't tell me that the Archmother doesn't look like the fucking dude from Solo Leveling. In like the first episode. But yeah, super cool game, really interesting art style, something super unique. It's not going to be for everybody, but I think they're going to, it's Valve. They're just going to find, people are just going to play it anyway. It has like, I don't know what it is, and I totally agree. I was watching a review recently when I think it was like, it wasn't a review, but it was Kelsky like talking about his experience playing the game. And like, something that like I want to do a video on at some point, and I just haven't had the opportunity to, because it's like you have to find out what it is first, because I think it's going to be different for every person. And like I understand that like some people are going to be like Valve is like overrated, right, when it comes to games. Like maybe they love the storefront, but they think their games are overrated. And like obviously when it comes to any video game, there's going to be a little bit of that, right? But they very obviously have something that is just like very unique to them, and you can't put your finger on it. Like, I don't know what it is. There's just something about their games. There's just something about their games. I'll carry you in Deadlock, man. Join the Discord. I'll ask for people who play in the Discord, because I'm going to be playing it more, and I'd rather play it with people and actually like be in chat. I'm so sorry. Holy shit, I missed so many super chats. I feel like such an asshole. Holy shit. Ink Blessed, $50. You're out of your fucking skull. What are you doing? Watch back your answer to the commodification of art and realized, yeah, it's a part of the arena that you step into, but you also realize developers, since Baldur's Gate 1, Fallout 1, and so are still in the industry, right? They created the arena 1v1 mega gulch. Yeah, so like but the problem is, and this is probably the bigger issue like to that question, is that like, one, you're fucking absurd for that donation, by the way. Two, they created it, they built but they also did it in an environment where their games were never expected to make fucking billions of dollars, right? Like, you're talking Fallout 1, Baldur's Gate 1. Most of the guys that were making games back then were doing it for the love of the game, quite literally. It was not as profitable. It wasn't as big. It wasn't the biggest consumer or entertainment market in the world. Today it is. Today, video games are the biggest consumer entertainment market in the entire world. They are bigger than movies, television, and music combined. They don't even fucking come close. Now, much of that does have to do with mobile. Mobile makes an absolutely absurd amount of money. It's crazy how much money people make on mobile. But that is where a lot of that stuff is coming from. That's so weird. It doesn't actually show your super chat in the list. I don't know why it doesn't. It's official. We're getting the Concord trilogy before GTA 6. We are. Hey LD, have a great weekend. Thank you for the 2, man. Appreciate that. And Super, thank you for the 5. Appreciate that. Codename, thank you for the 2. No, thank you for the 10. Deadlock is amazing. Valve is doing well here. Like having 100K people playing where you have to be invited. Can you imagine when they actually have player retention tools? Yeah, and like here's the thing. I guarantee that like Valve is going to take the game in a bunch of different directions, and one of the directions that I think is gonna like I think they're experimenting with it now, which is so I don't know for the people who have actually played any of this game yet. They have a roguelike mode that is a brawl mode, non-competitive from what I understand, that you hop in, it's 4v4 instead of the classic 6v6. And when you go in, when you level up, you get like a gun that spins like 6 rounds, and then you get to pick between 3 different abilities and like get special like upgrades and stuff like that. And it's balanced it's balanced the right way, so it's not like one team just gets to, oh, they got lucky, so they just got all the good power-ups and whatever. It's very balanced the way that they did it. But you can obviously see that they're like experimenting with different ways to be able to play the game to try to probably find out where like the casual audience might sit in a game like this. So they're still going to have the very like classic, very like Dota coded like MOBA experience, MOBA third-person hero shooter experience. And then they're going to have something else as well. Devs focusing on making the game fun. They're literally just doing whatever they want. This is like the biggest benefit to Valve, and it's one thing that like, it's the reason why Valve finds so much success. And it literally just comes down to the fact that they make such an absurd amount of money that they just say, fuck it. And you just get to do what you want. Cook and cook and cook until you guys come to the conclusion that the game is just not something that's going to be worthwhile to make. Or the game is done. They can afford to do that. And the reason why they can afford to do that is because they're private. They're also loaded, but mostly it's because they're private. Because it's like, if we take losses, who do we have to answer to? Ourselves. To Gabe. Gabe made less money this year. Steam, the company, made less money this year. That's it. As far as it goes. The damages don't extend to an outside audience. They don't extend to shareholders, to other, like, something outside of the company, right? Everything is internalized. And also a write-off in a lot of cases. So, like, I guarantee with as much money as Steam makes, a lot of that stuff, like, they don't care. Like, oh, fuck, make it until it's ready to go. If it's not good, then fucking shut it down and work on something else. This is one that's obviously been, like, doing well enough that they keep pushing it and keep doing what they can. But I guarantee you that this game will fucking rip once it releases. I mean, even if this game released right now, it'd be one of the most popular games on Steam. It's not ready, I don't think. I think it still needs... There's still a couple extra things that I think that they're looking into, but it's definitely getting close. It's definitely getting very, very close. The fuck is that noise? Oh, it's switched to Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed. So yeah, this is doing really good. I'm going to cover it at some point and go into it, but I think that like next week is probably going to be like discussions around Marathon, and we're going to talk about what that's doing. Hunter's Gathering is fucking embarrassing. That is fucking crazy. And then I'm gonna be real with you. This is not good. This is not good. They've lost players over the weekend. Like, it's come up a little bit, but they still, regardless, they have lost players during the weekend. That's a terrible graft. This is the worst graft possible. Look at where the trend line's like, this game is fucked. Like, this is not good. This is not good. If I'm Sony, I'm concerned. It's not Highguard bad. No, you're right. It didn't lose like 60% of players in just a matter of a couple of hours. Speaking of good games, I recommend Reanimal. I'll have to check that one out. Thank you for the 2. Deadlock is doing so well that people are like, release the game now, and Valve is like, nah, we're gonna keep taking our time and enjoy making fun games. Thank you for the 5. Also, you're absolutely fucking right. I looked into it because I was like, bro, I'm like, this game has to be like coming out like this year, right? No. Valve doesn't expect a release for the game until maybe next year, and even then, they don't even know. And you know what's crazy, by the way? I want you guys to keep in mind, that game has like over 100,000 players that are playing it regularly, or have been playing it regularly just recently as they've been voting in new characters and whatnot. That game has no microtransactions right now. This is the best time to play Deadlock. There's no monetization. It's literally you just playing the game and just vibing, and that's it. No skins. No. The game's not released. They're not monetizing it yet. They will monetize it later for fucking sure. They'll have a shop and cosmetics and all that stuff. We're still talking about Valve here, okay? They're not immune to microtransactions. We already know that's the case. But none of that stuff is in the game right now because it's in testing. So they're not trying to do any of that shit. But I still want to dress my waifu in a bikini. There are plenty of people that play it modded. Just as long as you're not modding the game to cheat, you're not going to get like called out or anything like that. But the game actually does have like, I wonder if I can find a video on this. Yeah. Let me see if I can find a clip. Deadlock's most toxic cheater returns to lose. Yeah, here.
I stand firm.
Guy's cheating.
Later.
Someone in your game who was caught cheating. Hold tab to decide their fate. This is the most base thing I've ever seen implemented into a video game. I thought it was great back in the day where you'd get pulled into a dev dungeon chamber for being a bad boy when playing like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy. Someone in your game was caught cheating. Hold tab to decide their fate. Did you guys see that? Did you see that? That's their character right up there at the top. The blue-haired chick. Watch this. Frog now. Cheater POV. Look at him spin. They turned into an error. Teabag. It's so good. It's so good. So it's been updated. This is an older clip, I think. Yeah, this is a year ago. Now, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. This is the sign of a developer that loves their game. It also understands games and their communities. It's so beautiful to see. As intended. True. True. So fucking good, man. So good. So yeah, by the way, game's gonna do well. I think the game's gonna do really well when it releases. I hope Marathon fails so they stop attempting to keep pushing live service games. That's never gonna stop. Imagine going to Circa Survive or Carnifex show. Couldn't be this bum. I hope Marathon fails so they stop trying to push live service games. It's never gonna stop. They make way too much money. It's like I said before. You get a game with 20 million players. You get a game with 20 million players. You sell a $20 microtransaction 5 million times, right? 5 million players out of the 20 million end up buying it. Maybe even if it's not even that. Let's say it's 1 million players. $20 million. Literally just pulled out of thin air. Something that you had an intern design in fucking MS Paint. And it's now in the game. And it's just like... Bam. Easy money, baby. Easy money. And they just keep doing it and keep doing it. And you're doing that on multiple transactions in a week, in a month, in a day, or whatever it is. And these guys they make way more than any single player game ever would. But it's like I said, I think that it's kind of a self-defeating prophecy over time. I think that eventually it's not going to become sustainable because you're going to continue to make too many of these games and it's going to become too hostile of an environment to make them. And instead of being somebody like Sony, where you go essentially 10 and 1 with a live service game and trying to make live service games, it's going to be something like you're going to be going like 1 and 30. Right? You're going to go 1 and 30. You're going to get one win out of 30 games that you tried to make, and it's just going to become too unsustainable to make those kind of games. Which is just going to make it where it's literally like, here are the pillars of live service. They stay until they fall. And then once they fall, and that's it. Have you listened to any of the character interactions in Deadlock? They're amazing. Yeah, I've listened to like Silver and the little like sleepy dude. I watched a clip of that earlier today, I think. Hopefully they release Deadlock with the Steam machine. Maybe. I don't think that's what it's going to be though. If I was Valve, I'd probably drop the Steam machine with something with some actual heat. I don't think that like Deadlock isn't really going to be a console pusher or a hardware pusher. I mean, it's doing well as a free beta. That's why it has so many players, like Highguard, yeah. Sony knows that they'll make money back off of GTA 6. That's why they don't care about the 1 out of 30. I mean, kind of. Not really, though. GTA 6 is not their game. They're gonna be collecting a lot of money off it because they're gonna be collecting their 30% off of every one of those game sales, right? And also the microtransactions. Let's see here. What else is there? What is this?
This game is ass! Whoa. This game's ass. Behind you. 2 more. I can't see. These guys all look.
Bro, look at this. I'm gonna have to play it and see how I feel about it.
This game is ass! Whoa. This game's
We've all been there.
ass.
Behind you. Two more.
I can't see. These guys all look the same! They look like the AI we just fought!
I'm going to be real with you. He's absolutely right. I couldn't tell you if this is an AI or if this is a player. There's not a lot of distinction between the two. Since they're all essentially like robots and shit, right? It is like one of the things that I've noticed, like when I've been like watching other people play, it's very difficult to tell the like difference between the two because there's not a lot of like something like Arc Raiders. Obviously, it's very easy to tell the difference between an enemy AI and a player because it's like that's a motherfucking robot, that's a human, right? Something like this, it's like we're all robots. So what kind of robot are you?
Whoa. They look like the AI we just fought!
I think.
Oh, great, dude. Look at this mob.
Bro, it's literally, you know what these screens remind me of? They remind me of being at a Tool concert.
You know what they remind me of, bro? Like,
So true.
disgusting shit.
I'm actually going to be real. While like this is like edgy and I think that they think that it's cool or whatever, this is kind of like very weird, unsettling shit visuals, right? That are gonna make I get it from like an artistic perspective, okay? Of like the vibe that you're trying to go for. But I do think that like something like this for like a normal, like regular casual audience is probably going to it's probably going to turn a lot of people off.
You know what these screens remind me of? They remind me of being at a Tool concert.
You know what they remind me of, bro? Like, disgusting shit.
That's Hey, I'm telling you right now, in most cases, and actually more recently, Ninja in a lot of the games that he's been like playing and talking about, he has actually had the right opinion when it comes to like what players actually like just a normal average everyday person gives a shit with it when it comes to these games. Like he was one of the first people that when a lot of like content creators and streamers started bitching about Arc Raiders and not being competitive enough and all these other things, he was the first person to come out and be like, none of what any of you guys are saying matters. This game does not need to be made for you. It doesn't need to be made for streamers. It doesn't need to be made for people that are playing the game 18 hours a week. It just needs to be made for the people that are playing it on the weekends. Because that's who this game is made for. That's who that's who the audience of this game is. And he is lately more and more takes that I see from this dude outside. I love his meltdowns. I do. I love his meltdowns. So relatable. But he's sharing the perspective of what most people are going to probably feel about this game. Like if you're sitting around, you're like, I'm sick of these like disgusting weird screens and stuff like that. Like it's like distracting or whatever. And plus on top of that, like I'm going to be real with you. Like I get that you're downed and I understand the whole thing about like I'm a fucking robot and an AI. Visually, this is fucking hideous. So I promise you, okay? I fucking promise you, because I know there's gonna be a couple of people that are gonna like maybe watch this on on the VOD or whatever, or there's gonna be people in the chat right now that actually like they like Marathon or whatever. I'm still gonna play it. I have to actually get my actual real opinion on it, hands-on, all that good stuff. There is something very abrasive about this game. Almost like it's visually built to annoy the fuck out of me. There's something very uncomfortable about this game. That's not saying that you can't do those things visually for the sake of the art, for the sake of being distinct. Because I will say its art style is distinct. But there is something like... It's very annoying to look at. Like, I feel annoyed when I watch the game. When I, like, see clips of it and shit. Like, when I see stuff like this, I'm like, bro, this will make my fucking eyes hurt. This is gonna, like, aggravate me. This brings my blood pressure up.
Two more.
Like, disgusting shit.
Okay, nice.
And Doctor, what gun does Dr. Donut have? Because he just tot, I'm dead. And I'm like,
Man, AI enemies in Marathon USEC will try and bait you by pretending to be other players on Prox chat? What? Okay, that's actually really cool. Let me see this. That's fucking creepy. I like that though. I think that's actually a really cool addition. How do you expect people to take your game seriously if you just put in an aimbot in the aim and just turn it on by default? Marathon DOA if they don't remove this simple. Oh, that's 2025. I forgot. Weren't they gonna add in like the ability for you to be able to do like mouse and keyboard aim assist or something like that? What is this? Wesson, thank you for the $4.99, man. Appreciate that. 60 hours a week. I play less as my time becomes more valuable. I listened to you every time for the OST, and you and Seth decide my buys. Hey, brother, I'm gonna be real with you. You got good taste. You got good taste. Incredible, impeccable taste, my friend. If you're sitting around and all you're doing is watching Seth and you're watching legendary drops, god damn. You are a cultured motherfucker. Please tell me more about how amazing I am. Oh man. I don't really care about that. Is this the same one? No, it's different.
There's no way you can do that. Someone said you can type.
Type what? I hate arc raiders.
Watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this.
It did block out.
That shit is so petty.
Changed it.
That is so petty. Oh my god. Bungie, you salty bitches. Y'all salty. Bungie, you salty. That is crazy. So, I don't know. Before this, Arc Raiders was actually fully censored in the game. You could not say Arc Raiders in the chat. They then went and changed it, and they're like, no, you can say it in the chat. Look. But then they never actually admitted to the fact that it was ever banned. They just showed that they're like, look, guys, 2 cakes. Arc Raiders, 2 cakes. Like, Guess what? You aren't alone. Also, EA did the exact same thing. EA banned Arc Raiders in Battlefield chat.
Block out Arc? Now it doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh. You can type love. You can't say that you love Arc Raiders.
No way.
No way. I love Arc Raiders.
Arc Raiders.
I hate Arc Raiders.
Yo, dude. Insane, bro.
I am absolutely amazed by how like paper thin game developers have become over the past few years. Like, this is some of the most petty shit I've ever seen.
Ninja.
Like, video game developers for online live service games are essentially just becoming their own version of the CCP. You're not allowed to talk bad about our game. You're not allowed to say that you enjoy or believe in other games. We demand. No. We expect. No. We enforce speech on this platform. It's so weird, dude.
Hey, let's go.
No way.
In the chat, man.
It's just thrown in as a joke. I mean, maybe they haven't said any. I didn't see them say anything about it. I don't know, man. There's a bunch of other platforms that did it too. If did Bungie actually come out and say it's a joke? Because I will remove all my criticisms if you can show me that Bungie came out and they said that they did it as a joke. But I'm going to bet 5 subs on Twitch that you just made that shit up. Because you, unlike me, still believe in the best in people. Look it up. Ask Grok. Grak. Bro, just use Google. I'm already on Twitter. What does it matter if I'm using one fucking search engine bot or the other? They all fucking search Reddit. They all just go to Reddit. No, Bungie did not say that Arc Raiders mentioned in chat was a joke. During the Server Slam pre-launch, players found that typing Arc Raiders, the rival extraction shooter from Embark Studios, triggered a chat filter, replacing it with asterisks. This was confirmed by clips of streamers like Lyric and Ninja being tested out by outlets like Kotaku. Bungie fixed the issue within hours, allowing the phrase to appear normally. Their only response was an indirect X post at Marathon Games showing Arc Raiders is awesome 2 cakes, a Portal reference, with no explanation, apology, or mention of it being a joke, prank, or accident. Fix the issue. Yeah, that's right. If I'm not mistaken, I'm almost positive that they actually responded saying that it was an issue. We fixed the issue. I actually... No. I already know where the tweet is because I responded to this. Because somebody had asked why Arc Raiders is censored in Marathon. And I responded saying it's too close to Art Raiders. True. I mean, that was like the whole entire, I don't know if you guys remember, but like when the whole art thing went down where they had stole that artist's work, the entire chat for their live stream was being spammed with Art Raiders and plagiarism will make me God. It was just a long line, the long line where their fucking art director had to like look over and just see these people, plagiarism will make me God. Plagiarism will make me God. Adeline, thank you for the prime. Also, I missed a fucking massive hold on. I have to fucking go back. I'm sorry. I missed it. I saw it in the corner of my eye and I didn't get to it in time because I was talking about something else. Draymar MK1. Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, brother. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. First time here and subs immediately. That's what I'm talking about. The whole stream was a glorious disaster. It was fantastic. It was one of the best things that I've ever seen in my life. Is there anything else that I saw this week that was interesting? Arcos Raid, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Appreciate that. Hype Train level 4. Inline 6, thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. Kotaku writes an article. Kotaku writes an article. Leon Scott Kennedy. I'm on prep. They essentially wrote an article where all they do is just gush over. Capcom says that in the mission, the women of the company went to make sure that Leon in his 50s became everyone's hot uncle, and that means consulting the design team on the details with the wrinkles on his neck. We've spent quite a lot of time polishing Leon's visuals, and Leon has many fans among Capcom employees, and women in particular here are strict when reviewing his design. And they go in to talk, and like it's literally them just talking about like after playing through Requiem twice, I can confidently say that those women at Capcom succeeded and are God's strongest soldiers and allied to the gay community. Leon has been one of my formative video game crushes since 2005 when I was like, it's literally fanfic, and like, if you guys don't know what prep is a medication that it's protection against HIV. So by making an article saying Leon Scott Kennedy, I'm on prep, they're literally making an article that's titled Leon Scott Kennedy, please fuck me. And I said E from Stellar Blade is over-sexualized, pandering to the wrong people. This is something that Kotaku has put out multiple times. There's tons of articles and different conversations across all of games media talking about how E from Stellar Blade was a game that was very purposely made for the wrong kind of people. And they also are the same people that like to go out of their way to call guys that say girls in games should be hot chicks as gooners. Oh, it's a gooner game. This is a gooner game. Blah, 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 blah. They always use these different ways to be able to try to insult these games anytime they include attractive women. A game like this comes out, and they put out an article, and I said, Kotaku, I'm on preventative HIV medication, and Leon, please fuck me. Bro lap double standard 6 times. Like, this is crazy. Like, it's gender swap that, I dare you. That's what I'm saying. Like, imagine if a journalist put out an article that was like, Tifa Lockhart, I want to motorboat you for 7 days straight. Like, immediate, like the fucking alarms would go off. People, oh my god, they're boosting articles objectifying women. Like, they'd fucking lose their mind. Like, it's so funny how, like, the two opinions cannot, like, exist next to each other. And actually, it's not even that the two opinions can't exist next to each other. Brother, this is fucking gross, dog. Like, people, like while there's some fucking weirdos on the internet that might make fucking videos talking about how much they want to bang Tifa, and there's definitely a lot of content around it, people aren't writing articles about that kind of shit. They're not advertising what their fetishes are. It's just weird. Like, it's just a really fucking weird, extreme move to the, like, complete opposite side of the scale. And it's just like, that these things are not equal. Why is it that, like, people need to get policed because they say that they like hot people, and then you're writing out articles talking about wanting to bang them? Like, this is like, we're on a completely different scale here. It's so weird. Oh, I saw this too. According to Jez Corden, Microsoft is reportedly considering adding World of Warcraft, Fallout First, and Minecraft Realms to Game Pass Ultimate to increase the value following its $30 price hike. The comments were made on the Xbox 2 podcast. I guarantee that they will do this, but they're going to do it also under another price hike. I don't think that they're going to do it in the current meta of what Game Pass is right now. They'll use it to justify another price increase. And also, they're going to do it automatically. And then what that allows them to do is they might end up actually, you know what it is? They're probably not just going to do it into Game Pass Ultimate. They'll probably do it into the whole thing. And what they'll do is they'll use this as the same kind of leverage device that a lot of these companies do to boost their subscriber numbers inauthentically. So like I had posted in response to this is the same patented strategy that Microsoft used to increase their AI user numbers for their shareholders. All they do is just include their service. They include this in services that you already pay for. World of Warcraft just got 30 million plus subscribers. Game Pass just got 5 million plus subscribers. It's magic. So essentially what they go and do is they say, hey, World of Warcraft, Minecraft Realms, Fallout first. They all go into because I think there's like 3 tiers, right? I think Game Pass starts at like $15 or something, and then it goes up from there with different access and different games that you can get access to and all that kind of stuff. And I guarantee what they'll end up doing is they'll put it in like the middle tier where it's like $15, which is like, I think the same price as World of Warcraft. And then they'll just let it, and then like, hey, if you have a World of Warcraft account, you now have Game Pass. Isn't that a great deal? Is that a great deal? You now have Game Pass. And the people that are in World of Warcraft will probably really appreciate that. But all in all, it's really just there to boost their numbers artificially. A lot of companies do this. Oh my God, I forgot about this. Vicky Shotbolt, Parent Zone. No. This is the other one. Oh yeah, Vicky Shotbolt. This is that same lawsuit that I talked about. Steam is a big and important platform. Big and important for the ecosystem. What is this? Steam is a big and important platform for a big and important ecosystem. It needs to cooperate fairly, and clearly it's not. It needs to cooperate fairly by doing what we tell it. It's actually, I even saw some people that were like melting down in the comment section talking about how they're obviously not competing fairly because they're doing all this other like look at the other lawsuit that they have and the lawsuit that she's talking about and blah blah blah, and it's just like people look at the very like surface level a lot of these claims that a lot of these people put against them. And you know what the funny thing is? If Valve is not allowing these developers to offer lower prices somewhere else on Steam, and their demand is that you keep the price if you're going to offer that discount on another platform, offer that same discount with us. We'll work with you to make it happen. Because that was the emails that were shared. The emails that were shared were literally, we'll work with you to make it happen. What that means on Steam side, I don't know. Maybe that means they lower their cut or whatever it is to try to, get the better deal on Steam as well. So then, their users get to benefit from it. If that's what they're doing, based. Is it anti-competitive? Yeah. Not everything has to be fair market competition in some cases. Because when you're talking about something that's just more fair to consumers, if I'm a Steam user, it is unfair to me that you go and you offer a game for far cheaper on another platform and I can't get access to a deal like that unless I move over to that platform. In this ecosystem, specifically this is not something for every single industry, for every single... This is not for every single industry or every single product. It's just very specific in this scenario. I do not want to have multiple launchers. I do not want to have my library fragmented. I don't want to have to worry about DLC over here and a game over here, and I don't have to worry about all of these different platforms' moves and what they choose to do and what they take off and what they put on or any of this kind of stuff. I like to have all my stuff in one place. I like to keep my library in one place. I play on a Steam Deck. and I play on my PC. Epic Game exclusive equal no sale. Which, and like the funny thing is that this doesn't even happen the way that a lot of these guys are trying to pretend that it does. Well, there are emails and conversations, like even though there was a conversation with employees, there's really no signs of enforcement around a lot of this. Because most of these games that go for free on Epic are not for free on Steam. So we don't get the same deals that they get on Epic. We'll get a sale, and then they end up actually making more money off of the sale that they have on Steam than they do the free game that they gave to Epic, but that's a whole other conversation. If the game is only on Epic, it may as well not exist at all. Yeah. For me, at least, yeah. I think I own like maybe 1 or 2 games on Epic. And to be honest with you, that was like me. That was when I first had gotten into playing on PC, and I really wasn't like, I didn't have a full understanding of what I was doing. Oh, X users are noticing and claiming that the new Xbox CEO is using AI replies and the whole account might be managed by an AI bot. And I just said Microsoft is really taking a huge step with innovation by hiring an EA as Microsoft CEO. I read some of her comments. I don't even actually think it's AI. I think it's just like standard, like, I really do feel like it's just standard corpo speak. That's all it is. I haven't been like super active on Twitter recently. Really haven't been super active. Like I've been on here like looking at shit here and there or whatever. Bro, this is a whole holy shit. Let me use the bathroom before we talk about this. Because this is a whole thing. I'm gonna give the cat a treat. Cat gets a snack. Cat gets a snack. Bloomberg, Bluepoint pitched Bloodborne remake in early 2025. The studio was told that the numbers made sense, but From Software didn't want it to happen. So there's been multiple conversations that have been going on around this right now, and there's a ton of different threads talking about it. One unsubstantiated one that I actually brought up in the video that I posted recently. I don't know if I have it in here or not. I don't think that I do. Oh, here it is right here. Like I haven't watched this guy's stuff. I don't know if I necessarily trust somebody with a bunch of AI pictures for their ship or whatever. But what are you, YouTuber? I don't know. But at the same time, he's got some people that are following him. So, like, I guess he might end up having some fucking connections. I'm not really too sure, but he put out this story saying Bluepoint Games final report from Bloodborne remake potential to shuttered. I spoke to 4 Bluepoint employees, and they told their story on the timeline, dates, and codenames of projects. This is the one that matters right here. 2021, quote, in early 2021, after Demon Souls, studio assumed that we'd begin work on Bloodborne and started to prepare. However, they did not get a green light due to internal politics of Bloodborne involving in a fragile relationship with From Software, Sony, and the original IP. Sources do not think Bloodborne remake will ever be made due to politics. Green Zone has a lot of leakers that know stuff. And here's the thing. Bloodborne was pulled off the table and Bluepoint had no project. Bluepoint was assigned to help with Ragnarok support due to Santa Monica Studios needing some help and a combo of other factors. Jim Ryan was pushing live service, and Sony had a desire to explore making God of War into an Assassin's Creed style franchise. Franchise would explore different mythologies and characters. Bluepoint was not allowed to make the game with Kratos, as Santa Monica Studios / Sony did not trust Bluepoint with that, and it would have been too expensive. That part I don't really understand. It would be too expensive to use Kratos. I mean, they own the IP, so it's not like it's going to cost them that much more money. I could understand them not trusting another studio with the character, though. I understand where they're coming from with that. September 30th, 2021. Oh, it could have been too expensive because if they used Kratos, they'd have to pay the voice actor. So if they were, that would increase the budget quite a lot, because I think he is actually relatively expensive. September 30th, 2021. Bluepoint is bought by Sony. Bluepoint is acquired and tasked with an upcoming original project for the God of War universe. The catch is that they need to stretch the content, but Bluepoint employees did not know at the time that it was a live service game. They stated a gamble was made convincing Sony to buy us instead of looking at us for funding elsewhere. After the acquisition, there was a culture change within Bluepoint. I guarantee there's a culture change almost immediately. Your expectations shift once you get purchased by somebody else. You also have somebody else that's now managing you as well. But there's also conversations that they've been talking about how, like, it was a deal that was struck between the executives at Bluepoint and then the executive staff with Sony, right? But why remake? What do you mean by why remake? It doesn't make sense that, like, I could see Sony coming up with the idea that it needs to be a remake just because of, like, I guess the time since release. But I'm going to be real with you. While there are people that are trying to say that this is relatively, I think this got, no, it didn't get community noted. So, yeah. This lines up pretty well with my own suspicions when it comes to the relationship between Sony and From Software, or PlayStation and From Software, because I would almost guarantee that From Software has the perspective of, if we make it again, we want it to be multi-platform. And PlayStation's like, no. Cat, like, just fucking jumped off the table. And PlayStation's like, no. And I guarantee that was probably part of the conversation with Demon Souls. Like, if 58% of sales were on PC version versus Steam. AI is so fucking like, it's so stupid. Xbox One Series S, 11%. This literally says analysis, only 11% of Elden Ring Night Rain sales, and it still included that. You cannot trust these guys. You have to look deep. You have to look further into the numbers. Game These guys actually do a pretty good job at qualifying some of their data, especially when it comes to like larger releases. That's way more. They're saying between 13 million and 25 million. If the game, it wouldn't be 25 million. If we average this on the low and say 13 billion, and the game sold 25, then yeah, it would be like it. So it'd probably be between these. So they're probably right. It's probably closer to like 19, which would mean that we'll say more than half at the very least. So even though the AI got it wrong, the stat is probably pretty close, at least in the neighborhood. So over half of the audience is on PC, with the rest of them pretty much being like between PlayStation and Xbox, majority leaning towards PlayStation. What about the Bloodborne spiritual sequel that's a Switch exclusive? It's a timed exclusive. Based on April 2025 announcement, Dustbloods, developed by From Software, is slated to be an exclusive for the Switch 2, scheduled for 2026 release. While multiplayer-focused game PvP, I fucking could have swore that I had already seen something talking about this. Maybe you might be right, actually. You might be right. So I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait to see exactly what that is. No, you might be right. This actually might end up being just a purely fucking Nintendo Switch release, so they might not even care. I think that like when it comes to, I don't know, man. I'd really like to know what their internal decisions are when it comes to these games. I would almost guarantee a game like this, since this is like essentially a new IP, this is not Night Rain was all reused assets from Elden Ring. So, like, it was incredibly low to the fucking ground. It was experimental, but they didn't have a lot of risk because it didn't cost them a lot of money. If I remember correctly, I know they spent under $100 million to make it. It was really, really cheap for them to make it. And they also had, like, one of their, like, executives in training were the ones that were actually trying to make it. I think that when it comes to stuff that's like far more experimental, they probably go and they tap the shoulder and see if they can get an exclusive. I guarantee Nintendo paid a fuckload of money for them to make this game. Please look up Hunter Gathering closed alpha test on SteamDB. We already looked it up. We looked it up earlier. There's like fucking 50 people playing it or something. There are 200 or 500 people playing it. It's like nothing. It's really bad. It was one of Miyazaki's main combat designers. Yeah. I made a video talking about it and breaking it all down. Anthropic got banned on DOW for refusing to use mass surveillance on the U.S. with smartphone and smart weapons. Other AI companies seem to have accepted. Yeah, AI is a fucking mess, man. AI is a mess. 500 peak concurrent players. Yeah, I don't know. It's a really interesting situation. I don't think we're ever going to see a Bloodborne again. I'm going to be real with you. The only way that we will is it's likely going to be something like, it's likely just going to be a new IP. Somebody will do something completely different. Somebody tagged me in this. The guy says, got laid off, so I built Riftwalker, a solo open world story-driven sci-fi bounty hunter game. 7 planets, a living world, a void that you're not meant to survive. If you miss grounded sci-fi with risk and reward, this is for you. Wish list Riftwalker. And I guess this guy is like, God, it's loud. This guy made his own game. Looks like it's going to be like a looter shooter or something like that. This isn't even like he's literally just making this himself. So it's like you can see that the like frame rates and stuff are scuffed right now. So it's an early development. Concept is cool. Very Star Wars inspired. Very Star Wars inspired. Cool though. I like the concept at the very least. I think it looks pretty interesting. This is fucking crazy. Resident Evil Requiem hit a peak of 320,000 players. Just one dude was making that game, yeah. They hit a peak of 320,000 players. This has to be the highest. Resident Evil 4? Resident Evil 4 hit 100 and this is the remake. Hit 168,000 players. Village hit 100,000 players. Two remake hit 74. Biohazard only hit 20,000 players. This game was so good. That's crazy. Mind you, this did come after Resident Evil 6, which was... that was a whole thing. 5 and 6, I played them, I had fun with them, but they're not my games. They're not my... that's not my Resident Evil. That's not my Resident Evil. Did it release the same time as console though? I don't know. Maybe this might have been a staggered release. I don't know. I'm not really too sure. People really didn't like 6. Like, I had fun with them from like a co-op perspective, but they really leaned into like the current fad at the time, which was like the like co-op action game. Army of Two, shit like that, right? Gears of War was really big at the time. So like they really leaned into that, which it was a choice. Can't unsee the giraffe meme from RE6. Yeah. Man, I loved Army of Two. Army of Two was fantastic. Don't get me wrong. Kane and Lynch, Army of Two, all those kind of games were out at the time, right? And I think they were kind of chasing that fad at the time, which, I mean, like, I had fun playing the games, but they weren't like, they weren't Resident Evil to me. Resident Evil is survival horror. Those were action games. So is RE9 living up to the hype? Well, seeing as though yesterday it released to 260,000 people, and then the day after that it went to 320,000 people. Yes, I would say that it's living up to the hype. And chances are, by the way, this isn't even the peak. We're not even on Saturday or Sunday yet, and Saturday and Sunday tend to be even higher numbers. Now, mind you, you're going to see the game have a very, very fast and hard drop, right? Because this is a single-player game that has limited replayability, right? Like, there are people that are going to play it a bunch of times. I will probably play it a bunch of times. But yeah. Will they break 500,000? I don't think that. I don't know. Fuck, I don't know. It's like it's insanely high rated. Metacritic. Actually, I like OpenCritic, not Metacritic. It's an 88 right now. 95% of critics recommend. IGN gave it a 92. Another IGN. Why do you guys get 2 votes? Oh, that's PC Gamer. Whatever the fucking same. PC Gamer gave it a 92. IGN gave it a 90, a 9 out of 10. Eurogamer gave it a 5 out of 5. The Gamer gave it 4 stars. Yeah, basically everybody gave it really high ratings. I guess there are some people that must have. Who's dragging the score down? Because all these are like really high. You know what's dragging the score down is these fucking assholes that rate games in stars. And like their own like weird rating systems. Lowest to highest. 3 out of 5 stars. 3 out of 5 stars. The Daily Mirror. Jonathan Itakonen. Why does IGN get so many votes? IGN Italy. If you're under one publication, I think you should only get one. Maybe that's my opinion. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong for that. I don't know. Haven't played any of the other Resident Evil games. Do you have to play prior games to understand the newest, or do you have to play the prior games to understand the new? Oh, you just double said the same thing. Thank you for the 10. Nohames. Or Noah Ames. I think that's what it is. Noah Ames. I keep calling you Noah Hames. Noah Hames is, I think, or Noah Ames is what your name is. Yes, in this case specifically, this is one of the few times that playing previous Resident Evil games, you probably would want to do so. It's not even probably. You're just not gonna understand a lot of references. You're gonna miss out on stuff, and it's not gonna have the same feeling for you, the same culminating feeling. To play this game, if I had to take a wild guess, I would say that you'd probably want to play Resident Evil 2 and 4. I believe they said play 1, 2, and 4. So 1 to explain the outbreak, 2 to explain Raccoon City, and 4 to explain Leon. Is that what they're suggesting? I mean, 2 and 4 explain Leon, but you know what I'm saying. Oh, I thought you'd need to play Resident Evil The Village. I don't think it has any Village. I don't know. It probably has some references to Village, but not Village and Biohazard, I'm sure. From what I understand, it has references towards every Resident Evil. 2 and 4, good enough. I feel like I agree with you. Like, going back and playing Resident Evil 1 would be a little rough for a new player. And it's not something that I would necessarily suggest. I would probably just watch a recap video on 1. But I would definitely play the 2 remake. And I definitely play the 4 remake. For sure. But by the way, if you're like, oh, I don't feel like you need to play the new game today. The other games have remakes that just came out not that long ago and are absolutely fucking fantastic. Like, just go play those games. Like, you're not missing out on anything by not playing this game right now. Go back and play the old ones. Resident Evil 2 Remake is fucking great. I played that game so many times. I know that game like the back of my hand at this point. It's so bad. It's so bad. Anyone giving RE9 mediocre ratings or low skill as fuck? Probably. Thank you for the 2. Appreciate that. $40 on Steam for Resident Evil 2. I think that that's a good price. I wouldn't pay full price for Resident Evil 2. Like, Resident Evil 2 is pretty short. Because, I mean, you can get a full run. I mean, okay. Realistically, a new player that's playing Resident Evil that isn't familiar with the mechanics or puzzle solving, the survival horror aspects, how to be able to conserve ammo. Yeah, I'd probably say your first playthrough is probably going to take you 20, 30 hours, right? The Resident Evil story lore is so weird and convoluted that it almost doesn't matter anymore which order you play them. I mean, yeah. Yeah, but also... yeah, but also no. Because, like, I hate to say it, but it really is, like, one of those games that has, like, both the best and worst storytelling at the exact same time. Like, it's so weird and Japanese, so very fucking Japanese, but also at the same time, like, I don't know. There's just I like it. Very Metal Gear Solid like. Very Metal Gear Solid like, yes. Let's see here. What else? Fewer than 20 staff remain at Highguard Studio. Tencent also pulled funding from the studio, reports Jason Schreier. Approximately 99.5 players have dropped since launch peak. Byguard. So these guys tried to sneak this game out as an indie game. Remember the whole post that one dude made? We tried to do it the indie way. What was the last game that you guys saw? When did we try to do it the indie game mean taking private investment from a major Chinese corporation to make a live service game? We tried doing it the indie way. When did that become the indie way? What? It's so weird. And then their game comes out. Dude, there's been more. I don't know if I saved this or not. Was it in here? No. There was another article that I had seen, or another or some more stuff that I had seen on the game, where essentially they had said that it wasn't until last year or year before last year. It was like 2024. So a year before the game releases is when they pivoted. Yeah, right here. The story behind the failure of Highguard. Sorry. The story behind the failure of Highguard, Wildlight set up profit sharing programs so that everybody would benefit. We already knew that. That's why they said we thought this game would lift the millennial financial curse. It's all because these guys were like gonna like profit like crazy off of the game if they would sell a bunch of microtransactions. It was literally a get rich quick scheme by the developers. Course changes to a raid shooter in 2024. So a year before the game's release, they had they'd essentially had a full mechanical overhaul. Hoped it'd be a foundation for grander ambitions to come. Tencent pulled funding. So essentially, once the game came out, or we don't know exactly when it happened. I don't know if it happened after the game's release. It would be really funny if after the awards, after they played the trailer, and they saw everybody's reaction to it online, and like the next couple of days went by where everybody was like dunking all over this game on the internet, if they got a call from Tencent and they were like, hey, we're pulling out. You guys got this. That would explain a lot, because essentially these guys had no runway. It was only like a little over a week after the game had launched, and they had already had to get rid of all of their staff because Tencent pulled funding, so they didn't have any way to pay the developers. The reason why I'm saying that is because that's probably what I would have done. If I was Tencent, actually, I'm going to tell you right now, I've talked to a lot of people from Tencent in the past. That's likely what they did. They don't fuck around. They really do not fuck around. Like, they listen to the players and they see the direction that the industry goes in. And if they see the tides turn, they turn with the tides. This is obviously a much longer term investment that they had on the books and had for a couple of years, because I think the game was in development for like 5 years or something like that. I can't remember how long they had the game in development, but it was likely when everybody in the industry was essentially throwing in a shitload of money to every company that they could, right? And some of these guys were taking some more riskier bets. And they saw, oh, here's this dev team from EA. They made Titanfall. They made Apex Legends. The next thing they're going to make is probably going to be good. Little did they know that the people that they were hiring were largely probably rejects in the eyes of EA. It's like I said, man. I said this in the first video that I made about Highguard. In some cases, no. Anytime I now see a game that says from the former makers of, from the former developers of, I am now currently of the belief that you are former for a reason. And I need to stay away from your game. If I'm a game development company, right? If I'm EA, if I'm a game publisher, a game studio, and I got to do a round of layoffs, who am I laying off first? Is it my A team? Is it my most talented team? Is it my best artists? Storytellers? Writers? You're laying off Highguard devs first. Exactly. Exactly. So you essentially had you had your third string. The third string got cut. They got cut from the team. They went out and thought that they were first string and got filtered quick. And the funny thing is, one of the conversations that I've seen that's popped up around this, and it's kind of upsetting for some game developers, and I get where they're coming from, especially because they do care about the creativity and the they care for the art of the craft, right? And I can understand that. I do. I've seen a conversation that popped up talking about how a lot of these game developers are just leaving the games industry. Instead, what they're doing is they're just going to other industries. They're going to data centers. They're going to whatever else. I hate to be that guy, but I feel like in some cases the industry does need to have that guy. That's where they probably belong. We're talking about consumer products that have to turn a profit. You can make something for the love of the game because that's what you love to do. That's called a hobby, not a job. And like this whole idea that we need to encourage others and all this other shit. When we're talking about encouraging people, right? When we're talking about encouraging people to do something, people are selfish. And if you're going to be if you want encouragement from me, but you also want my money, that's a whole different conversation. That's not encouragement anymore. That's a donation. And I ain't donating to that. I'm sorry. Ain't gonna fucking happen. So there is some people that are going to be in just about every industry and every job that's out there that do not belong there, that are better off in another industry. It's this weird thing that I think happened. I don't know when or how exactly, but essentially what had happened is that like there just became this overarching belief that you need to support somebody even if they're not good at doing it. Right? Because they can be good at doing it later. That's the idea. Right? They can be good at doing it later. Like, if this guy's an artist, you don't shit on somebody else's art. You don't shit on somebody else's art. Don't do that. No. You should encourage them. Oh, keep it up. You don't pay people for that. If somebody's not good at something, you don't pay somebody to keep doing it. That's a whole different story. That's how you get filtered out of it. That's how you get filtered out of this industry. In a lot of cases, it is. Don't get me wrong. That's not to say that there aren't some cases of good developers getting laid off from some of these companies. I think it's pretty obvious that I think a lot of these publishers and a lot of these studios, there are some people that just have a terrible time at understanding talent, seeing talent, knowing what's good. But yeah, it's just support the devs. This isn't a charity. No, it's not, man. It's not. That's called a hobby. That's called a hobby. I'll support somebody in their hobby. Oh, that's great. You like painting things? That's cool. This design doesn't work. It doesn't have to be harsh. I actually disagree with you, Destin. I think that people have been pussyfooting around so much around a lot of these topics that it's kind of gotten to the point where like you have to, otherwise people aren't going to hear it. There has been a layer of toxic positivity that has infested the games industry for so long, where people want to curb their opinions and don't want to say what their true opinion is out loud, to the point that it is now essentially scrambled the signal, and people really have no idea what people want, what's real, what's not. Like, I mean, internally, like, if you're the boss, tell them if it's bad and do it again. I mean, like, I'm sure that happens, but yeah. You can't hug box out of a hug box? No. And like, the thing is, it's pretty obvious, like, especially when you read, like, the testimonial that developer from Highguard had posted online. Like, this, I've never seen a game that was so, like, any more of a victim of toxic positivity than that game. The fact that, like, I want you to keep in mind, like, that dude had posted, I think I actually still have, do I still have his stuff saved? I do. Yeah. Everyone I knew who had a connection to the team or the project had the same sentiments. This is lightning in a bottle. I trust this team wholeheartedly. If there was one project nobody in the industry is worried will fail, it's yours. This has mainstream written all over it. There's no way this will flop. You could play, or I could play this game all day. Lie. It's like I said, dude, it's like I said before. Either you made this the fuck up, or you have surrounded yourself with people that just want to lie to you. Like, who says this shit? I'm These aren't even natural sentences. That's what I'm saying. Like, could you imagine, like, could you imagine walking up to somebody? There's no way this will flop. That's not even a compliment. That sounds like a curse. That's not even a compliment. As a former QA tester, I had to sugarcoat my criticisms for and bugs to other developers. So no, we need to be harsh, but not cruel. There is a difference. The problem is that I think that, like, by the way, thank you for the 5. I appreciate the super chat. And actually, like, I get where you're coming from, but I think the problem is that, like, the definition of, like, harsh and cruel has been kind of, that's also been kind of smeared, right? More like sarcasm? Maybe. Bro took sarcasm seriously? Like, all those quotes were actually people that were just being sarcastic, and the dude was just too fucking autistic that he couldn't realize it? Could you imagine that? He was, oh my god, he was autistic. He had it in his bio. He talked about it in his thing. I think we just figured out the entire, oh my god. We just figured out why Concord. We just figured out why Highguard died. The reason why is because they were all autistic, and they didn't realize that all of these people were being sarcastic. It was a studio. It was an entire studio filled with autists that had no idea that everybody was trying to tell them that their game was going to fail. so good. That's so good. That explains everything. It wasn't toxic positivity. Everybody was trying to warn them. Literally everybody was trying to warn them. And they just couldn't understand social cues. There's no way this would flop. Thank you. That's so nice. This is lightning in a bottle. I can play this all day. Wow. Everybody loves our game. We have the next Expedition 33 on our hands. Oh, God, that's so good. Holy shit, that was so funny. Oh, I saw this. Metacritic has removed an AI-generated Resident Evil Requiem review from Video Gamer after the site replaced it with a human staff AI journalist last week. So, the videogamer.com has completely replaced all of their staff with AI. There's also something. I get it. I know. We hate journalists. You can't hate journalists enough, okay? Can't hate journalists enough. But I'm actually not a big fan of this either. Like, don't get me it's actually really funny. I have problems with like individual journalists and their writing and the things that they and the articles that they write and how they treat audiences. I also have issues with certain like publications and largely believe that they shouldn't be in business. That's a whole thing. I don't like this. This is not the solution I want. I want better writing and better platforms. Not for a fucking corporation to come in and just turn it all into AI. That's not what I'm looking for. Because this isn't representative of anything. This is literally just slop fucking words thrown onto the internet. And also on top of that, they also then like, and this is the other thing that I don't like. These people that are coming through and doing this, that are laying off all these laying off all these journalists, rightfully so. That's the funny thing is, like, these journalists literally created this outcome. It is their fault. It's their writing. It's how they've treated audiences. This is literally the outcome that they chased. Okay. The problem is that the people that are coming to fix it aren't necessarily fixing it. Instead, what they're doing is they're replacing it with AI and gambling. It's all AI and gambling. So they're trying to come in and then infest the space with gambling. A really good example of this, by the way, look at this. The Escapist, now that they laid off their entire staff, right? They laid off all their people and they all went to Second Wind. The Escapist is now just clips of fucking XQC and Trainwrecks gambling. It's literally just gambling. So a platform that used to actually be about, look at the most popular videos. That used to be about reviews, zero punctuation and stuff like that, right? It used to be a review site. All kinds of different content and videos. Once it was taken over It is now become all gambling. Isn't that dystopian as fuck? Man, I really used to like them. They're still here. When they got laid off, they all quit together. And they all started their own channel. Second Wind. They started another one. Owned by them and nobody else. And honestly, it's even better. It's way better. Are they still talking politics or games? The Escapist? Was The Escapist talking politics? I never saw them do that. Hi, buddy. Come on. Please don't knock over any of the water or anything. Escapist started injecting politics into his quick videos. Oh, I have no idea, dude. I have no idea. I'm very like I'm hit and go, baby. Right? Like there's a content creator that I like for a little while. I hit and I'm watching their shit all the time, and then I stick and move and I move on to the next one. But yeah, it's kind of crazy how quickly this stuff is flipped with a lot of this. Let's see if there's anything else on Twitter specifically. We looked at this already. We looked at this already. Jason Schreier and John Lineman speculate about Sony backing away from putting single-player games on PC. Schreier said it on its podcast that it's not speculation, and he has more on that soon. This is going to be the dumbest mistake that Sony could make. I'm going to be real. This is just stupid. It's money that you're leaving on the table for no reason, and Unless Sony thinks that like PC, by selling games on PC, they are essentially like losing out that much, I guarantee that they are definitely making their money back on whatever they're spending to port, because they made at least $2 billion. Now, realize that the only reason why they made only $2.4 billion is specifically because of the fact that they don't do day and date on PC. If they did, like they did with Helldivers 2, a game that, by the way, it was back in the top 10 for a little while there, just recently. Where's it at? 13 million average is what they're saying on Gamealytics. 13 million on Steam. The game had sold 12 million copies, I think, within its first 3 months. Sean Layden was right all along. Sony didn't want to listen. Yep. Turn Legend of Dragoon into a live service game for the modern audience and sell it at $69.99. You might have an idea there. Shut up. Holy fuck. I'd probably show up at Sony's doors with a fucking Molotov cocktail if I saw them remake Legend of Dragoon into a fucking live service game. I would be like, you know what? All right, I have to take matters into my own hands. Wolverine not coming to PC. This is such a major sell. Especially like the size of this IP. I want you to keep in mind, Spider-Man fucking like blew the doors off on PC. They sold a shitload of copies of Spider-Man, not Spider-Man 2. I don't think Spider-Man 2 has come out on PC yet, has it? Maybe it did and I didn't see it. Spooderman. It did. It did come out on PC. Bro, how much of a fucking ripoff is it that these motherfuckers only charge you $60? They charge you... They absolutely fuck their PlayStation fandom. Selling the game for $60 on Steam while selling it for $70 on the PlayStation. Holy shit. Spider-Man is the highest selling superhero in history, even more than Superman. Oh yeah, no, Spider-Man fucking clears. Spider-Man clears. But I know that the first Spider-Man 2018, sold like crazy on Steam. God of War popped off on PC? It did. God of War also popped off on PC. We need a modern Incredible Hulk. You need to not use the word modern. Don't say we need a modern Incredible Hulk Ultimate Destruction, because what you're going to get is female Hulk. Lady Hulk. Not Toxic Hulk. Pink Hulk. Let's see here. Sony reportedly stopped releasing their single-player games on PC, per a report from Jason Schreier. Schreier says Marvel Wolverine is only on PS5 and may never release on PC. That one, I'd be really interested to see what direction that goes in, and the reason why I say that is because, if I'm not mistaken, Sony doesn't have the final say on that. I think Marvel still has a word. So if Marvel sees that it's like super popular on, if Marvel's like, bro, we ain't leaving that money out there, then they'll probably tell them to make sure they port it to there at least in a year. I hate that, I'm happy that because of my fucking cat hair all over my microphone. I am happy that as a content creator, I have the excuse that I have to play the game for content. I already planned on playing the game regardless. I'll probably get a code for it, honestly, but I have to. I'm a content creator. It has nothing to do with the fact that it has nothing to do with the fact that there is a part of me that is there is a very small shred of me that is a cringe millennial that can't not play the X-Men game. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. While there's other people that are they have Labubus and Pokemon and all of that shit, the fucking kryptonite, the kryptonite for me is an X-Men game. That's it. An X-Men game is my X-Men movie, X-Men video game. That's my kryptonite, dog. I don't know what to fucking tell you. I don't know why it's like this. I didn't ask to be this. What type of X-Men game? Actually, X people. No. Did you play Marvel Heroes? No. It's actually my weakness is when it's very specifically X-Men. I'm not a big crossover guy, okay? I'm not a bit don't get me wrong. I like the fucking, what was it? I loved Ultimate Alliance back in the day. That shit was fire. Those games were fucking good. I had so much fun playing those games, man. Ultimate Alliance 2 was probably one of the best superhero games, to be honest. They were fucking peak. Those games were so good. Intersectional drops. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I forgot about this. I don't even know if I want to expose you guys to this. I don't know if you guys are ready for this. I don't know if I really don't. I don't know if you guys are ready for this. We don't even need... Okay. We don't even talk about games anymore. We just talk about Concord. I wrote what it means that a game nobody played has become the primary lens online for what we think about games. Not everything is Concord. Mikhail Kilimantov. I love how he responds to comments here. I've wasted a few minutes of my life reading your article, and honestly, I had no idea what you were trying to sell from the start. Then I went on and wasted another few minutes reading your article about Highguard, and then I understood. And then I understood, at the core, you blame the audience for labeling... I'm not going to read his whole post because he fucking goes off. Because dude fucking goes off. That he blames the audience, and he says... I'm glad that you read my article, my article, or I'm glad you read my piece, but it literally does not blame the consumer. It includes a phrase almost identical to the words you wrote. I don't believe that gamers are in a total thrall to the content that they see online, but I'm pretty sure that people came up with their own negative conclusions about Highguard in a benign and unobjectionable way. They watched the trailer and decided that's not for me. The piece linked above makes the point that people blame developers and not the people in positions of power. No, they don't. I mean, like, maybe in some cases, you fucking idiot, but no, that's actually not the case. Like, I don't think what you understand is like, you know what I hate about modern journalism? Is how often they will infer meaning on your words. Constantly. So you hate waffles. It's literally that. It's always that. It's always, so you hate waffles, so you're a Nazi. It's just like this constant escalation of something that has nothing to do with what people are saying. Oh, well, the players are blaming developers. Do you not realize that in most cases, people are generalizing when they say the developers? Most people, when they're talking shit about a game they don't like, when they're upset about something, the first thing that's coming to mind is not the regular Joe sitting at the desk doing the fucking work. It's the people above them that are making decisions. But these people will infer that meaning because of the language that people use. Which is also, I know, I realize that there's what? Oh, Jesus Christ! What is it? Here's another one here. With no disrespect, articles like this directly contribute to everything being Concord. Consumers aren't a group or person. They can be wrong and constituent. How do I fucking read that? They can be wrong as a constituent part. With no disrespect, articles like this are directly contributing to everything being Concord. Consumers aren't a group. Oh, sorry. Consumers as a group aren't a person. They can be wrong as a constituent part, but not as a whole. If you think that everything is a Concord, it means that you don't understand what they mean. Appreciate the comment. The article really isn't about consumers. Appreciate the comment. The article really isn't about consumers, though. It's about people talking more about the business and marketing than the games themselves. I do have a new application of the idea of Concord as an idea, though. It's not about consumers, but it's about people talking about the business and marketing than the games themselves. Brother, that's called consumers. That's called customers. That's called players. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but you better fucking bet I'm going to read. We going to read today. Not everything is Concord. Sometimes the company or product fails so spectacularly that it becomes I guess I gotta turn off Dark Reader. Hold your eyes. I'm sorry. Oh! Jesus Christ. Sometimes the company or product fails so spectacularly that it becomes a metonym for failures and vanities of its broader industry. Theranos, FTX, Blockbuster, Enron, Layman, Concord, Sony's 2024 live service hero shooter Megaflop has become one such class representative. Concord. This is just about its whole thing. The game's development was marred by toxic. What does this say? The studio developed the game was shuttered soon after. Ask 10 people why the game failed and you'll get 10 answers. The game's characters were uninspiring. The game had no gameplay hook. The audience was sick of hero shooters. The live service market is oversaturated. The game's price tag was too great of a barrier for entry. The game's development was marred by toxic positivity. The online outrage ecosystem never gave it a fair shake, etc. Well, it actually was all of these things except for the last one, because the last one was in reaction to everything that actually went wrong with the game. Whatever your view, the game's launch was an undeniable historic failure for the first time implementing turbulence for the game publisher Sony Interactive, which had heavily invested into spinning out dozens of now seemingly ill-fated live service multiplayer titles. That's fucking true. There was no shortage of Schadenfreude? Schadenfreude? I don't know how to fucking say that. You know what I'm not a fan of? Schadenfreude. You know what I don't like? Schadenfreude. 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 Is that how you say it? All I can say is this. Fuck him. Why are you trying to pull this, like, pseudo-intellectual bullshit, dog? This is fucking obnoxious to read. Now you're gonna make some fucking reader, some fucking 10-cent gamer to go and fucking search this word and find out what the fuck is going on. Some fucking Candy Crush enjoyer has to go fucking figure out what this word is. This is the reason why you motherfuckers don't keep your jobs, dog. You have to keep the language simple. The one thing that I will say, my one true gift, the one thing that I bring to YouTube, the one piece of like entertainment that I deliver, is I take some of the most boring subjects possible. I'm talking like financial data from fucking video game companies and like investor meetings, and I make that into entertainment. You want to know how I do that? I speak in simple terms that directly affect the person that is a part of the conversation, that is a part of that transaction. All these motherfuckers always want to speak in they want to speak in rings around you rather than to you. It's so annoying, man. This is the reason why none of these guys are ever they're not going to survive the social media push. They're not going to survive the rise of content creators on YouTube and Twitch. They're just going to lose their place in the industry. There's just no way to avoid it. It sucks because I actually do like reading and I like written articles, and I think that there's value in written media. But these guys will just they're just going to kill themselves. Fuck, YouTube's now going to... Now I'm demonetized. YouTube's... They're gonna destroy their own jobs. That's what I'm trying to say. YouTube, don't do it! Much of that was snotty, out of touch... what is this? Oh, so what the fuck does this word mean? I actually now need to go and look it up because I have no idea what this word means. Pleasure derived from someone else's misfortune. Brother, there were so many ways for you to be able to say that in more simple terms. Much of that was snotty. The out-of-touch devs are being punished for doing wokeness by the righteous gamers. These guys all literally, they all share the same fucking brain cells. Arcos Raid, thank you for another 5 gifted subs, brother. Holy shit, man. You're crazy with the fucking subs. Here, take 5 more subs for your pain of YouTube. Yeah, thesaurus maxing. This is just crazy. It is thesaurus maxing. Much of that was the snotty, out of touch devs are being punished for doing wokeness by the righteous gamers stuff from the benighted engagement farming set. It's all not real to them. The only way that they can deal with this conversation, or even they cannot approach the conversation in good faith. It has to be denied of its reality, to call it grifting, to call it engagement farming. The thing that I do is I embrace people's criticism. I don't just throw it away. While I don't sit around and walk around and call every game woke or agree in the same way that they do, I do hear what they're saying, know that what they're saying is real, does shape their tastes, does shape their purchases, and recognize that there is a problem there in the messaging, in the representation, and how they're representing things. But these guys won't even have the conversation. They won't entertain it. No. You can't tell me that they're just not doing a good job of representation. Patronizing the audience? No, you should just accept the way that they have portrayed the characters. Rather than just talking about the elephant in the room, which is a 400-pound woman with a missing leg fighting in prehistoric fucking dinosaurs and shit. Come on, man! Like, come the fuck on! Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? But also, it was a little thrilling to see this so-called shot fall so short from its mark to rubberneck at the slow-motion pratfall. Holy fuck, are you writing poetry? Nobody's gonna read this. You're lucky I am. $1 per word? I think this is his own website. Yeah, this is his own website. Oh, God. This is so... Oh, my God. This is like the most insufferable fucking thing I've ever read. Since then, Concord is the standard against new games, blah, blah, blah. Game is flopped. The title has become a shorthand for a thing that's bad. Then there's also this... Okay, buddy, I'm trying to read. But there's also an activist short seller tendency here. I've written about this before, where games discourse can evolve into business arguery, and one of the safest moves on the vibe market is to write off any new release with a whiff of downward potential as Concord 2.0, the next sure flop. Titles, but there's also an activist short seller. Activist short seller. Is he trying to make a conclusion that essentially you have people that are trying to form a negative opinion on a game before its like existence so that you can cash in on it later? Like, essentially this dude is trying to say that people are grifting early on a game to essentially try to imagine that future into existence for gain of some sort. How does this confer to short selling? Well, if you're shorting on a stock, you're basically trying to make money off of something's failure. So if he's saying activist short selling, that means that you are advocating for the failure of something while also profiting off of it. Griffority report. What the fuck is wrong with you? That's actually pretty good. I'm gonna give you that one. We're manifesting. Yes, we're manifesting. That's essentially what they're saying. So like he's trying to say that there is a cohort of people that pop up that are actually like guiding a game towards its failure for their own financial gain. I.e., people like me, people like Asmongold, content creators that essentially will come out with an opinion talking bad about a game because it's profitable to do so. But that's not how that works. Like, you can't, like, we're not taste creators. So, like, while we might advocate and say that we don't like something, we're not going to be able to do it knowing that we're going to make money off of it. That's just a really fucking weird way to say it. Right after the short, not to overcook the metaphor, but engagement farmers with short position. Engagement farmers with a short position on a new title have little incentive to recalibrate their take, barring major sentiment shifts because often their whole approach is the new game doomerism. If they have to change their mind, I used to hate X, but now I'm hyped for it. The conversation becomes an engagement play of its own. So stakes are obviously lower in the metaphorical engagement market than they are in some real financial market. But for the people with monetized audiences, the money is actually quite real. Fuck you, you little bitch. This is the same mentality of that fucking game developer that was talking about how, oh, you know, you guys are incentivized to have a negative take on something because you make money off of it. No, I'm not. It's all based off of luck and also just being in touch with other humans. I'm lucky enough that apparently I have the most normiest fucking taste ever. So when I put out a video where I'm like, bro, that game looks fucking dumb. And then the rest of the world goes, yeah, that game looks really dumb. I'm not you who's sitting around trying to fucking thesaurus around the point of that game looked fucking stupid and nobody liked it. But you're trying to cough up this narrative that we're out here somehow playing 5D chess for profit off of a game's failure? Brother, I make just as much money if a game is popular, if a game sucks. I just talk about my experience or the conversation around these games. The funny thing is, it's actually the opposite. The people that are trying to force a narrative in a lot of these situations, the people that are trying to say, the people that are contrarians, the people that are games journalists, they're the ones that end up making nothing out of these situations because they don't resonate with the rest of the public. Their opinions don't resonate with the rest of the public. I've seen entire creators' careers fall off a cliff because they eventually at one point in time ended up having opinions that just did not resonate with audiences. So people just stopped watching them. And instead of just pivoting and saying, okay, it's probably best that I just don't talk about this specific topic because people aren't interested in my opinion on it, they just kept doubling down on it. And they wouldn't let go. No, you guys don't understand. You are wrong. People don't want to hear about they're wrong. People just want it, like, that's not how this fucking industry works. It's just like, I hate this so much. And it's always games journalists that are the ones that believe that there's some type of fucking shadow hierarchy with content creation and manipulation in the background. And that's why it's the only reason it makes sense why they're more popular than me. That's what it has to be. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Because I see this same conversation pop up all the time. All the time. Well, you make more money off of negative content. You have to make negative content or you fall off. No, you just have to talk about what other people are talking about. They don't understand it yet. Content creators make a bag by being honest and reasonable. Telling people what they should do will always fail. 100%. Thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5. No, it's literally that. Have I ever made a video where I told you guys what you need to think? The only time that I'm racking my brain trying to think of at least one time. And I think the only time I have ever said anything around this is when the news first broke about Microsoft increasing prices on Game Pass and also them getting ready to put ads into xCloud and also potentially experimenting that with their lower pass on Game Pass, like the lower tier on Game Pass. And I said, I don't normally tell people what to do. And I'm not saying that you should. I have no business doing that. But if there was one game company that you shouldn't support or that I wouldn't support, it would be Xbox. That's the only time that I can ever think about that I've ever tried to like influence people directly. And that was literally just because I think that they're fucking toxic. I think that they're terrible for the games industry. I do. You only told us what to think. How is going to impact games industry based on what factor? Well, I don't tell you what to think though. I give you information and my thoughts on something. It's up to you what you do with it. I listen to people who encourage me to think for myself. Yeah, like that's kind of the idea. I don't want people to fucking agree with me. I mean, it doesn't matter. If you do, you do. That's cool. But the idea is to have a conversation, right? That's what it's supposed to be. You know, one of the things that I need to go back and do, and I kind of got out of the habit of just because like I've been... honestly, I've just been busy, is that like I've been kind of lazy with my edits and I used to leave more time between like my breaths and my sentences. And I need to leave more time because I've cut out I've been like shortening stuff to try to like make my super long videos not as long. And I miss having some of those breaths in there so that I could say something and then people could sit with the idea for a little bit. Dark mode looks like shit on here. I can't use it. He's formatted it so that dark mode doesn't work. And yeah, Concord is an imperfect point in this comparison. The biggest move was obvious targets. Here's the thing. Both manifestly different games from Concord. Concord was a different point comparison. You know what the funny thing is? People essentially just like... What I think is crazy here is that like nobody actually paid attention to Concord. Before Concord even released, this game essentially had just like people had saw it at the Sony thing and they were like, huh, I'm not really interested in that. That game's probably not going to do well. That was it. I don't think a lot of people were making a bunch of videos and shit talking shit about Concord before it released. Everybody react to its failure afterward. Where people were like, I don't think a lot of people are going to be interested in that. And then come to find out, like, nobody was interested in it, right? The Concord saga started with its release? Yeah. Do you have any Berserk content? I wish they made Berserk games. I wish somebody would make a good Berserk game. No, I don't. Maybe one day I'll try like an experimental video where I talk about like, I don't know, my experience reading Berserk or something like that. Highguard, for all of its flaws, was written off about... I've written some of them off here. Was downloaded and demoed by a lot of people. It launched to a unique core mechanic, and it was this primary selling point. It was not a unique core mechanic. It was an amalgamation of existing core mechanics. Neither things are true about Concord. Bungie's Marathon, meanwhile, has generated visible demand and excitement. as reservations and visuals past controversies have slowly faded run up to its release. Again, not true of Concord. He's trying to like compare one-to-one, like literally are taken as evidence, one-to-one correlation. What is this? Developer said something I didn't like on social media are taken as evidence, one-to-one correlation. Like he's literally trying to make one-to-one comparisons between Highguard and Concord and Marathon. Like they're not the same. Like it's so weird. Pendant surface level distinctions or the merits of the assessment of the new game market visibility. What's interesting to me is the primary lens through which video games are being discussed today. Famously, nobody played. But it literally does not blame the consumer. So nobody played it. Everybody's talking shit about it, but it's actually not Concord. It's actually content creators that are essentially profiting off of this, that are shorting the stock on these games, essentially before these games hit the market. I want to acknowledge that it is possible your algorithm is completely different than mine, that you don't see the same vapid and annoying posts that I do. It's because you're searching for it, dog. It's because it engages you. It's because you like to be perpetually mad and all you can do is read comments from people that you don't like. It's because you sit there and stalk people on the fucking internet that you disagree with rather than actually looking at the things that you pretend like you actually want to see. This is the same kind of person that goes over to Blue Sky saying that they want to look at puppy and kitty pictures, but what they really do is sit on fucking Twitter looking at people they hate, say things that they get mad about, and then post on a fucking second account about, yeah, fuck you, blah, 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 blah. That's what this is. That's what this is. It can be tough to write about conversations happening online with scare quotes, conversations happening, because there's no way to virtually think about quantify the scale of the discussion or to talk about the patience. I recently saw the headline Kotaku, PlayStation fans mad about Bluepoint boycotting Marathon. On the one hand, I believe this unreservedly. Because it's coming from because it's coming from Kotaku. On one hand, I believe this immediately. Of course, somebody is mad on the internet. On the other side, what does PlayStation fans mean? Who? How many? Where? There is nothing faker on the internet than media boycott. That is actually fucking true. That's true. It's hard to give a shape to this stuff that's happening on social media. Which, dude, I'm sorry, bro, but like if your game trailer gets 120,000 dislikes, if your game is getting absolutely bombed on social media, if content creators are commenting and their videos are resonating enough to get hundreds of thousands of views, if not millions of views in some cases, those are not fake signals. That is an alarm. If you're not listening to that, you're either deaf or you're avoiding it. And it kind of seems like this guy is trying to avoid that signal is real. That the people that disagree with him or have this weird difference in opinion just don't actually exist. And yet I have to imagine that, imagine you know what I'm talking about when it comes to sort of accept that. And yeah, at any point, there's a group of people being annoying about something in a stupid way. People would have once ridiculed them as trolls and relegated them to the metaphorical underside bridge. But who have somehow over the years coursed themselves into the virtual subdivision and have been elected somehow to the figurative school board. You are literally blaming the consumers. This whole article is blaming the consumers. Here are these people that used to have these opinions that we used to ridicule and they would go away and we didn't respect them. But now their opinions are starting to resonate with more people because more people have been ignored and ridiculed and pushed away and told that their opinions weren't useful. And then it got to the point where that kept happening at such volume that you guys started to ignore the entire fucking audience. So yes, some of the most extreme voices have been elected as the new officials. The people that you once shamed and threw into the fucking basement and tried to lock them in there are now out and they are running the fucking streets. This is the situation that you created. And this is the ultimate outcome. You have become the minority. You do not hold the popular opinion. You may sit there and think to yourself, I'm the normal one. You're not. Oh, he used the word encouraged, which means he must be right. I guess. A year and a half after its collapse, Concord. What is your conclusion? That's what I care about now. But all that talk about Concord 2.0 and 3.0 also are indicative of a pervasive feeling of suspicion and disaffection towards the video game industry leaders, a category I tend to understand as the collective C-suite of major publishing houses. Yes, that is true. Yep. But which I think has grown to encompass developers more genuinely in popular discourse. No, that's a generalization, and you are the one and you're the one that's inferring that language onto the players and onto the discourse itself. You are highlighting and signal boosting the bad actors within the game community that often will go after the developers individually and comment and try to harass them themselves. There isn't a single content creator or normal fucking average everyday Joe that thinks that it's okay or cool or justified to go and start shitting on a developer. A solo, like, you know, somebody like some random dude that just does something, not unless they antagonize the audience themselves. That's a different story. Homeboy from Highguard that stepped his foot into the arena, that made an entire fucking article blaming the players. Oh, he deserved that. Actually, I even take that back. Developer going on social media, period. Social media is not sunshine and rainbows. The world does not have a responsibility to validate you. Is it the polite thing to do to shut somebody down when they go on social media and say, I made a video game? No, it is not the polite thing to do to go after them. It's not. But let's think about this realistically. You going on social media and looking for praise for you making a video game is no different than you going to your local mall and screaming that out loud in the front of all these people and expecting the crowd of people there to all be supportive. Instead of looking at you and going, nobody cares. Like, you are the one that stepped into that area. You are the one that put your foot in the ring. You fucked around and found out. It's like, what outcome did you expect? And also, it's not the job of the rest of the internet to apologize for people that that need to apologize for the people that are on the internet that are going to talk shit. Do I think that they should be? No. They should just ignore it. But I don't know what the fuck you expected. I don't go on the internet looking for validation. I'm going to tell you that right now. Fucking every time I upload a video, I'm like, fuck, I hope these guys agree with me. Every single time, I'm like, I don't fucking know what's going to happen. I'm like, and I don't feel validated by my videos. I just hope people find it entertaining. That's all I care about. And then I get paid. I tend to believe that more often, the more often the obvious developers working on failed games are earnestly excited and committed to the thing that they're working on. I guarantee, yeah, without a fucking doubt. I don't have this weird belief that the people that are making these games don't want to make them. Not unless you're working at... it depends on the studio conditions and what the people are working on. There definitely are some examples of games that were like forced on people, right? Like looking at like Redfall, right? Like this is a company that made these, you know, stealth games and these a very specific style of games and these like sandbox games, and then now all of a sudden they're making fucking looter shooter. It was so obvious what was going on over there. But also the release of the black box into an ecosystem marked by intense parasociality and paranoia. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, people are increasingly parasocial today. Paranoia is real, but the paranoia, which was not discussed in honestly any of this article, now that I'm realizing it, is like where the distrust in the games industry even comes from. Yeah. No, you don't even talk about the source of the distrust. You don't talk about the fact that like players have been over monetized, like monetization has been like shoved down their throat. You don't talk about the rising costs to be able to play and enjoy the hobby. You don't talk about the constant commercialization, commoditization, the live service shit, like literally like the most like none of these fucking AAA publishers have our best interests in mind. But, like, you're trying to position it as we need to be kind to these people. Like, sorry, no. The paranoia has been validated, like conspiracy theories, only 6 weeks from it being true. That's actually so true, Arco. You're absolutely right. Literally, like, everybody's, like, weird fucking suspicions that they had about a Highguard ended up becoming true. That studio was, like, a fucking snake in the grass. Like, what are we talking about? These companies almost like it's at the point now where a lot of these guys try to essentially hide in broad daylight, and it doesn't work anymore. Has developer sold me on XYZ game? Did the trailer rollout make sense? What was the view count? Oh, this is a different part. I just wanted to see what. I tend to believe that the obvious developers, they. But there also games are released in a black box port stuff. Yeah. Who wouldn't be a little on guard? One common line about Concord is that nobody asked for this. That's a flawed way to approach the arts. This is what I said. Do not tell people what to fucking think. You can tell them how you think. Nobody wants to hear anyone say that's a flawed way of thinking. You are immediately coming from a condescending perspective. That's not the conversation to have. And also, at the same time, like, you don't get to dictate how art is received. It's not even about being a product first and an art second. You do not get to dictate how art is received. You can make it, but you cannot dictate how somebody receives it. If I walk into a fucking, an art museum and I see a fucking splatter art on the wall and it's just a black blob, and I go, that looks like somebody took a shit on it. You can't go, well, that's a flawed way to look at it. Like, if you think somebody had asked 2 years ago if they wanted a French role-playing game made by former Ubisoft developers, they would have looked at you funny. That's accurate. Yeah. Except for the fact that we didn't, like... The problem is, like, I feel like that's a false equivalency because we didn't really know anything about the game until they actually had something that was worthwhile to show. It's as though they're trying to make the case that we are killing games before they're imagined. If that's the case, then fuck, I hope that's what we're doing. Some of these games. Yeah, we had a trailer. We already knew that what we wanted. What are you talking about? If you had asked 2 years ago, people wanted a French role-playing game made by the former studio of Dead's, they'd look at you funny. What the fuck are you talking about? When people saw the trailer for Expedition 33, a game that was being made by former Ubisoft developers, they said that they liked it. And they wanted it. Nobody looked at anybody funny. Everybody said, yes, I want to buy that. Like, it's such a dumb, like, okay, the overarching idea is the snob developer elites aren't listening to the normal gamer masses strikes me as a beating heart of every unflattering comparison to Concord. You're literally blaming the fucking customer the whole way through. You rat. You rat. Oh my God. You're no different than the people that they're calling out. You are literally them. You think that you are better than them. You think that you are holding a more educated position, a higher level of understanding. That they just don't understand the context of the situation. And it's not even snob developer elites. It's literally just the executives of these companies that are greenlighting the wrong games and targeting the wrong audiences, and people are sick of it because they know that the industry expects them to pay for these games, and then you want to know why players are so upset? You want to know why players are so frustrated? It's because they actually don't want to see these studios fail. It's because they don't want to see games come out and fail. It's because they want good games, and they want good studios, but instead they keep seeing the opposite. It's so ridiculous. Like, what the fuck is this? If you don't have any sense of solidarity that allows you to distinguish from the rank and file developers in the C-suite, or if you've often written off modern games industry workforce as irredeemably woke, then it's perhaps pleasing to imagine something that you don't recognize as catering to your specific, to you specifically as comparable to something worse that flops in video game history. This is literally it's just somebody that's like a leftist that doesn't like the anti-woke dialogue. It literally just boils down to that in the end. These guys literally have one mode of thinking. They have one mode of thinking. It's culture war. That's the only thing they have. Grifter, culture war. Grifter, culture war. For so many people that want to talk about non-binary, it's really funny that you guys can only think in ones and zeros. Unfucking real. Unreal. Yeah, fake intellect. It is. You read writing like that, and it's just like you are quite literally like running around trying to like dance around an idea and do your best to like create this image of you being this high level intellectual, when in fact what you really are is an ironic millennial. It's crazy. It's crazy. Washington Post circled the problem. I'm not gonna lie, fucking based. Not really sure what you're upset about. With no disrespect, articles like this are contributing to everything being Concord. Yeah, we talked about that. 100 successful games would have come out since Concord, and the devs don't talk about Concord likes. People aren't talking about all games being Concords. They're talking about the games that look lazy, uninnovative, ugly, bland, and yet use their budgets and marketing and failed utterly. And have huge budgets and marketing yet failed utterly. I think the recent flip-flop on Marathon, a game that does not seem to match any of the adjacent above, is somewhat relevant to all of this. These guys really like to, for somebody that really likes to talk about how people want to short stock on games, These guys really love to put their bets in early. These guys really love to put their bets in early. The article is not a defense of Concord. No, your article is in defense of bad games and developers that don't deserve to make them. Fucking crazy, man. What a deal. Oh, let's look at the new Pokemons. Oh, somebody asked what music I was playing. It's just Skyrim music in the background right now. I think I missed a super chat. Hold on. I wonder if part of the reason Sony is considering bringing back console exclusives is to prep for the Steam Machine release. Bender, I think you actually are probably right on the money, buddy. I want to be real with you, man. I'm going to be real. I think you are right on the money when it comes to that because they're probably worried about the Steam Machine coming out and then the new Xbox console being a split, console / PC so that it'll still have access to Steam, which means that Xbox players could now get around it and be able to play PlayStation games on an Xbox, which is kind of dumb because they're just going to put, if you're going to put the game on Steam, you might as well put it on Xbox anyway. If you're going multi-platform, why wouldn't you just put it on the competition's hardware? Gaming with, I can't read the rest of your name. It breaks it off for whatever reason. Gaming with spoons. There it goes. $10. Thank you, brother. Thank you for the 10. When it comes to politics, every dev should ask 3 questions. Does it fit into the lore? Does it add to the story? Does it break immersion? It's bad writing. It's bad writing that we hate. The best stories that we write are the best stories write are political. Well, here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with having politics. The idea of game. Oh my God, there's politics in my games. Every game has politics that are influencing it. It's a collection of somebody's ideas and beliefs and their ideals and their morals and everything, right? Anytime somebody's sitting down to write a story, it is a collection of their experiences that write that story. It is their personal politics. It's all of those different things, right? So it's not a problem of politics. It's just it's how you wield that sword. It's how you write with that pen. And in a lot of cases, when it comes to some of these games, what ended up happening is that you have a lot of them that essentially turned the pen into a sword and then turned it on its audience. As you need to learn from this. You know what games used to suck back in the day? The educational ones. I'm not here to have you teach me something. I'm here to be entertained. You can make me think about something, think deeper about something. But the thing is that in a lot of these cases, the people that are making and writing these stories and these characters that aren't resonating with people, the problem is that they don't have the life experience to write a character that makes you think. They have a character that tells you what to think. That's the fucking core difference. That's the whole reason why people don't like it. Let's look at the Pokemons. I'm good at, I'm going to be real. After my last Pokemon video, 1, did really well, and 2, pissed off a lot of people. I'm totally playing the next one. Oh, I'm day 1. Day 1, I'm playing the next one. No hesitation. People are sharing my video and shit on Twitter. Well, I don't respect his opinion. He says that literally somebody had posted a video. Somebody had posted and got and it got a bunch of fucking up dudes. And it was literally somebody saying, this guy says he wants to have his opinion respected, but he hasn't played since Black and White. And I'm like, brother, that means I haven't played since the games were good. That means I skipped all your bullshit, dog. I played from fucking I played from red and blue all the way up to Black and White. And now all of a sudden you want to sit here and try to gatekeep on my ass because I didn't play Sword and Shield? Violet. I'm actually kind of interested to see if this game is going to have better, like, if it's going to look better. I'm going to guarantee that, like, there was a lot of conversation and a lot of heat around the last game. I wonder if Nintendo's actually, we'll see. They also have, like, actual competition that's been, like, heating up towards them. Let's maybe we get lucky. Maybe we get a little lucky and these guys actually, I don't know, change something, right? We'll find out soon enough. Are you going on vacation? Is that what this is? Is Pokemon's going on vacation? Vacation Mons? I mean, like, this kind of looks better. There's a lot more color here at the very least. Okay, a lot of biomes and environments. You know, this kind of gives me this almost kind of gives me Pokemon Snap vibes. You know what I mean? Like the environments and shit like that. It actually does it run like shit? I mean, I have no idea. I do actually think that this does just look like patently better than the last game. I will say that. And some of this is technically gameplay, so that's nice. Not a high bar? Not a high bar at all. You know, I'll give it this. I'm actually going to give it some optimism here. I'm going to be real. I'm going to give it a little bit of optimism. This looks a lot more interesting to explore than the last game did. Right? But then again, I'm also realizing that I essentially played a game where I was stuck inside of a city the entire time. So again, a very, very, essentially a bar that's at my ankles. Bro, Digimon actually good? I never watched nor played. The last Digimon game was fire. It is way better than fucking, holy shit, that game's way better than what Pokemon's been putting out for a long time. The bar is on the ground? Yeah, I tripped over it. Oh, these are the new starters? Zero aura. Holy fuck, these guys fell off. That's cute at least. You're all I'm seeing is people like saying that the fucking Pomeranian is cute. It's literally a Pomeranian. The other one is literally Angry Birds. And I don't know what the fuck is going on with that thing on the right. That's cute? What? These games are made for girls now, man. They fell off. They fell off. Making games for the wrong people. I cannot see Angry Bird? How do you not see the Angry Bird? The green, very clearly an Angry Bird. It looks like Angry Birds. Another water type that is straight up shit. I have no idea. Making games for girls is fine. Making games for both sexes is better. True, it is. It would be nice. I mean, I guess you don't know what their evolutions look like, but still. I mean, like, the here, like, fuck, man. Where's, like, let me look. I need a graphic. All Pokemon starters. Like, look at this, dog. I mean, look at the OGs. Actually, you know what? This is really like the first time. I mean, like, I'll be real. This is pretty weak right here. Like, what the fuck happened here? Like, oh, you guys can't see my. How do I do that again? Settings. I forget how I turn my properties. Capture cursor. Done. There you go. Now you can see my cursor now. Like, okay, original starters, fucking goated. Absolutely goated design. Second gen, dope. I mean, fucking Chikorita, Totodile, and why can't I remember his name? Cyndaquil. Thank you, Cyndaquil. Yeah. Fucking brain just like lagged out there. I mean, like, Blaziken looked fucking dope, okay? Like, the evolutions for this gen were, like, actually pretty fucking good looking, to be honest with you. I did actually kind of dig the third gen evolutions. Fourth gen, I get it. Like, girls really like Piplup. I don't know about that. Mudcarp or whatever. Mudkip? What? Mudcarp. Third gen onwards downhill. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be real. They kind of fell off right here, dog. Because this is also, if I remember correctly, fourth gen was also when they did the whole like was it Panseer and like they just started reusing a bunch of assets and a bunch of designs and stuff like that, and it just didn't look very good. Can't see the grass on my camera. It's literally just a turtle. It's literally just a turtle. Turtwig is what its name was. And the evolutions kind of look like booty. I will say, I think with 5th gen they kind of recovered. Okay? 5th gen they kind of recovered a little bit. Like, kind of. 6th gen, you know, I liked Greninja. I thought that was actually a pretty sick design. I didn't really, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know what the fuck happened here. And it looks like they tried to correct it here, but I don't think it really turned out all that good. And now, like, this, I'm gonna be real, dog. Like, this is weak. This is really weak. Greninja was great. Delphox and Chestnut could have done without. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I kind of like Delphox, but not really. It's kind of like in the middle on that one. This is probably like this completely this ain't doing nothing for me. This ain't. If I had to pick one, I'm gonna be real. I'd actually pick the water type because at least it doesn't look like it was just ripped from another game. Or literally just a Pomeranian. Dilfox is waifu material? I hope nobody ever sees your search history, dog. That's a wild self-report. I'm gonna be real. That's a wild self-report. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. That's actually how I feel. How'd you get in here? Who let you in? Who let you in? Cute dog for girls, angry bird for boys, and tired gecko for unhappy pet Pokemon fans? I guess so. I don't know. This doesn't really do it for me. Brout. Pombon. Gekwa. Whale Lord. I don't know. Winds and what? Waves? Yep. Okay, there you go. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Wow. Global simultaneous release in 2027. Okay, so they're not until next year. We'll see what they do. They'll release more stuff on it. You'll see more of it. It'll be interesting to see like what the I don't know. I'm really, you know what it is? I want to see what they do with their battle system, because like I feel like they were going in the right direction. Like, though I had a lot of criticisms for the last game that I gave it a shot, and I haven't played Pokemon in like many, many years, right? The one thing that I will say is I do feel like they're going in the right direction with the battle system. It just needs some tuning. You know, a really good battle system that they could go after that I think would probably work out pretty well is from a game that's called Palworld. Like, let me walk around with an AK. Let me walk around with an AK. You know what I mean? And you still had full control of the Pokemon or the pals as well, right? Like you literally could control the pal, do all of its skills and stuff like that. Don't say, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Oh man, what do I watch? I want to watch one thing. Do I watch? Oh man, I kind of want to do the Resident Evil review, but I feel like I'm kind of afraid of the Resident Evil reviews. Do I want to watch Cross's review of Deadlock? Deadlock or RE? I'm kind of feeling Deadlock. Laura Fryer's video, she just put it out 4 hours ago. I'm not gonna, you don't go and react to somebody's video after they posted it 4 hours ago. Anybody that does that shit's an asshole. You let other people watch it first. Let it do its rounds. Give it a couple of days. Let it get some time to breathe. Deadlock, I don't want RE spoilers.
For a long time, I've been ignoring the elephant.
All right, this is Aztec Cross. I don't know. That dude. His honest review of Deadlock.
In the room. That being this little old game called Deadlock. I had many of you actually say, Cross, you need to try it out. It's Valve. It's the next big thing. And for the most part, I felt like you just wanted to watch me suffer, and suffer I have. But for a long time, I ignored this game. A MOBA shooter, I've seen that before. Is Deadlock really that different? But this past week, I finally gave it
What was that game that he showed? I don't know what it was.
another go. And let me just say, guys, Deadlock isn't just a hero shooter. It isn't Dota with guns, and it's not another MOBA shooter that we've seen come and go. Cough, cough, Paragon. Deadlock is one of the most
Paragon. Is that what it was? Smite? No, not Smite. I think Paragon, but I guess that's what he was talking about.
Games I think I've ever touched.
Yeah, you know what the funny thing is that originally when I saw this, I had assumed that this was essentially something like, I thought it was going to be something like Overwatch or whatever else. It's not. It's not even fucking close. They're not even in the same universe.
And it's so strange to me because
this is a game that essentially I think a lot of the, like much of the games industry doesn't have the nuts to be able to make. They'd be way too afraid to. One, because I don't think that they understand, like, I think it's like, I think they don't think that it would work or it would find an audience. And two, I think that they would lean too hard in the direction of like oversimplifying it for the sake of general consumption over actually giving it the mechanical depth that it needs for it to be able to breathe. It's Battleborn. It is kind of like Battleborn. Yeah, I like Battleborn as well. I was actually pretty sad that that game had died, honestly. I thought that game was going to do better. That was Gearbox, wasn't it? What a fuck situation that was. That game got so fucked. It, like, the fact that it launched right next to Overwatch, and like, I'll be real, at the time, yeah, I mean, Overwatch just, like, it was, like, at least the more fun game, like, and I think that's what that was really the factor that kind of killed it. Well, like, I don't know, it's kind of, going back and, like, trying to think about that whole situation, and then those two games going back and forth, that was nutty.
it brings with it the highest of highs, but the lowest of lows. Fuck you! Fuck! I'm not gonna lie, fellas.
You want to know why? It's because, like, when you're losing, you don't just lose. You have to sit with your loss for, like, the next 5 minutes. Like, if you're losing a game, you're going to be there continuing to lose for another 5+ minutes. And it's the longest 5+ minutes of your whole fucking life. Because you're just like, you know you're not coming back. The fucking team is melting down. Either everybody is shut up, nobody's talking anymore, or whatever it is. Welcome to League of Legends, LD. I'm not familiar.
On stream here recently, I've been an animal, like borderline toxic. I kind of prided myself in being this beacon of positivity in the gaming community that I've represented inside of Destiny for so long. You want to lick my ass now? You want to lick it now? But when it comes to this game, hot damn it, fellas, the beast just comes out. I'm blaming everybody. I'm blaming my teammates. I'm blaming the enemy. Hell, I blame the game. And it's all because I'm trying to avoid blaming myself. Myself for sucking ass. Because there's one thing that Deadlock puts underneath the magnifying glass very quickly, and that's you suck. And you're gonna suck for a long time. And somehow that has created one of
Dude, this is so fucking accurate. This is so accurate. Cross, what the fuck? My speakers were on. You wanna lift my... This is so, like, the thing is that, like, I remember when I first downloaded the game and I gave it a shot, which, by the way, like, I have, like, no time in this game yet, right? I have, like, no time in Deadlock. I've just started. I've literally just started playing. Where's it at? Deadlock. Here it is right here. Oh my God. I mean, I like how, like, my brain is wired weird. I'm like, I've played this game for like an hour, maybe 2. I played it for 15. Like, what the fuck is wrong with me? But I did. 15 hours is nothing. Believe me, I understand that like 15 hours is absolutely fucking nothing, especially in a game like this, right? Like this, the people have like fucking 1,000, 15,000 hours, right? It's just fucking crazy. But I logged in. I was like, okay, I'm going to play this game. Let's check out to see what Deadlock is. And I fucking matchmaking, a tutorial. Who needs a tutorial? And I fucking hit matchmaking and I'm like sitting there and I'm like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? What is going on? What are these little dudes? Why can't I just kill the other team? Oh, fuck, I'm dead. I'm not really regenning. How do I get life? Where are the potions? Where are the, like, just no fucking idea what is going on. Zero. Like, I think I got killed by a jungle. Like I went to go do one of the, like, the level 1, the level 1 jungles or whatever, and I got killed by it because I didn't understand what the fuck was what was going on. I'm like, am I supposed to be killing this thing? Is this a trap somebody said? I don't really know. Fucking just fucking poking it like a goddamn gorilla. It wasn't a level 1. It was like a level 2 or 3, to be fair. And I was playing a character that shouldn't have been doing it anyway. But yeah, Yeah, you figure and filter it real quick. You're like, holy shit, there's a very high learning curve here. Like, it's not even a learning curve, it's a learning cliff. And you have to climb it before you can even start really playing the game.
The most addicting gaming loops I've experienced in years. Today, guys, we're going to be going down the rabbit hole of Deadlock's development. Why this game is surviving.
He's using Pallytime's gameplay? Why are you using Pallytime's gameplay? That's actually really... Holy fuck, that's a name I haven't seen in a long time. MF Pallytime. What a fucking G. Holy. I used to watch MF Pallytime and Rurikon and that whole like crew of people back during Heroes of the Storm. And because I loved Heroes of the Storm back in the day. And I played Heroes all the fucking time. And I just watched those dudes. It was from his HOTS content. I did too. It's actually funny that like, and I watched these guys like, bro, I watched Rurikon and Pallytime playing fucking Heroes of the Storm like fucking forever ago. And then all of a sudden, like years later, now I'm like friends with Rurikon. Because of like YouTube and shit, right? Like me and him have talked. I'm like, bro, I'm gonna tell you what, Moxie's the same way. Like I talked to those people, I talked to those guys, I'm like, I'm gonna be real, dog. This is really fucking weird. Like I used to watch you. Like and now you're watching me. Now we're friends. I'm just fucking around. Any Heroes of No Worth? Yeah. Moxie Borderlands guy? Yeah, I used to watch Moxie's I used to watch all of his build guides and stuff all the time. And farm guides and things like that. Yeah.
Continued to thrive, and why this game is only going to get bigger as time goes on. But most importantly, a warning. And I'm going to start off by giving you that warning right now. If you value your free time, if you value your loved ones, if you value your friends and the relationships with those friends, don't play this game. And dare I say, never play this game with them. I know.
Holy fuck. So I got some laps in, okay? I've been playing some bot matches. I started understanding, like, I don't actually have any idea how to build a character. I quite literally just use one of the builds that I think is probably going to be the best, like especially at my rank, because it doesn't really fucking matter. I just use somebody else's shit because I don't understand what the fuck is going on yet, right? Let me take this shit one step at a time, okay? The other night, I was playing with 4 friends in a Discord. And I play other games. I play like Magic the Gathering and a couple other things with some of the other dudes. And then the other guy I've never played with before. And so the 4 of us matchmake together. I did not get paired with the two guys that I'm familiar with. I got paired with the other guy. And I'm like sitting there and I'm asking these dudes, I'm like, so what should I be doing? And they're like, I don't know, you're fine. And like these guys have like over 1,000 hours in the game. And I'm like, am I doing okay? They're like, yeah, you're good. And I'm like, okay, because I'm just kind of wandering around because I'm not really too sure. And these guys said that they'd help me figure out how to play the game. Come to find out, the dude that I was in the lane with was also the new player that was playing with us, but he had his mic muted because he was cussing the entire time. Because he was mad at his lane partner. And I'm wandering around fucking aimlessly because I have no idea what to do because because my lane partner's not communicating with me. And I'm like, and we go into the next game and he does it again. And it wasn't until halfway through that game that I'm like, oh, wait, you're in my lane with me? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, brother, could you tell me what to do? What the fuck? What the fuck?
I'm coming off dramatic right now. But no lie, I think this game, if you were to play, say, with your spouse, you would have a 100% success rate of divorce. At the same time, though, considering just how fun this game is to play,
it is very fun. So mechanically, this game is so fucking layered that, like, especially just like getting used to just like base combat. Base combat is just the basic level of combat is so good. Like these character, like their packages and like their skills and abilities and how this stuff is all layered. It's a Valve game, so it feels good to play. Mechanically, it feels very, very good to play. And then like it's slowly but surely, I'm starting to feel it now, and I got a long ways to go because I still don't understand the game, right? But like I'm starting to like I'm understanding my role at least in the lane a little bit. I still don't know tempo. That's the one thing that I never played a MOBA. The only MOBA that I've ever played is Heroes of the Storm, and that shit does not count because you can run that shit down mid and fucking win, okay? Like, let's be real. Like, Heroes of the Storm is literally just team fight the game. This is a completely different story. You have to fucking work your lane. You have to know how to work your lane. You have to know when to move over. You need to know when to go for objectives. You need to, like, are you supposed to jungle? Should you go get boxes? Should you go get the, the fucking Saint and Sinners machine or whatever the hell it's called? All that kind of stuff. HOTS is training wheels for MOBAs. It's actually that. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. So, I don't know pacing yet. That's something that's going to just have to come with time, which is like, when should I leave my lane? When should I go do this? When should I go do this? When am I not supposed to be here right now? Right? That stuff's just going to come with time. Right now, it's just learning how to fight, how to move, and how to like actually successfully do your lane and like complete your lane and, you know, take your role or whatever it is. Movement is definitely like the next learning curve because there's a lot of weird movement tech with this game. It's a Valve game, so it's like that. But the game, it just feels good. It's very fun. It's going to piss you off, but it's very fun.
Without further ado, let's talk why Deadlock has grabbed me by the balls.
Nothing feels worse than running out of stamina because you fucking like panic clicked too many times and forgot that you have stamina and now cannot run away from an enemy that is actively destroying you.
Now, I've played Deadlock previously, like a long time ago. I gave it like maybe an hour and a half. Really didn't think much about it, jumped to another game, but decided to come back. Mainly because Average Jonas, who I ran into at the Highguard event, was talking so positively about Deadlock. And I thought,
let me find a fucking clip of this dude. I think he showed up on the Highguard video. The promotional video they did where they were interviewing all of the like content creators that were at the event. They were like, "Oh, bro, this game is great. Oh no, Highguard. Oh man, I just can't get enough. It's so fast paced." Watch this bro show up on there, and the whole time he was there, he was just talking about how he thought the fucking Deadlock is so good.
so positively about Deadlock. And I thought to myself, all right, I'll give it a go.
He was at the Highguard event talking about how great Deadlock is.
Try it out. This man says it's addicting. It's the best game ever. Hell, why not? Now, for those that are not familiar with this game type, it's called a MOBA, a multiplayer online battle arena. Now, the reason why MOBAs are so addicting is really because you have this huge arsenal of characters you can choose from. You've seen it in things like League of Legends, but it's within those characters.
There's so many characters that I still have no idea what they do. So anytime I see them pop up, I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck is going on.
That even though, yes, they have preset abilities,
the whole reason I'm getting into it right now is because I know that I'm like, I can see that I like the game right now, and like I know the roster is only going to grow further from here, and I'd rather like understand what the fuck is going on now before more come out.
Also have a store in-game.
It's why I don't play League of Legends, or I've never tried Dota or anything like that. Those games have so many fucking characters that I would never know what they all do.
With a shit ton of items. And these items greatly affect your character's lethality. In a lot of ways, MOBAs are almost like roguelite PvP games. And in Deadlock's case, it's a 6v6 match with 2 players per lane. And the goal, at least initially, is to dominate your lane. Now, this is where Deadlock turns into a 5D chess match. On the surface, it doesn't really look like a lot is happening. I'm sitting there peeking around a corner, I'm shooting some shots into an enemy, but in this moment, there is a dance taking place. And that dance is which one of us is going to overextend first, which one of us is going to make a mistake, which one of us is...
Oh, okay, hold on a second. My fucking speakers just switched for some reason. Give me a second real quick. What the fuck is going on?
That's exactly what can happen in Deadlock. The right decisions that take place from the very beginning of the match can result in you snowballing into an absolute...
Oh, let me check this real quick. Let's see what's going on. The battery dead? I just charged this thing recently. Oh my god, it's at 3%. I'm fucked.
absolute unkillable being that can 1v6 the entire team. That is the highest of highs. At the same time,
I think the battery's cooked. I think that's what it is. I've had this
if you
headset for a
allow
long
your
time.
enemy to begin snowballing, well, guess what? You just lost the game, not only for yourself, but for your entire team, you piece of shit. You thought you had it, yet you went 1-8. The hell is wrong with you? At what point did you think to yourself, maybe I'm feeding? You see, on the surface, guys, this may look like
That's
a
me,
hero
not
shooter,
you.
but it's got so much more depth. And dare I say, Deadlock is one of the most difficult games to get good at. I played League of Legends many years ago.
Oh my
and
god,
yes, there's
is it gonna keep fucking doing this? Hold on, it's like my battery. I think my battery's cooked. Oh my god, do you guys keep hearing it do that? Like disconnecting and reconnecting. Oh my god. Sorry. Okay, we're not gonna use that. Why? That's literally like the LG charge, or that's like the Logitech charger. I guess it's time for me to buy a new headset.
definitely skill involved with League. But Deadlock is a shooter, and it has that extra mechanical requirement on top of being a strategist within the game itself. And dare I say, the strategies get absolutely crazy in this game, and I haven't even explored more than a fraction of it. You see, based on your character and who you're facing off against, you may buy items and then change those items mid-match just to counter different enemy.
LD, at least you could afford a new headset. True. True. I don't like spending money, dude. I'm frugal as
and
fuck.
if you look even deeper than that,
I'll run
you look
something
at
into
what
the
they
ground
buy,
before I
and you
switch it
strategize
out.
what they're building and how to counter those builds. Now that's some big brain stuff that I'm gonna be honest, fellas, we haven't even gotten to, which is exactly why I love Deadlock has this beautiful thing called Build Browser. You can literally go and choose a build that someone in the community has already made. Find a good player, you think he's pretty good, you want to use.
This is some like next level, like player UI, quality of life shit that like only people that are one, intimate with the genre, and two, like really, I guess intimate with games from like a player perspective, like fully understand. The only problem that I will say is that like the issue with the build browser is that like this is really good training wheels at first for you to like click on a build that you think like will click with you or like function the way that you want. But the problem, and that's really good at the very beginning because you essentially aren't doing shit, right? Like you're just learning how to play the game, mechanically learn how to play the game, how to defend your lane, how to play your character, movement, things like that. But you have no idea why your character is doing what your character is. Not unless you take the time to look through the entire build and see what it's going to buy at what level and all that kind of stuff, right? Observe other matches. Yeah, you can, but at the same time, I think that like when it comes to any game, at least for me, maybe I'm just like too much of a normie on this. I want to plug and play, man. I just want to hop in and jam the game. I don't really want to think about it. I don't want to think about it much more than that. Especially when you're just trying to get like an idea of like how the actual genre itself plays. So
Just build, boom. It's almost like dim links from Destiny 2, but without having to actually share a link. This is all in the game itself. To me, this is one of the best things I've ever seen in a game. It allows new players like myself to just jump in and at least be effective. No, we won't necessarily win, but we have.
Because like the learning curve on understanding how items specifically work is fucking crazy. Right? Because like you have to know like whether something like you can think, oh, okay, my character does spirit damage, but do I actually want this item that does the spirit thing? Because does it really matter for me to get more spirit damage? How effective is it for this actual character? What is the actual scaling? Like, unless you're a fucking math whiz, I think most people are probably just running other people's builds and leaving it up to build like people that make builds rather than probably doing it themselves with a twist towards like certain things that will counter what other people are doing depending on what characters they have. But I think outside of that, most people are just going to rely on the other ones that are actually doing the math to realize like what is actually effective and what's not.
somewhat of a fighting chance. And I think that's where Deadlock is seeing some tremendous success, despite it being essentially a closed alpha that's invite only. To me, the game is approachable, but the skill gap is massive. What you're seeing in front of you is my gameplay, and by no means am I a skillful player inside of Deadlock. And it's crazy when I actually pull up the pros in this game, man. And it is
it looks like a completely different
watching
game.
their gameplay. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I don't think I can ever go back to watching a hero shooter. And it's not that I'm not a fan of Marvel Rivals or Overwatch. It's just that the depth that's present here is the equivalent of watching a chess match versus checkers. No lie, I think Deadlock has ruined me because now I expect this level of depth in all PvP games that I play.
This is also something that's kind of coming to the detriment of a lot of games now, which I think that like there are these like next level games that come through that like shift your perspective so much on like what's possible, what games can deliver, and like whatever your expectations are for games. And it's like it's completely warping like what player expectations are for a lot of these games. And I actually say it's not warping it in the wrong way. It's warping it like back into place, like where it should be. I think that people's expectations for a lot of these games fell over the years. And in a lot of cases, we've been delivered subpar products pretty much across the board. And like, this is where things should have gone, but the industry just didn't do because it's not profitable enough. And it just doesn't fit into the like, it doesn't fit into the mold of a publicly traded product. It's too experimental. It's too weird. It's too complex. So they don't try to do anything like this. The only way that you're getting something like this well cooked, this well seasoned, is because it's coming from a company that has the resources to throw at it, and they take no losses. And like effectively, the losses don't actually do anything, right?
Now, if you're like me, you may be wondering, where the hell did this game even come from? To understand Deadlock, we really have to go back to 2018. The project wasn't even called Deadlock back then. It was codenamed Citadel, and later was named Neon Prime. And let me just say, yes, it looked generic. It was a sci-fi shooter, robots, lasers, very cyberpunk at home aesthetic. It looked like it was trying to chase Overwatch. And characters we know now look completely different. Look at Viscus. He wasn't a green goo ball in a jar. He was a pufferfish in a mech suit. Ivy, she was a robot named Tengu. McGinnis, a welder named Forge. You see, Valve had a working game, but they realized something crucial. Generic sci-fi dies. So in a massive pivot that really would have killed any other studio, they scrapped the art. They threw it out and they brought it back in this 1920s occult noir aesthetic.
Occult noir. I love that. I love that sound. Occult noir, eldritch as well. There's a little bit of everything in there.
Talking steampunk ghosts, Art Deco architecture, demon packs. This is what gave the game its soul. But the art isn't why the game feels so heavy.
And the funny thing is, I don't even feel like it's in its final stage yet. I think that it's getting closer, but they're not there fully. I think there's still more things that they want to like give that added dash of like real creativity, that je ne sais quoi, right? That's something special. Reminds you of like 90s style Batman. Oh, like Batman Beyond? Yeah. Yeah.
The reason this game didn't end up like Battleborn is really because of one person, or I guess in this case, one amphibian. For years, people saw a dev named Yoshi being active in the Discord, posting patch notes at 3 a.m., balancing numbers like a madman, and it's an open secret in the community that Yoshi is Ice Frog, essentially the mastermind behind Dota 2. Now, this explains everything. Other devs tried to make shooters with MOBA elements. They watered it down, but Ice Frog did the opposite. He made a MOBA that you would play with a gun. Now, the lanes inside of Deadlock actually started with 4, but they shifted it.
Yeah, I played it when it was 4 lanes, and it felt really aimless.
To 3 in early 2025 to tighten the map. The items, these aren't just simple items. You're buying active items, refresher orbs, silences, and
because with 4 lanes, I think you had to have one person solo typically.
Complexity is something that's not hidden. They threw the whole spreadsheet in your face and they said, learn it. And then came the hook for me. Outside of the gameplay loop of, yes, snowballing into an unkillable being that wipes an entire team, it started very small. Soul denial. You see, inside of other MOBAs, you kill a thing and then you get gold or some form of currency, which is pretty straightforward and very simple. Inside of Deadlock, though, you kill a thing, but a soul floats up. And then you have to shoot it to secure it. But if the enemy shoots it first, you lose it. This single mechanic, in my opinion, changes everything. You see, it turns that first 10 minutes of the game into this high-stakes duel of constant pressure on your enemy, which is anything but passive. See, a lot of people tend to lane very defensively and in some cases even passively, but that already starts the snowball effect in your enemy's favor. At the same time, if you happen to have been killed a few times, but you're just like the best denier of souls, there is always a way to make a comeback. And that deepens that chess match where there is only so many souls on the map and you yourself are fighting for it every single second. You're controlling the battlefield.
Yeah, you have to be really careful about how you're like what your tempo is at the very beginning of the game. Like I will say, like when I first started playing, like the first thing that I noticed is that, like the more like confused I was, the more how do I say this? The more like shy I was about laning, because I didn't understand, like, am I supposed to just fight these people? Am I supposed to fight the wave? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. It's fight your lane, kill the mobs, focus on the mobs. The mobs take priority above everything else. However, you want to constantly be harassing the opponent, and then one of you is going to overextend, and then you capitalize on that. And if you can get kills early, that's great, but it's not that big of a deal. The idea is to constantly make sure that you're trading, but also that you don't actually ever have to leave your lane. If you have to leave your lane outside of, going to jungle or something like that for a second, 4D tug of war, yeah, essentially, yeah. Yeah.
And it literally all starts right there in your lane. Now, you probably noticed some of the movement here in this game is pretty trippy. And yes, that is...
What you're looking for is that opportunity where you push their wave up high enough that you can go and jungle for a second and then come back and then defend and then keep going back and forth and shit like that. But it also, I've also realized that kind of also depends on like what characters you're playing. In some cases, like you don't really want to go farm. You just want to stay in your lane.
Arguably one of the things that separates Deadlock from so many other games. Deadlock is all about stamina management and how you move around the map. See, every time you slide, you have infinite ammo. But every time you dodge, that consumes stamina. Every time you double jump, that consumes stamina. And literally conserving your stamina, although will eventually become second nature to you, is something that's extremely important, not just when it comes to getting out of dangerous situations, but also just maneuvering around the map. If you notice something about the map here, where most MOBAs are flat, Deadlock is a jungle gym. Everything here is so vertical.
It's actually fucking crazy how vertical these maps are and how layered the maps are. I think that's the one thing that's probably the most confusing for a new player at first. And I had a really hard time being able to dig it, like, because it's crazy how much of a learning curve there is with this game. Like, there's so many like intricate places outside of just your lane that there's buildings to walk inside. There's ropes to be able to climb. You can double jump on top of buildings. You can run upside walls. You can wall kick and wall jump, and there's like mini bosses, or not mini bosses, but there's like there's kind of like stuff like that on top of like some of these rooftops and different objectives that you can chase and power ups. And there's a fucking mid boss that's in middle lane that gives you like, a bunch of like revives and shit like that. Like there's a ton of stuff, dude. Ton of stuff.
From the zipline systems to the air vents that push you up. And what's even crazier is that this doesn't just stop from the street level up. The fight takes place even in the sewers, in the alleys. Hell, there's these little cubby holes that if you're small enough, you can fit inside and escape enemies. The two areas that I feel like Deadlock really separates itself when it comes to that.
Yeah, he has his own little lanes. He has his own little escape lanes that he can go in and get items and stuff. It's funny.
skill gap is in your movement, but also in your mastery of the map. Understanding where everything is present, understanding where there's an entry point, there is an exit point, and how to cut off those enemies. Because even though the fights do take place in those lanes, they 1000% will break out to every other area of the map, from the rooftops down into the sewers. And how you maneuver around the map and control those various resources is how you chip away at your enemy and eventually overtake them. Now, this is not necessarily a guide to Deadlock. Believe me, we're nowhere near there.
No,
but
not
this
even
is
close.
my observation, at least over the past week. And what this really equates to is that in my mind, I go, okay, Cross, how long will it take us to master this game?
Oh,
and to that, thousands.
Yeah, I was about to say like thousands of hours. Like I was talking to my one buddy about this game, and he's already put like 1,500 hours into the game, and he's like, I'm considered like below average, and I'm like, yeah, I figured you probably would.
Hours. This is a game that I feel like you can easily sink thousands of hours in. Hell, even just learning all the different heroes, which play vastly different from one another with their own intrinsic stats, from like movement speed to different scalars. If you were to like sit down and learn each one of those, oh my God, dude, like 10,000 plus hours. But let's just say, okay, you just want to take a few of those, maybe 4, 5 at most to truly master. I still think you get thousands of hours out of this game. Not one match that I have actually played in Deadlock has felt like the next. I really feel like every single one has been a different experience. Not just because I might be playing a few different characters here and there, but because of the different enemies I'm going up against. And that in itself changes
it's also the
meta.
people that
On
you're
top
playing
of
with,
the
too.
varying skill levels. It's this type of variability, though, that exists in Deadlock that
My rank is in the top 15%, and I think it's high because I suck. What the fuck?
makes it so addicting. And I completely understand why people play this game all
I think it's high because I get
day,
it.
every day. And what's even crazy is that this game is not even completely out, which takes us to
I love that each character design is different. They're the fun is figuring out characters in the setting for your favorite playstyle. Yeah, I do like that. This is also the thing where it's just like, you know, when people want to talk about like you can't judge art, I always find it's real, or like how people are constantly trying to dictate how you can judge art when they talk about character designs in Concord or character designs in Highguard and games like that. And then you go and you compare that shit to a game like this, where like every single character is so vastly different than the next. Like no Gorlock the Destroyer. Well, there's nothing wrong with like if they want to like it's not like they have like a husky girl, right? The mechanic chick, McGinnis, I think is what her name is. Like, there's nothing wrong with having that, but like the aesthetic fits what they're doing, what that character is, what that character is about, and it's like that's like that for almost all the characters. And there's so much like diversity in how they design it, and there's like some of them are creatures, and some of them are human, and some of them are ghosts, and some of them, you know, like it's crazy. Some of them have like a pact with a demon, so they become like half human, half something else. It's really cool.
Mythical 1.0 launch. Let me just say, guys, this is Valve. They don't really operate.
How do I play this without an invite? You have to get an invite. So you can like join a Discord join our Discord. I'm sure there's people that are in there that have the game. You just have to get an invite from somebody that has the game. That's it.
On our time, they don't really even do roadmaps. They don't give release dates. They don't really even promise anything. They kind of operate on Valve time. That roadmap is essentially silent until an update hits you in your Steam library at 3 a.m. on a Tuesday, which is crazy. But if we look at how they handled Dota 2 and CS2, you can kind of read the tea leaves. Right now, we are in the viral beta phase. The invite system is the marketing, and they are essentially stress testing the servers and letting the community balance the game for them. Yoshi/IceFrog is watching the data, not the calendar, which means we really only have 3 things standing between us and a full 1.0 release. Number 1, the ranked ecosystem. The moment Valve drops a visible ranked mode with leaderboards, that is the soft launch. The second thing is the hero roster. Now, I believe that the roster here is really solid, but Valve is not going to launch until the meta is diverse enough. And from what I've at least seen online, it seems like they're looking to get that Dota depth before they open the floodgates. And
How many characters did Dota launch with? Bro, they're fucking crazy. We're not seeing this game for another 5 years. We're not going to see this game for another 5 years. That's crazy. 102 heroes. How?
Third thing is really that esport push.
I think that I don't think that they're going to do 102 heroes. I don't think that that's the case. They're probably it's Dota 1 heroes were in Dota 2. How many characters did Dota 2 add then, I guess, is probably the question. I'm not really too sure.
Even though, yes, I find Deadlock to be an incredibly fun game.
LD,
is not making this
you
game
should make a Deadlock channel in the Discord. I'll be in there a lot. Yeah, I mean, if somebody, I don't know if Jax or somebody like that's in the watching the stream right now, but yeah, if somebody wants to, just ask one of the mods. They'll make a channel for it.
Just fun. They are building the next international. The roadmap will end with a multi-million-dollar tournament, with Deadlock being built for spectators. From the verticality, the team fights, the soul denial, this game is made not just to play, but also was made to be watched. Now, the time frame for this, I have no idea, guys. I wouldn't hold your breath. For the time being, the only way you can get into the game is if you send out an invite, which you yourself can do if you're in the game. And if you're in a situation where you're actually needing to get an invite, we do have a Discord channel, we'll link down below, where folks literally just send out invites all day long. With that being said though, like we talked about last week when we talked about No Rest for the Wicked, Deadlock is also another game that I wouldn't just sit around and wait for its full release. You're missing out, guys. This is a
I think it's a really cool experiment. Like, I think it's a really cool experiments. I think it's a really cool experience to be able to get in on a game on the ground floor, to know what it was when it was being built, to be there, like, to understand, like, what went into making that game. I think that it gives players a different kind of perspective on game design and also on, like, the games that they love. And it's also kind of a badge of honor. It's just kind of cool to have, to be honest with you, right? Like, I was there with Baldur's Gate 3 when most of the characters didn't even look the way that they did. Karlach looked like just like a fucking random NPC, right? Like, she didn't look like anybody. She just looked like a random tiefling. She had, like, no personality whatsoever. Fucking characters would, like, their heads would tilt all over their body while they're talking to you and stuff. Like, the game was garbage. I mean, you could see the light at the end of the tunnel in some cases, but yeah, it had a ton of issues. But then you would see, like, the feedback that you would give and the things that you would say, you know, directly have an impact on the game in some way. And then you'd see this game just fucking come together. And I think it's one of the best ways to develop a game. I think you have to do it with very specific games. You can't do it with all of them, but it's definitely one of the coolest ways to see a game put together.
Fantastic game. And I think a lot of people get in their heads where they're like, oh, the game's not fully released, therefore it must not be good yet, or I shouldn't give it my time yet. And that couldn't be further from the truth. If anything, right now is one of the best times to get into this game before those floodgates open.
Yeah.
What I do expect to happen with Deadlock.
Yeah, one, you're getting into the game before you're going to be overwhelmed by a bunch of other people that are playing it, so you don't necessarily feel the same pressure to, like, learn it as quickly as possible or feel like you're that far behind. The other part of it, too, is that you're also getting into the game before there's, like, microtransactions and a bunch of other shit, right? So, like, there's none of that shit in there right now. The game is just, like, a free ecosystem. Play the game and enjoy it.
Though, is that I think this is going to be one of the most dominant games that could potentially absorb many of the top PvP games out there, and for good reason. It's got so much here, guys, that even myself, who's not even a diehard MOBA fan, man, I play as casual as they come. Even I absolutely love both playing and watching this game. It's a good one, guys, and I definitely suggest checking it out. Although, again, like I warned you earlier, if you value your free time, you may want to hold off on this one. I don't think I've played a game that eats up my time as fast as this one. 1 hour turns into like 8-9 hours in a blink of an eye. To the Deadlock community, keep doing you, man. Keep giving feedback. What all of you have accomplished over the past few years has really been incredible. I wasn't necessarily sold on this game when I first played it. Granted, I didn't give it much time, but where it is now, hot damn is it special. Fellas and ladies, thank you all for coming and watching, and as always,
slap that like button like your mama told you right.
Also, something else to keep in mind, the soundtrack for the game is, like, really good too. It's just a good game. It really is. I'll try here, I'll share it to you guys. This is that's Cross. You guys have probably seen Cross before. He usually makes Destiny 2 content, but he kind of bounces all around. He plays a lot of stuff. It's a good video. It's a good video. Hidden King OST slaps, bro. Oh, that hits? I know. I know. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm low-key evil. I'm low-key evil. Yeah, yeah, do my bidding. Yeah, yeah. Here's the Hidden King. Mother got mogged, to be honest. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This game is, yeah. Like I said before, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is with Steam, or I don't know what it is with Valve and their games, but there's some type of magic there, man. There's some kind of magic there that is just like, sheesh. I don't know what these guys are cooking on, but they're cooking on some good shit. So Asmongold needs to be deplatformed and go outside. I don't think what these people realize is, like, you can post this kind of stuff and talk about this guy. Like, whatever, I don't really care about, like, the fucking political conversation. That's not really the point. But you can post and you can talk about this guy and you can have your opinions on him. And while you might get some support on social media, ultimately you're just going to be turned into content for him. Like, all their hate just makes him stronger. Like, this, it's like reverse Spirit Bomb. Like, this dude will just piss off the world, and then all they do is it just gets reflected right back at them. It's so crazy. It's so crazy, dog. It's like, and the thing is like, they feel like they're doing something. They feel like they're, like, getting people, like, on their side. They feel like they're getting people that are gonna, like, you know, they feel like there's an opportunity to be able to, like, cancel him or something. Like, you're never going to do that. Not unless this dude actually does something, like, genuinely evil. If he actually, like, commits a crime or something. And he doesn't leave his house enough to be able to do that. So I don't think that's going to happen. But all you do, and then you just, like, it's just, man, absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. What is this? Zelda, but a modern game? Fire Temple? What is this?
Time to get
almost scarecrow.
Link, you just items. Pharaoh's wind. Pharaoh's wind. Bomb. Hookshot. Bomb. Hookshot. Exiting
Summon
menu.
the scarecrow. To use the scarecrow, use the hookshot on the scarecrow.
Oh my god, this is so accurate. Oh no.
Scarecrow summon successful. Nice.
Link, use your hookshot to hook yourself on.
Did the trick.
Is this Link?
Huh? Who are you?
My name is Gremble. I'm the Goron you just saved.
Oh, the only thing though is that it's not showing a loading screen. It should be showing a loading screen right now.
How'd you get my number?
She gave it to me.
That would be me, Link. Gremble is the local medic. What was I saying again? Gremble is the local medic and
I should probably climb that.
What was I saying again? Gremble is the local medic and
I can sense a gold sculpture nearby.
Link, there's a gold sculpture nearby. Make sure you get that gold sculpture.
Gold sculpture. Nice.
Link, you've collected enough gold sculptures to unlock a new dream sequence. To access your dreams, make...
That's crazy. That's so funny. Dude, there's been so many AI catfighting videos over the last couple of days. It is, I don't know why or where it is coming from. It is so stupid. It's so stupid. Oh, we looked at that already. Okay. I guess I have to make a decision. And I don't know what that decision's gonna be. What is this? You can relive playing a video game from the 90s through VR. Brother, you can also, like... This isn't really... You can relive the 90s through VR. Bro, nobody's fucking room looked like this. No kid had multiple fucking screens in their room. And also, like, what's up with the fucking Chuck E. Cheese ass fucking carpet? Maybe angry video game nerds? For real, dude. Uncanny Valley? This is like what honestly, probably in the mind of some like coping millennials, this is what they think of. This is like what comes to mind. Like, oh yeah, dude. Yeah, I used to have like an arcade like I had an arcade machine. I had like a fucking bust down Space Invaders machine that was in our damp ass, gross ass basement that was cold as shit all the fucking year round. Not in my room, but we did have one. We did have one. I wish that was my room. No, this is loud, dog. This is so busy. You want to know what's in my room? Fucking nothing. Nothing is in my room. I'll describe to you guys what my room looks like. It's my bed, my dresser, covered with clothes, my nightstand that has my Steam Deck and a laptop on it, and a lamp. All white walls, no pictures or anything like that. Blackout curtains. That's it. Windows? Yeah, I have windows. The classic laptop? Yeah, no, I don't put a TV in my room. I think, which is funny because I stopped using a TV because it actually made me sleep better. I also got a new bed recently, which also has made me sleep a lot better. Holy shit, I actually have dreams now, like constantly. Like literally, like all the fucking time now. It's so weird. I didn't have any dreams before. I got a new bed. Now I'm dreaming like every night. It's crazy. You better have no bed frame. So like, oh, okay. I used to just have a box spring on the ground, but that was from like when I was like when I used to live in the basement back with my mom's, and then it started flooding, and then we had to I don't have a bed frame necessarily. It's like a bed stand. I don't know how to really explain it. It's literally like two metal things that like fold out, and then the bed sits on top of it. It's like I don't know. I guess it's a bed frame, but not really. Not a classic sense. It's not like I don't have like a headboard or anything like that. What is it?
What's good, pussy? Pussy! Pussy! Pussy, you dead? Alright, yeah, you dead pussy, bitch! Fuck out of here, bitch! Ah! Why did the light go out? What's
It's like that though. That's actually the normal like Resident Evil experience. It's like, yeah, I totally fucking got that. I killed that boss or whatever. All of a sudden, 2 seconds later, lights go out, things start flickering, something moves across the floor, and you're like, no, 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 no. What the fuck? Okay. All right. I guess it's time. What is? Oh, I saw that they're re-releasing the old games and they're putting them on. Oh, this is like a keychain or something like that. I guess I saw this. There's also like There's also a keychain that's coming out. Isn't that awesome? They re-released the cartridges as keychains. I did see they released the game for like $20 on Switch 2. I think that price is, I don't know, man. Like, a lot of people were tripping about it. I'm not really too sure. Like, I don't know what the fuck they expected. Like, we're talking about, like, this is motherfucking Nintendo, right? Oh my god. Little Caesars Arena had a malfunction. And their air horn was blaring for 5 minutes straight during the Pistons and Cavs game. Holy fuck. That has to be, like, this dude right here.
Now, what's going on?
Is sweating his life out. He's like, I don't know what. He's losing his shit. He's like, everybody's looking at him like, bro, you are going to get fired. This section of Resident Evil 9 wants me to see an open world game made by Capcom in the future. This looks incredible. He's lying, right? Like, is this a meme? This looks incredible because it isn't an open world and they don't have miles of useless terrain to design. It exists. It calls, yeah, Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm not sure. I'm not sure you want the RE engine trying to push that. The engine is best for Resident Evil because it was designed for that in the first place. The only reason it looks good because it isn't open world. Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, this looks really nice. Yeah, it looks really nice, but the only reason that it looks this good is because it's a contained experience. It's such a fucking weird normie take. It's not even like such a weird normie take. It's literally just like, it's graphics Andes. There is nobody I cannot stand. They are the worst. Graphics Andes are the absolute bane of the games industry. They have destroyed gaming. But what do the graphics look like? What about the graphics? I love games with good graphics. What about the graphics? How are the Blackhawks doing? Fucking sucking ass. I wish they would suck harder so we get a better fucking pick this year, but they keep winning games randomly. We're not going to the playoffs. It's like the worst thing ever. Like, you like seeing your team do better, but then all of a sudden they do too much better, but not good enough. And then you get nothing. Honestly, I've been watching the Panthers more, hoping that they suck harder, so because we have their first round pick. and ours, which is nice. But they're essentially sitting in the exact same spot. We somehow need I need St. Louis and fucking Vancouver to do worse, and Vancouver sucks ass. They're never coming back. I can't believe the Sabres are going. I'm so happy. I mean, don't count your ducks before, don't count your eggs before they hatch, bud. I mean, the playoffs aren't yet. Still got some time. I guess it is soon, isn't it? I'm a Canucks fan. Fuck my life. Bro, I saw recently, and this is so weird. Like, I hate Reddit, man. I look at Reddit sometimes because there's like, I look at Reddit sometimes just because like you get like a different side of conversations in some cases, right? But like, I went to like R Hockey the other day, and it's literally people like busting their nut over the fact that like people, I guess like, went to the Hockey Hall of Fame and threw like Quinn Hughes's jersey ripped in half on like on the doorstep or something like that, and wrote like, and it's all these dudes, like there's all these like upvoted posts in our hockey talking about how much they hate the like players that went to the White House for the State of the Union. And like they took Quinn Hughes's like his sweater and they wrote like they wrote like pedo on there and shit like that. And I think it's like Nazi, all that, and it's just like he laughed at a joke. He, like, the whole, I'm like trying to figure out, I'm like, why are people so mad? Because I couldn't figure out what the fuck was going on. I'm like, why are people so mad? And then I looked, and the reason why is because people were upset that I think it was like Kash Patel, the fucking FBI guy, was in the locker room, and there was that video of the guys, and I saw it. Everybody saw the fucking clip of the guys getting congratulated by the president for winning the fucking gold medal. And he cracked a joke that was something like, I regret to inform you, I'm going to have to invite the women too. It's a fucking joke. It's like a class. It's literally like the fucking, like we've heard it a million fucking times of, gotta bring the wife along. Like it's literally old man fucking, and they just like lost their, oh my God, sexist piece of shit. And I'm like, am I missing something here? I don't really think that it was meant like that. I don't think, I didn't watch the State of the Union. Did they not recognize the women's team? Did they not have them come? Is that what it is? Maybe that's why everybody's so upset. I didn't watch the State. I don't give a fuck about that shit. They weren't there. They refused to go. They were invited but declined. Motherfuckers, you just won the medal for your country. Like, chill. Like, Democrats were in that building too. Like, I mean, if that's your politics, like, it's so weird. People are so weird, man. Like, over something like that, that's for your country. Don't fucking worry about like all the other bullshit. Like, it's literally just, this is for your fucking country. Internet, dude, it's weird, man. That's weird. Like, I guess, fuck, you don't like the guy? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't fucking get it, personally. It don't make any sense to me. All right, guys, are you ready for a 6-hour? We're going to do an additional 6-hour stream. Sponsored by Marathon. If they were smart enough, try to get me on that contract. Let's go. Dunking time. I'm torn. Right? So I'm not playing Deadlock on stream. I don't need that kind of judgment. So I'm not going to do that to myself, I don't think. Not yet. Maybe next week we'll play Deadlock on stream. I need to play either Marathon or Resident Evil, but I don't want to play Marathon. Not Marathon. I don't know if I want to play Resident Evil because Merc Doctor, thank you for the 20, brother. Thank you, man. 6 more hours. No, not 6 more hours. But I don't know if I want to play Resident Evil because I feel bad. I don't want to spoil people. I'd love to see you play Deadlock. I know. Didn't play Marathon, get the back. I don't have a fucking sponsorship for Marathon. I'm going to play Marathon tomorrow probably on my own just to get footage, maybe with other content creators maybe. I'll try to like tap the shoulder of some people. Fuck it. Let's roast Marathon. This is so good. It's so good. I say let's roast Marathon, but we're going to find out. What if I start playing it and I'm like, guys, this is really good. What if I turn into that guy? Why must you subject me to this abuse? I'm doing this for your own good. I'm doing this so you don't have to. Paid actor? True. Gunplay mechanic is good like Destiny? Oh, okay. Let's see here. Okay. Who's this? Where's chat? Oh, you guys are above my head. I have to move because I'll put you guys like here. And I'll put me like here. Read our please read our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 31. Please read our 31 page limited software license agreement. This is like I hate this shit so much, dog. You hit accept. You've now signed your rights away. Bitch. Can I make this more opaque? It doesn't really let me do that. What does clean look like? Yeah, I'm gonna make you guys. I'm making you guys clean. Y'all's clean now. Brightness, sure, looks good. Yep, looks good. Yep. I am disabled. Oh, proximity chat. Okay, yes.
It is a historic day across the solar system.
The enormous UESC Marathon Colony ship
sets out for the Tau 30 star system
to establish a new home for humanity, and with it, infinite possibility.
The people of Earth and Mars are watching.
Everyone is watching.
Breaking news. Contact has been lost with the Marathon Colony ship.
Official messaging from the UESC is that nothing is amiss.
The people just want to know what happened and what is the UESC doing about it.
Still no answers. No answers.
Shocking news today.
FDL was in contact with the Marathon Colony nearly 100 years ago.
After decades of citizens demanding answers.
A message has been received from the UESC Marathon.
A distress call. A threat.
An invitation.
But the message has been leaked. It reads,
somewhere in the heavens, they are waiting.
Initiating runner defragmentation protocol. Evaluating shell integrity. Evaluating vital signs. Evaluating recognition response. Executing neurological subroutine. Establishing passphrase.
My last breath fell quiet like dying embers. My first thought hummed through silver threads.
Where is death? Loading memory packages. Liminal buffer status 26%. Buffer. Subject is a runner. A disconnected consciousness inhabiting a bio-cybernetic shell. Assert. Subject's psyche is preserved outside their body in the event of shell death. Subject exists only in this liminal state while their next shell is being woven. Please stand by.
Yesterday, I walked with feet of fragile flesh. Today, I drift as light across the grid.
Assert. Runners arrived in the Tau Ceti system after the investigation of a distress signal lost colony ship, the UESC Marathon.
Warning. Ignition runtime error.
Assert. Runners are mercenaries, hired to salvage from the ruins of the human colony on Tau Ceti 4. Proceeding with suboptimal durability settings. Liminal buffer status 100%. Runner defragmentation complete. Your shell will be ready momentarily, and you will deploy to Tau Ceti 4 for your first assignment. Please prepare for consciousness transfer in 3, 2, 1. Initiate. Good luck.
That was a lot. That was a lot. So dude, this game just has, like, I'm immediately getting like single player vibes. There was a lot of gibberish. I mean, there was a lot of gibberish that was like thrown in there for sure, but like the whole idea is that like a colony ship was sent to the Tau Ceti system. They lost link with it. It came from Earth and Mars, like, you know, Earthlings. All of a sudden, they finally end up getting, you know, word back, and then it sounds like corporations like sent people there to go and like check it out to see, like, you know, and salvage what was left. Oh, okay. Oh god, my sensitivity. Oh my god. Oh, something else that that I really like about Deadlock, and they don't have that in a lot of other games. The only other game that I know of, just off the top of my head, is like Warframe, that actually has the whole thing where you can like you can search. There's just a search bar for searching settings instead of having to like flip through menus for stuff. I really like that. It's like, I don't understand how that's not a like an industry standard now. Probably need to put it down to like 4. It should be 1-to-1 with everything else. No, that's not what we need. I need to bring that back up. Probably 10. Let's see here. No, that's too much. So like 6? Nah. What do you guys think? Like 6, 7? Okay, so if I start here. Nope, a little bit more. What a weird. It's actually 8, probably, right? Yeah, that works. Environments are kind of cool, actually. You know what the problem is? Like, I think, like I understand where people are saying that, like, I don't know. There's certain things that are kind of, like, irritating to look at with this game. But I am actually kind of a sucker for, like, this aesthetic. I kind of like, I don't know. There's part of me that likes some of this and part of me that hates it. There's also part of me that wishes that it was single player.
Your shell 2. Search the area for repair supplies, while I find a way to access the colony systems.
Like this, I don't know, man. This really feels like a game that would be really cool if it was single player. I'm just saying. I think that there was a missed opportunity with them not trying to do something more like I'm not saying they needed to do something like Destiny 4 for your consumable.
Your health and shields restore separately. Be sure to recover both.
4 to heal again. Okay.
Authorization terminal active. Use it to interface with the colony systems.
Like, you can't tell me that, like, I don't know what it is. It's kind of like the look of the game that kind of like, I don't know why it gives me single player vibes. I almost kind of wish they did something more similar to like The Division, right?
Welcome to New Cascadia.
So like I might turn this down a little bit. I'm putting it like here.
I recommend you not follow those orders. Stay calm. Your newly acquired systems access will allow you to navigate the colony. Search this structure for a way out. Look for a drain or vent cover and try to break it with your knife.
Jesus.
Keep low, keep quiet. By syncing your systems with the colonies, we've secured you permanent access to all of New Cascadia. Know when to pick a fight and when to make an exit. All that matters now is staying alive. The UESC believes Tau Ceti and everything on it belongs to them. If you want to survive, you'll need a weapon.
There's part of me that likes some of this. It's so fucked because this is actually I don't know if you some of you guys know this, some of you guys don't. But I mean, this is all based off of a single player game, right? Like Marathon was a single player game, not a multiplayer game. And it's just, I feel like it's a severely missed opportunity that so many of these companies just will refuse to do for whatever reason. Which is just embrace that in some way. And find a way to do both. I think that there is a desire from players to see is this background progress? When a weapon is stowed, automatically reloads. Okay. How do can I not auto loot? Okay, whatever. Because the thing is that I'm not gonna sit around and talk about how people don't want extraction shooters. I think that that's already again been kind of proven by Arc Raiders, but the reason Arc Raiders has done so well is because it's actually it just flat out is a good game. It's very fun. It's very social. But one of the things that I think a lot of people kind of picked up on early on, or noted, I hope people noticed early on, is that people were looking for more PvE encounters. They wanted to fight bots with people. They wanted to fight bots, period. And it's there's such a missed opportunity by nobody really coming out with something similar to The Division. And I've talked about this a couple of times, and I saw somebody talking about this on Twitter just today, I think, where they'd mentioned something around The Division, and I'm obviously the only problem is that that game is being made by Ubisoft, which definitely does not put them in the best position, that's for fucking sure. But it's could you guys imagine if a game like this was built to be that? The game like this was actually they had a single player campaign, and you had dungeons, and you had what the fuck is this shit? Reloading, it's a mod slot. Okay, whatever. An actual campaign. You had co-op shit. You could go out with your buddies and do dungeons and fight bosses, and then attached to all that is an optional multiplayer extraction shooter, high risk, high reward. Mode for you to take gear that you earned in PvE, take it into PvP, and find even more.
Another runner. Check the remains for weapons and supplies.
And find.
You don't need them anymore.
And find even more valuable gear and shit, right? have multiple of these, so like, okay, I filled up on a bunch of bullshit, it looks like. This is money. This is a mechanics kit. Removes hazardous. Okay, can I put that on my body? No, those are cheap. Okay. I can attach these, though. That frees up some loot. Is this ammo over here? Okay. Got another weapon, too. Is this like a pistol? All right.
Located an active exfiltration point near your location. Marking it on your map.
You mean backpack full?
Points are the only way to safely move solid matter off-world. That includes you. Scavenge the area for additional assets if you need them. But be careful. Die here, and you'll lose everything.
Okay, exfil. Exfil's right here. I kind of wish instead they would have just done it on the, like, rather than actually having, like, a... Oh, that's my ability? And the other one's, like, a missile ability? I just noticed it also has, like, the hero element shit. Oh. That's it? Okay.
Calibrating your destination. I'll see you on the other side.
All UESC forces converge.
Your tactical ability is ready. Use it to deploy your personal shield.
Cooldown on the missile barrage thing for 240. I mean, you don't really want it to be that like crazy, right? What the fuck is the point of that? I thought I could like melee with it. I can't. Eat damage, I guess. You can use a one-handed weapon with it? Oh, okay. It's hard to know if you're hitting somebody or dumping your clip into a player because there's so much flashing, etc. There's a lot of visual noise in this game. The gunplay looks really good. It's fucking Bungie. I mean, all I got to do is just copy and paste the gunplay from Destiny. Destiny's gunplay is like fucking great. It always has been. The one thing that I will say, like, as somebody that like, I mean, I played Destiny for many years, right? Like, I haven't played Destiny basically since Witch Queen, but no, I played. I guess I played during one of the later expansions, so just a couple of years ago. I think probably like 3 years ago, I played Destiny, and The game, like they like Destiny's always like a fun feeling game. Like the act of playing the game, like how the controls feel and stuff like that, and jumping around and shooting and shit is just always fun in those games. Welcome to Marathon Server Slam. Thank you for joining us. Get more details. Okay, yeah, that sounds great. Cool. Looks good. Factions. Establish link.
Welcome home, runner.
Okay.
I'm Oni, your onboard navigational intelligence. Your consciousness and my neural programming are inexorably interlinked. Think of me as a friend, one you don't yet remember. You may still be experiencing some memory degradation from the damage to your perception matrix. But worry not. Cyber Acme is here for you. I'm here for you. Per our arrangement, you've come to Tau Ceti to scavenge the ruins of a long-lost human colony. Now that we've successfully calibrated you to new Cascadia systems, our next step is connecting with factions who will pay for your services. The Unified Earth Space Council is equipped with advanced, faster-than-light communications technology. Commandeer it, and I should be able to reverse engineer direct contact with faction representatives back home on Earth and Mars.
Okay. Each runner shell is equipped with a tactical ability that supplements them. Intended. Okay. Oh, use your tactical Okay. Yeah. So I activate these 2 quests. Active. Active. Okay. Okay, shell inspect.
New body, same trouble. Let's cause trouble. All systems operational.
Begins again.
Power's green. Let's run.
The endless pattern.
Suffering will be there. If it was safe, what'd be the point?
Amplify ability, overcharge your movement systems, reducing heat. Okay, so faster movement. And weapon dexterity. Micro jets. Activate while airborne for another jump. Power slide, tactical disruption cannon. Fire from your arm. High power projectile, whatever, lame.
Nowhere to hide.
Thief and rook. What do you do? Smoke screen, active camo. I mean, duh. I guess it's not even a fucking question. That's way more useful than everything else. Okay, that's cool.
The cycle continues.
And then loadout. Your vault provides long-term storage for your items. Okay. Select vault. Oh. Okay. So, items stored in your vault are lost. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. So I mean, I guess I'll just use this. What are these healing items? Advanced patching kit restores a large amount of health. Quickly restores shields to full. Restores health. Reduces hazardous material. Okay, I don't really need like this shit. I need like let's do like make sure we're full on these, and then something to heal my shields, right? And then I have something to declare debuffs. That looks good. Okay, select armory. What is this for? Different factions offer specialized items, unlock higher quality items through faction upgrades, purchase ammo and healing items. Okay. Okay, did I buy it? Okay. What is this? Click the detail buttons below. Okay. Did I get it? Oh, purchase to vault. Control and then press. Okay. Bro, this UI is actually ass. Move kit to vault. That's not what I wanted. Oh, that's your backpack. I got it now. I see what's going on. And this is just like, okay. This is my actual one right here, right? No, that's the other one. This is the one I was running. No. They're the same? What? I'm fucking retarded. All I did was... Oh my god, that's so annoying. It makes you move the entire kit. That's so... Whatever, I'm just gonna run this. I don't give a fuck, bro. This is annoying as shit. It's a free loadout? Oh, okay. And do you have scav runs? It doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's really weird. Mr. LD, what do we think of Resident Evil Requiem? I mean, I'll end up playing it off stream, so you'll know what my opinion is of it soon enough. Chances, I'm not gonna be very. I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of biased because I'm gonna like the game regardless. It's fucking Resident Evil. It's really hard to not impress me with Resident Evil. As long as you don't make 5 or 6, I'm good, baby. Off stream, foo. Off stream, not off screen. Oh no.
Hello? Yo. Alright.
Warning. Threats nearby. Calculate strategic response based
I literally can hear that dude like sitting next to his fucking... You can like hear his entire shit. That's so funny. It sounds like he's standing next to a fucking AC. Just hear him. He's in a wind tunnel? He has to be, yeah. Okay, I can't find that for whatever reason. There's the loot. I gotta fucking mute this guy. Hello? He's like standing next to a fucking vacuum cleaner. There's like exclamation points that pop above their head. There's so many UI elements. This is crazy. I don't really think it's necessary for these guys to have like made it where... I don't know, man. I don't think it's necessary for them to like... All they had to do is like highlight them or something maybe. Team above. That guy got fucking rocked.
Take a look.
He ran. Got him. That's 2 down. 1 more. Where's their boy? Grenade. Find it. Fuck. Got him. Don't think I'm alone. I actually kind of like that gun. It's not bad. I don't know what this is. Oh, those are clips for those. I don't need that. Where did our other guy go? Did he die? This is weapon for the gun that I have. Healing items. It's a grenade. I'll take that. What is this? Assault rifle. What do I have right now? I have an AR and a PR. Overrun AR, a light assault rifle, high rate of fire, single round semi-automatic, high rate of fire with precision. I kind of like this other gun. I like that. It actually does some good damage. I'm not really like sweating loot. UI says he disconnected. Oh. Probably because he got tired of hearing the guy's fucking microphone. Without thinking about like, oh, a shield. Sick. Without thinking about the fact he could have just muted his ass. Is that where we're going? Is that like a...
20 minutes remain.
I guess there's something off that way. I guess we should go there. I don't know. Oh, he already left. All right, cool. What is the undisclosed thing?
That works.
Oh, so you overheat from running. That's what it is. A turret? Over there? Oh, there you are. Let's go check out this undisclosed thing. And the timer's in the top left-hand side. Okay. It's a very busy thing. Use my tactical.
Camo filter engaged.
Let's get patched up.
Is this like a call-in or something? I don't know what this is. That's all this was? Nothing? Oh, okay, this. Oh, supply drop. Okay. Gunshot off to the fighting off there somewhere. Sounds like there's something above me, but I don't think there is. Oh, we have to stay in the area. Oh shit. Where am I getting shot from? Wasn't really clear about what I was supposed to be doing there. Let's see, we got a gun. Okay, I'll take that. What is this? LMG? That's interesting. Hip shot dampener? I don't even know if I can. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, I got hit. So stupid. Can I not equip these on? Okay, I can equip that on there. That
opportunity detected.
Here? No. This? No. Okay. Whatever. What is this here? Turbo belt increases the magazine size. Probably that. No. This? No. Oh, that's just a weapon. I don't want that. No. No. Sure, we'll do that. Take this with us. I'm not really too big of a... Like, the UI of this game is fucking rough, boys. I'm gonna be... What is this? Schema?
Connection collapse in 15 minutes.
What's our objectives? Use my tactical ability again. There you go. Loot storage containers. A1. Okay.
Doctor's orders.
He wants to exfil? Is that what you're asking for? Want to exfil? Okay. Kind of boring. Sure. Oh no, cat's in front of the screen. You might be fucked here, boys. Yeah, I can't see anything. Bro, how much fucking... I have no idea. Okay. I put so many fucking rounds into that thing. I have no idea. I had no idea I had that much health. I thought it was gonna go down. I guess it's a boss. I have no idea. Crawl to Exfil? Well, it's like sucking my butthole right now. I don't think I can do that. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Like, that's so weird because like the first one, like the first couple of enemies like went down immediately, but then that dude like, and here's the thing, they have like no visual cue to like tell you that these guys are different than the other ones and that these are apparently like elites or something like that. So I just got like ripped immediately. That was weird. This game has like a weird thing to it. No. Chill. So there's something really weird with this game where like I feel like the skills kind of like all over the place. How do I explain it? Player gunfights, almost immediately. TTK is next to nothing. Fighting a robot, also relatively quick, but a little bit slower in some cases. And then all of a sudden, there's just like a random elite that's thrown in there. Right? Because like I took out those, I took out the other players like that. I didn't have any problem killing the other players. I took out 2 of them in like seconds. But then I go and I fight these guys and it's like I can't fucking get him down. And the other dude got fucking deleted in a second. I guess like the problem is like I'm not really too sure like what like it's kind of a weird difficulty spike. So it's like I didn't know that those were bosses, I guess. I mean it's part of the discovery phase, I guess. I don't really know. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Give me a second real quick. All right. You know, like the pucker lips marathon characters, the constant pout. Yeah, the pout's kind of weird. I'm going to be real with you. I don't know how I feel about it. That's for sure. I think I have to I don't know. I guess prepare. Okay. How do you turn in your quests? Codex? Challenge? No. What? Contracts. Unlock faction upgrades to improve your shells, expand your vault, and increase available offerings in the armory. Okay. In the upgrades interface, you can unlock different improvements and enhance your preferred play style. Each action has its own unique series. Okay. Loot speed. Fall resistance. Care about that much. Bro, what is up with this UI? This is fucking rough, dude. I'm gonna be real with you guys. Okay, claim. There's so much visual clutter. And it's like, I don't know what it is. It's like the way that, like, I'm really trying not to be nitpicky, dude. I swear to God, I am not trying to, I really am not. I genuinely am giving this game a fair shot. There is, I want to let you guys know, there is part of me that wants to like this, because I do like games like this. I do like extraction shooters, and the gunplay really doesn't feel that bad, right? And also, like, even though I know a lot of people don't really dig the art style, there are parts of the art style that I do personally like. There is part of me that wants to like this, but holy fuck, dude, this is just like, it's hard to understand what the fuck is going on with this UI. I don't understand who designed this. Active, okay? In perimeter, defeat UEC combat units. Then scan an FTL array of any UEC radio towers in the region. Okay. What does a radio tower look like? Scan FTL array of any UEC radio tower in the perimeter. UEC radio towers can be found on the roof, on several rooftops across the perimeter. Okay. And what's this one here? This is like a daily. You can re-roll it. Use health consumables or cleanse debuffs. Okay. Loadout. Okay, yeah, it's fine. Prepare. Perimeter. Ready up. Run. Only one contract per run. UI is abysmal. I try to give it a shot too, but I can't. It's really abrasive. The menu system is really weird. Why is there a ready up button and a run button? I don't know. I don't know. I don't even care about my loadout because I'm not reading the description of 100 items. Yeah. It's also really hard to tell, like, what the difference is between items. What the difference is between items. Yeah, I think that's the way to say it. LD overall thoughts. I've only played one match, so I have no idea. I'm still collecting my thoughts on it right now.
Warning. Threats nearby. Calculate strategic response based on your run objectives.
This is literally where we started. Oh, it auto-equipped it. Nimble Fingers V1. Okay. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is that? I don't even know where I got shot from. There must be a turret somewhere and I didn't see it? I don't know. Whatever. We got here. What is this? Unsustainable biomass to salvage. Med kit. Money. Okay. What does that do? I don't know. Ammo crate. Okay. Okay. This static casket, you gain signal jammer effect until revived or eliminated. Okay. Am I like debuffed or something? Why is there like blue all over my face? Oh, it's some like low health. The health is also really difficult to read as well. So I guess top is shield, bottom is health. Okay. I'm supposed to be looking for an array. Scan an FTL.
Over here.
Higher quality, so I guess I take it.
UESC reinforcements incoming.
Oh, there's a thing up there.
20 minutes remain.
Okay, did it.
Priority contract fulfilled.
I did it. Just woke up to see who is still streaming. Game is ass. It's something. There's another one down there. Here underneath me. I think it's coming up here. Oh, it's up here. Never mind. It's an Exfil. You guys, I don't know. What are we doing? Are we gonna? That throws me off, dude. Like, that one bot that I was hitting at Exfil, like, I railed that fucker with headshots, and it just didn't do shit. I think that's one of them right there. That's one of the bosses. No, that's not. Like hazard containers to blow up. We should go somewhere else. It's boring over here. It looks like, what is this over here? Guarded Exfil. This is just Exfil. I don't know. We'll go to South Relay.
Got something.
Where does it show up? We're gonna go somewhere else? We're just like run around this place that we've already looted. Wait for more and more enemies to show up. I guess. I don't really know. We've already looted this place. I don't know why we're still here.
Trouble spotted.
Okay. The issue is that everything has contrast, so nothing looks primary or secondary. That is true, yeah. So everything on screen looks important and nothing looks most important. That is actually a really good point. Yeah, I thought that there was something weird about the like about the game, like visually. It is like the high contrast colors and shit like that make it look like it's really hard to tell like what you need and what you don't, or what you should pay attention to and what you shouldn't. Like this is pink and blue. Like, oh, this must be a super important building. And then you get inside and you're like, oh, it's just a building with like nothing in it at all, like nothing lootable at all. That's crazy, dog. That's crazy. Like here's this outpost with nothing in it. How's the game so far? It's a game. That's for sure. It's a game.
Over here.
What's that? A key? A med kit? What is this right here?
For increased hostile action.
I'll drop that. The gameplay actually looks kind of cool, to be honest. Like, I mean, like, gameplay-wise, like, I mean, Bungie, it's kind of hard for them to fuck that up because they already have, like, a pretty proven ability to, like, make a game feel good to play, like, from, like, a like, control feel, right? Gun feel, control feel, but, like, visually, this game is very confused.
Profit opportunity. Intercept.
That's nice. Yeah, you were so fucking right. Now that I'm seeing it, it's like it's actually really really obvious that, like, how everything in this game is colored. It makes it look like everything is high priority. So your eyes aren't immediately drawn to, like, where loot would be. Like, oh, I guess I can loot this. Luckily, it's shiny. Right? Nimble fingers. What does this do? Longer run. Okay, that's not bad. What's this? Plasma filament. Okay, I don't know what that is. Sure. Material. Sure.
Watch out.
Hear footsteps. I don't know where. Shit. Where the fuck did you come from? Oh, they're fucking camouflaged. Great. Oh, he got me.
Threat spotted. Take a look.
Where'd you go? You straight up just fucking left me. Are you for real? Like, ran out of the room and complete. Oh my god. I mean, I get it. It's hard to. I get, like. It's crazy. Thank you. At least I got a secondary to switch to now.
You have 10 minutes to exfil.
I don't know how long exfil takes. I've seen people love Resident Evil 9, even though it's nothing like Resident Evil 4 with Leon segments. It's just I like just a Leon game. Please, do you play RE? I love Resident Evil. And honestly, like looking at like Resident Evil, like I haven't played it yet, but I will be playing it very soon. From the outside looking in, it looks like the perfect Resident Evil for me because I am, I didn't like I liked Resident Evil. I liked Village, kind of like it was kind of like, you know, it was definitely into like the super ridiculousness of like where what is this over here? Intercept activity. It's really far from here. I don't know what we're supposed to be doing. I'm just gonna let these guys decide. We are on a timer though.
Warning, reinforcements detected.
My favorites are 2, 10, or sorry, 2, 10. 2, 4, and 7. I really liked Biohazard. Especially like the first 10 hours. So good. Just a heads up, we're taking over Iran and handing the government to its people as of the last hour. Trump posted it himself. No shit, huh? They actually went and did it. Did they went and do it, or did they wait, or are they going to do it? I feel like lately the U.S. government's more about like going and doing and telling like they do kiss and tell. I'm a UI designer and this gives me a headache, brother. Fucking who are you telling? I can hide it. No, that brings up my map. I didn't mean to do that. Whatever. Yeah, I can't hide it. I thought that I could, but I can't. I shan't because I can't, I guess.
Marking target.
Time to hunt.
Oh my god. That was uneventful. Reducing opacity, I guess. Nothing special, it just isn't very appealing. I just saw a video about California passing a law for ID verification even for Linux users. That's crazy. I haven't seen anything like that. I'm not gonna lie, I would probably just fucking, you know, if I was in a state that was doing that shit, I'd boot scoot and boogie, man. I'd be out of that place. I wouldn't be worrying about that. I ain't trying to put all that on the internet. And people are psychopaths on the internet. Way too easy for people to find that kind of shit. No way, no how, brother. No way, no how. I don't know, boys. I ain't feeling this. There's part of me that wants to. There's like genuinely, I'm being real. Like, don't get me wrong. I cooked the fuck out of this game a couple of times. I made a couple of videos talking about it, but it's just, I think it might, like, it's all over the place. It is kind of all over the place. It really is. It's very confused. It actually feels like this game wanted to be a single player game. Honestly, it feels like this game wanted to be the new Destiny. Like the concept, the early concept phases of the game were essentially supposed to be like the new Destiny, right? That's kind of the feeling that I'm getting. What's the kitty's name? Maddie. Yeah, I know. You heard your name, so now you turn around and start meowing. Free to play might have been the better route. I mean, in most cases, yeah, that ends up being the case for sure. Looks like a high quality Roblox game. I don't think it looks like Roblox. Roblox is fucking like weird pixelated looking shit. I mean, like this is like high futurism essentially is what it is. It just doesn't really have anything that's like impressive, and like the UI is just really bad, like really, really bad. Like, and it's to the point where it's like it's hard for me to discern like what am I like. I don't know what it like. It's so weirdly designed that it's really difficult to understand. Like, what am I supposed to be looking at? Where do you want me looking? You're putting a lot of shit all over the place. There's like the blinking head in the bottom of the screen. Like, and I'm not saying you can't do those things, but I'm saying like, it's just not, it's a really badly designed UI. It's horrible. It makes it so difficult. I'm not even talking about the game. I'm not talking even about like the in-game UI. That's a whole other layer to it. I'm talking about just the user interface of going through the menus. Like, the menus in this game are fucking terrible. Holy shit. Like, simple, guys. Real simple. Here's your current missions or your loadouts or whatever it is. Like, and yeah, it's odd, man. It's an odd game. I get it. It's whelming. It feels like a Bungie gun game, but oh my, have they fallen from grace since the Halo days? I mean, it's not even since the Halo days. Like, Destiny itself has had peaks as well, right? Like, I mean, there were some flashes of brilliance with Destiny. I'm not going to pretend like Destiny has been some garbage game since the very beginning. And yeah, it sucks. You hope to be wrong after all this skepticism, huh? Brother, I don't really like, there's very few cases in which I wish like any of these games to fail. In a lot of cases, when I put my criticism out there, and I understand that it's like super pointed and like not nice, right? And I word it in a way that probably doesn't feel very constructive to them, though it is I try to be as constructive as possible. I mean, there's some entertainment to it as well, right? Like, you play it up a little bit. But yeah, the hope is that they take it and they do something with it. And I think that they largely like locked in. The game I'm going to say this, the game does look a lot better from where it was when I played it in its like alpha or pre-beta, whatever the fuck it was, the closed test that they did last summer. It has improved a lot. It has. I'm not gonna pretend like it didn't. Like, visually, it looks a lot better. The sound design's a lot better. Sound cues were good. The guns feel good. Visually, it's a little muddy with gunplay. Like, the guns are doing a little bit too much, and the muzzle flash makes it really difficult to see where your shots are hitting. But the accuracy is really good, so the guns feel good. So, like, your bullets go where you're aiming, which is nice. That's what you want. Movement and stuff feels fine. But visually, like, when you're in the game and you're walking around, I think probably the biggest thing that I don't like is that, like, there's so much going on in the environment that it's really difficult to tell like where you're supposed, where am I supposed to do? What do you want me to do? Like, where's the loot? Like, I can't really tell because everything's pink and blue and yellow and bright orange, and it's just like I can't see. Like, and then the all the shit just kind of like it all blends in, so it makes it really difficult to tell like what you're supposed to be looking at. There needs to be better visual cues, and that's not like, oh, you need to put a green, a yellow, fucking arrow showing me this is loot, or it needs to shine bright so that I know that it's that. I'm saying that like they need to do something to like make the loot itself like stand out in a natural way, and like that's something that I think a lot of games like are really bad at, where they do like it's like the yellow paint philosophy, where like they don't know how to make it a part of the user experience rather than making it essentially like a UI element that's just like plastered onto a game, right? So like using Expedition 33 as an example, right? Like they used flowers to like lead your path, or lanterns or something like that. So it made it really easy for you to tell this is the path where I need to go to complete my mission or to do my, do the thing that I'm here to do. Any other path is an optional path. And I can tell that because this path has the flowers. This path has the lanterns or the fires or the torches or whatever it is. And it's like those visual cues that are really easy for the player to see and understand without like needing to be necessarily conscious of it, if that makes any sense. And because the game is like so bright and colorful, it makes it really difficult for anything else in the game to be able to stand out. Or to look out of place. It's not even needs to stand out. It needs to look out of place. A great graphic designer called Chris Doe said, when everything is highlighted, nothing is. Yeah, it's essentially what it is. Part of the UI is because the story is you're in an artificial robot body, and part of me, and part to pull in from the 90s era, but it seems to be a design by committee element. Confusing and messy. Yeah, it doesn't really feel like the art team had like a very like cohesive, like part of it is cohesive. Like, I mean, I get it from like a thematic perspective, but I just don't think it's like very good from just like a gameplay perspective. It's something that I think probably sounds good like if you were just doing a tech demo and you're walking through something, but I think in like active gameplay, it directly impacts the player experience in a way that like it's just not enjoyable. It's really confusing. And also, something that I really like, if you're going to do the whole mini-map shit, something that I would probably do, and I would steal this from Arc Raiders, the whole like high priority loot like shit on the map, where you could actually see like, oh, hey, this area is really dangerous, but it's got really good loot. This area is not as dangerous, and it has this kind of loot. Like, having that separation makes it nice for you to be able to, like, say, this is where I want to go. This is where I know things are going to be a little bit hotter. And that's for somebody like me that chases action. Like, I want to go where the action is. So, like, we're all sitting there, with our thumbs in our ass, like, we're just looting this one building. I don't know what I'm looking for here or what's even here. Do I want any of this stuff? What am I going to find? I don't find any weapons or anything like that. Yeah. Like, there needs to be, if you're going to be the game that has some direction, then I would lean into that. It hurts to say it, but Tarkov did it best, and I don't think that there'll ever be a better Extraction. Fuck BGS, though. I mean, Tarkov is a completely different type of extraction shooter. If I had to say a game did it best, it was probably The Division. I think The Division had the best flavor. I really did. You had a single player open world experience with dungeons and quests and a main story and raids and events and bases and all kinds of shit that you could do, and it was co-op, and you could do that with other players. And then they had the Extraction that was this like massive map that you would go in and you would raid and you would loot and you would like pick up shit, and then you'd fight other players, and then you'd have to extract that shit and you could send gear out and stay in, right? So like if I just wanted to farm Dark Zone, I could literally like fly my gear out on a helicopter and just stay in there and keep fighting and keep searching for shit. Like that was awesome because you just kept doing the loop. Now it would get repetitive because it was just one static map that would never change. But like I do feel like I feel like the first game that really lands that and realizes that there needs to be this like it was the dream for what Tarkov was supposed to be. The what they tried to sell Tarkov as, and I don't even, and even though Tarkov is good, I don't think Tarkov ever really achieved that final form that they said it was going to. That vision that they were selling to people way back then. I think the lore is better told than Ark. I mean, the lore was essentially just in an opening screen, so there really wasn't a whole lot that was going, or unless you're talking about like Division, but that's because there was cutscenes and cinematics and dialogue and all kinds of shit. But if you're talking about, I guess I don't know. We're talking about like a bunch of different games at the same time, so I don't know. Easy, just wait for Valve to make one. True, true. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm hungry, so that's a problem because I gotta make some food. It's late, and I'm not going to be ordering anything right now. We've already been streaming for almost 8 hours, so I'm going to get off of here. I'm going to get myself some food. I appreciate you guys hanging out all day. I fucking insane amounts of generosity for whatever reason. I don't know why you guys keep giving me money. All I need is your eyeballs, but I do appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys for the super chats. Thank you guys for the donations. Thank you guys for everything that you do. Thank you guys for the support. Thank you guys for the kind words. Thank you guys for the motivation to keep making videos. Sometimes I really need it. Anyway, I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your evening, a fantastic rest of your weekend, and I'll be catching you guys next week when we talk about video games. Surprise. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe.